3 days later, when great magician Eisenkel left Banda City, his expression was a bit dissatisfied, although Sui had said he agreed to cooperating with him. After discussing this for 3 days, Sui firmly held onto the technology he and the Frestek Chamber of Commerce had studied and wasn't willing to share it at all. In the cooperation agreement, Sui only hoped that great magician Eisenkel would be responsible for researching the magic portion, and he didn't let him participate in researching the design portion at all. Like this, even if he cooperated with Sui, great magician Eisenkel would only be responsible for researching the magic and magic array aspect. It was no different from before. It was completely unlike what great magician Eisenkel wanted, participating in designing the magic machine to grasp the knowledge to make the magic machines. As for Sui refusing to concede it, great magician Eisenkel had no other way because Sui was not an idiot. Of course, he wouldn't completely agree to his request. After considering it, great magician Eisenkel didn't become angry because of Sui's insistence. Rather, he agreed to cooperate with Sui because no matter what, they would share the results of their research. If by then great magician Eisenkel was also conducting research on magic machines, he would be a step further than the other companies. Sui, you should know that great magician Eisenkel manages a company in Anvilmar City, and it is much bigger than the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. If you agree to share the research results with him, won't he rely on his advantages to produce the same magic machine and squeeze out the products of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce? After sending off great magician Eisenkel and returning to the office, Still couldn't help asking Sui this in a worried voice. Sui revealed a smile and didn't reply to Still's question. Rather, he went to the corner of the office and took out a magic rice cooker. "Can you see it?" Sui pointed at the magic rice cooker and asked this. "See what? Isn't this just a magic rice cooker?" Still was a bit confused. "I'm telling you to pay attention to the label on it," Sui then said. Still looked at the bottom half of the magic rice cooker and was surprised to find that although this magic rice cooker looked the same as the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's magic rice cooker, the product brand at the bottom of the product was not the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's half-wing design. Rather, it was an angry bull. "This is a replica?" "Strictly speaking, it isn't a replica." Sui opened the top of this magic rice cooker and showed the inside to Still. "Look, this magic rice cooker, whether it is the outside, the inside, or even the function, it is all the same as our Frestek brand rice cooker. If it is called a replica, it really is a good replica. Actually, I'm willing to call it another brand of magic rice cooker." "What difference is that? Isn't it just a replica of our Frestek brand magic rice cooker?" Still pursed her lips, as she said in a voice filled with disdain. "Of course there's a difference. It's rare for normal replicas to even reach this level of quality, and this Bull brand magic rice cooker can compare to our Frestek brand magic rice cooker, even adding a bit of innovation. Other than the magic rice cooker in my hand, there are other models of this Bull brand magic rice cooker with quite the difference in terms of quantity," Sui said with a smile. Still took the Bull brand magic rice cooker from Sui's hand and carefully looked it over. She found that this Bull brand magic rice cooker really was of good quality. It was almost no different from the Frestek brand magic rice cooker. After looking at Sui and seeing that there was still a happy smile on his face, Still couldn't help asking in a confused voice, "Sui, how can you keep smiling? With a magic rice cooker of such good quality appearing, there will be a strong competitor for the Frestek brand magic rice cooker. You're not worried at all." "Why would I be worried?" Sui revealed a faint smile. "It's a good thing there are competitors. Actually, I'm looking forward to seeing many companies that can compete with our Frestek Chamber of Commerce appearing on the continent. Only like this can magic machines become popular on the Signs continent, and the magic industry can enter people's hearts, making my dreams much easier to accomplish." Still reached out, touched Sui's forehead. "You're speaking nonsense without a fever? Don't forget, the Frestek Chamber of Commerce isn't the strongest company yet. So if there really were more competitors, aren't you afraid that the Frestek Chamber of Commerce will be crushed? As for the ideal of establishing an industrial system on the continent, even if it is accomplished, will you be happy if you're not the one to do it?" That is right. If it's not personally accomplished by me, there is indeed no meaning." "So," Sui laughed as he placed his hand on Still's face. "The beautiful and dazzling young Miss Still, I'll have to trouble you to help me make another advertisement. The 1st of April It was a very special day on Earth, but it didn't have meaning on the sign's continent. It didn't affect people's lives at all. But it was not the same for Banda City. Early in the morning, a group of people poured into the business district to the west of the city. The street that was considered rather wide was completely filled without leaving a single gap. The merchants on the street weren't surprised by this because in the past few days in the Banda Times, they reported that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce at their service center would be doing a product announcement. This Frestec Chamber of Commerce really knew how to do things. Wasn't this just inventing a new product? Why didn't they specially have to do an announcement and attract all these people? It was completely having nothing better to do. But people had to admit that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had quite a bit of popularity in Banta City and the surrounding cities. It was just announcing a new product, but it attracted all these people this early in the morning. Looking around, other than people who came to see what the ruckus was about, there were many sharp-looking merchants. Most of them were from other cities. Other than the closest Sultan City and Karma City, there were actually merchants from the further Canberra City, Norton City, and other cities. It could be seen that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's influence was spreading from Banda City, gradually reaching further places. Other than this, there were over 10 people with rather special auras and uniforms. These people were divided into several groups who were looking at each other with hostility. If anyone who was familiar was here, they would recognize them as reporters that appeared in Sultan City and Karma City recently. Among included people from the Sultan Morning News and Karma Times that had become famous in those cities recently. Speaking of reporters, this was a concept that the Banda Times had used. It referred to staff who collected news, and after the Banda Times had been in circulation for half a year, this occupation had been accepted by the people. The Banda Times was very popular in Banda City, so reporters of the Banda Times were very respected. They walked around with a proud look on their faces. Now there were many learned youths who wanted to become reporters for the Banda Times. There was even a son of a Banta City baron who was a reporter for the Banda Times. Of course, the Sultan City and Karma City newspapers didn't have any fame in Banda City, so there weren't many people who recognized them. The reason they came this time was naturally for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's product announcement. Even in Sultan City and Karma City, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was something the populace paid attention to. So it would never be wrong to report on the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. 2 months ago, the Karma Times had put forth a series of reports on the Frestec Chamber of Commerce investing into a factory near Karma City, which attracted the attention of Karma City's people and increasing the popularity of the Karma Times. In Karma City, as their sales increased with their popularity, it attracted the attention of the city Lord Count Anaris. So if there was any news on the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, the Karma Times definitely wouldn't let it go. Seeing the colleagues from the Sultan Morning News pushing to the door of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's service center, the vice editor from the Karma Times, who had come personally, waved his hand and indicated to his subordinates to follow, going forward to steal a good place. At this time, the crowd suddenly stirred. Look, Chairman Sue is here. Oh God, who else did I see? Young Miss Still. God, I'm too happy. I actually got to see her. Oh no. Young Miss Still and Chairman Sue are actually holding hands. Could it be that they are already dating? This is impossible. Why is it impossible? Young Miss Still is this beautiful and other than Chairman Sue. Can you find someone else worthy of her? But, young Miss Still is the goddess in my heart. How could she be dating? No, I want to die. Scram. No one's stopping you. At least you're opening up a spot. Hearing the voices in the crowd, Ryan pushed his way forward. He saw that from the door of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's service center, Sue E was currently walking out to the stage with a smile, holding Still's hand. Seeing this scene, Ryan couldn't help feeling lost in his heart. After shaking his head, he came back to his senses. Just like Karma City, many people in Sultan City and Karma City also had the goddess Still in their hearts, but she was actually dating the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Sue. This might be even bigger news than the special product announcement the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had organized. Seeing the intense reaction from the crowd under the stage, Sue E couldn't help saying to Still with a smile, Still, if you show up with me today, perhaps you will lose quite a few fans. Still gave a soft snort and flipped her beautiful golden hair as she proudly said, So what if there are less? I don't care at all. I must tell everyone who I like right now. Seeing how high-spirited and confident Still was, Sui couldn't help laughing as he was in a very good mood. If it was any other girl, it would be very difficult for her to announce her feelings in front of all these people like Still did. Not to mention that Still was very famous in Banta City and the surrounding city, being the goddess in many men's hearts. Announcing her feelings like this, it would definitely be a heavy blow to her fans. If it was the small stars from Earth, they definitely wouldn't do this. Of course, there would be some small star that would make fake news to intentionally increase their fame. Could Still and I be considered news? Sue-E couldn't help thinking of this question. Perhaps we can. After all, the two of us can be considered public figures. Thinking about how because of the Frestek chamber he had become a star that wasn't too big or too small, Sue-E couldn't help revealing a bitter smile. He shook his head and focused his mind. Looking at the people under the stage creating quite a stir, he raised his hand. It was like he had used magic, but when Sue-E raised his hand, the people closest to him became silent and stared at him without saying a thing. Then this silence spread from the closest area outwards. In the blink of an eye, the crowd that had been quite noisy fell into silence, and everyone was looking in Sue-Yi's direction. Regarding this effect, Sue-Yi was surprised while also being very happy. He gave a soft cough and spoke in a loud voice. "Hello everyone. I am the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's chairman Sue-Yi. I'm very thankful to everyone for coming to our Frestek Chamber of Commerce's product announcement. This is our Frestek Chamber of Commerce's first product announcement, and I believe that this is the first time any Banda City company has done a product announcement. The so-called product announcement is specially announcing a new product. For this product announcement, I wish to introduce a new product from the Frestek Chamber of Commerce to everyone, which is called the Automatic Magic Rice Cooker." Everyone under the stage fell into an uproar. Everyone knew the Magic Rice Cooker. It was the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's magic machine specially used to cook meals. There were many people here who even had one or two of them in their houses. But what was the Automatic Magic Rice Cooker? Adding in automatic, did that mean anything? Chairman Sue, can you explain what the Automatic Magic Rice Cooker means? A reporter in the crowd raised his hand and asked this in a loud voice. Sue-E looked at the reporter, and based on the pen and notepad in his hand, he could tell who he was. He gave a nod with a smile and explained. The so-called Automatic Magic Rice Cooker is referring to our Magic Rice Cooker. Previously, although the Magic Rice Cooker was very convenient to use, there was a flaw to it since it required people to be nearby to time it themselves. As for the Automatic Magic Rice Cooker, one just needs to add enough rice and water and press the switch. You won't need to do anything else. The rice won't become burnt. The reporter from the Sultan Morning News asked the question in everyone's hearts. Of course not. The Automatic Magic Rice Cooker will finish cooking the rice and automatically turn off. It won't keep cooking, so you don't need to worry about your rice becoming burnt. Sui replied. As soon as his voice fell, another uproar filled the crowd. How is this possible? That's right. The Magic Rice Cooker is just a lump of metal. How could it tell if the rice is cooked? That's right. This is too unbelievable. Is this a lie? It shouldn't be one, right? In front of all these people, what would he gain from lying? Does he not want to keep the pride of his company? But this is too fake. How could it turn off by itself? Let's see what he says next. The Frestek Chamber of Commerce has made all these mysterious magic machines. Perhaps it will be even more mysterious this time. Seeing the crowd discuss this, Sue-E revealed a faint smile. He then waved his hand and two staff members of the service center carried out an automatic magic rice cooker, some rice, and some water that had already been prepared. Seeing the new automatic magic rice cooker in the hands of the staff, everyone was stunned. This time it was a reporter from the Karma Times, called Ryan, that seized the initiative to ask in a loud voice. Chairman Sue, this is the automatic magic rice cooker you mentioned? Why is it silver? Did you plate the outside with a layer of silver? Everyone could see that the automatic magic rice cooker's outside was silver, and it was very smooth, looking very beautiful. It made people like it as soon as they saw it. Compared to the dark red magic rice cooker the Frestek Chamber of Commerce produced, this automatic magic rice cooker looked 10 times better. Silver plating? Sue-E shook his head. No, of course not. This magic rice cooker is used to cook food, and if it is plated with silver, it is very likely the silver will enter the food. If this is eaten, it will harm a person's body. Our Frestech Chamber of Commerce pays great attention to our customers' health. So how could we make a mistake like that? Then why is it silver? I've never heard of a metal with this kind of color. Ryan asked. Sue, he wanted to call him ignorant. There were many silver-colored metals, and other than silver, the most commonly seen was aluminum. Even pure iron had this same silver color, so it couldn't be considered rare at all. But thinking about how there were few aluminum products on the sign's continent, and pure iron couldn't be refined, this Ryan's ignorance couldn't be considered his own fault. This needs me to give a proper introduction. This automatic magic rice cooker is the newest product that our Frestech Chamber of Commerce has used all our power to develop. Other than the craftsmanship need to build it, which gives it its automatic cooking function, it is also made from our newest developed steel alloy. This material is even more advanced than the material used for the previous generation magic rice cooker. Sui said, Steel alloy? What is that thing? Ryan, who considered himself experienced, was confused by this, not to mention the crowd. The so-called steel alloy has a main ingredient of iron, but it is a new material made using other things. The steel alloy used to manufacture this automatic magic rice cooker has been named the silver leaf alloy. Other than having this beautiful silver color, it also has a special characteristic, which is that rust won't form over it. The crowd went into an uproar again. It won't rust over? How is that possible? That's right. This is something made of iron. How could it not rust over? Isn't Chairman Sue's boast a little too much? He already said that this whatever silver leaf alloy was made from iron. So how could it not rust? Iron that doesn't rust over. This is simply the biggest joke I've ever heard. Hearing the discussion from under the stage, Sue smiled without saying a thing. When everyone became silent, he continued, Of course, this can't be seen right now. Now let's first see the other advantages this automatic magic rice cooker made from the silver leaf alloy has. Looking down from the stage, Sue saw a man with rather tidy clothes and asked him, This mister, does your family have a Frestech brand magic rice cooker? The man was surprised before quickly nodding. Of course. Not only does our family have your Frestech brand magic rice cooker, we also have your Frestech brand magic fan. Because this winter was too cold, my wife forced me to buy a Frestech brand variable temperature magic air conditioner. Also, just a few days ago, we bought 2 Frestech brand magic lamps. So our house is filled with your Frestech Chamber of Commerce's stuff. Sue laughed. It seems like you are a loyal customer of our Frestech Chamber of Commerce. So I represent the Frestech Chamber of Commerce to thank you. Come, since you've bought our first generation magic rice cooker, I'll ask you to take this new automatic magic rice cooker and see if there are any differences. The man took the automatic magic rice cooker from Sue and immediately revealed a surprised look. This is so light. I think it's at least half the weight of our magic rice cooker. Really? Let me see. The man beside him grabbed it from his hands, and after weighing it, he also said in surprise, That's right, it really is much lighter. Strange, it's around the same size and thickness, so why is it so much lighter? I say, Chairman Sue, did you skimp on materials for this automatic magic rice cooker? Sue couldn't help smiling. Of course not. Our Frestech Chamber of Commerce's products have guaranteed quality, so how could we skimp on materials? This automatic magic rice cooker is lighter than the first generation magic rice cooker because of the characteristic of the silver leaf alloy. This alloy is much lighter than normal iron, but you don't need to worry since it is harder than normal iron. Here, I'll give you a demonstration. Sue took the automatic magic rice cooker from that person and in front of everyone. He raised it high up before he dropped it to shock cries. The automatic magic rice cooker slammed onto the stage under Sue. It bounced up half a meter before falling again, rolling off the stage. The people under the stage saw the automatic magic rice cooker roll over and avoided it like a wild beast. However, they were all firmly staring at it, like a monster would jump out of the automatic magic rice cooker at any moment. After a while, they saw that nothing was moving. The first man plucked up the courage to pick up the automatic magic rice cooker. After looking at it for a while in his hand, he couldn't help shouting in a look filled with surprise, It can't be. There isn't even a single dent. Everyone heard this and moved forward. But looking at the automatic magic rice cooker from all sides, they found that there wasn't a single dent on it at all. Other than a few scratches on it, this automatic magic rice cooker was as good as new. Everyone couldn't help looking at Sue in shock. This automatic magic rice cooker, wasn't it too amazing? Su-yi took back the automatic magic rice cooker and said to everyone with a smile, "All right, since everyone has seen how hard it is, I want to demonstrate to everyone the most important function of the automatic magic rice cooker, which is cooking a meal." Su-yi put the automatic magic rice cooker on the table beside him, and under everyone's gaze, he poured the prepared rice and water into it. After closing the lid, he pressed the switch. With a sound, the little glass window on the automatic magic rice cooker that everyone didn't know what use it had suddenly turned a flame red color. Sui pointed at this and said, "Everyone look at this. When this glass part is red, it means that the magic rice cooker is cooking the rice. When it disappears, it means that the magic rice cooker has stopped." Everyone couldn't help secretly nodding. Although this seemed very normal, it was very detailed and useful. It could be seen that the Frestech Chamber of Commerce had put quite a bit of thought into the design of the automatic magic rice cooker. Su-yi looked at the automatic magic rice cooker before turning to the crowd. "There will be some time before the rice cooks. I know that everyone must have many questions, so everyone is free to ask them during this time, and I'll answer them all." As soon as Su-yi's voice fell, Ryan had already shouted out, "Chairman Su, I have a question. I found that you and young Miss Still were holding hands when you came out. May I ask what relationship you have with young Miss Still right now? Are you two dating?" When this question was asked, the crowd instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at Su-yi and Still on the stage, with no one making a sound. It was like they were afraid of missing a single word of Su-yi's response. Su-yi was a bit surprised. He never thought the first question would be about him and Still, and it wouldn't be related to the magic rice cooker at all. Although this concerns me and Still's privacy, since you've asked in front of all these people and I've agreed to answer all questions, then I'll answer you." Sui reached out his left hand and tightly held Still's right hand before lifting it up and loudly saying, "Yes, I'm very blessed and very lucky to announce to everyone that Still and I are currently dating." The crowd fell into an even stronger, deathly silence, and after a while, the crowd exploded. "God, it's actually true. My goddess is actually dating someone else. I don't believe it. No, this can't be true. There definitely must be something wrong with my eyes. My ears must have heard wrong. Young Miss Still is as noble and elegant as a goddess. How could she date anyone? This must be a lie. I definitely can't accept it if it was anyone else. But if it is Chairman Su, I can barely accept it. That's right, in Banda City, and perhaps the entire Lampuri Kingdom. Is there any young man more outstanding than Chairman Su? To be the chairman of a large company at such a young age, and I've heard that he is a powerful magician. Other than not being a noble, he is simply perfect. Che, what is so good about being a noble? Isn't it good that Chairman Su is a commoner? This means that not all beautiful girls want to get married to nobles. Young Miss Still, I support you marrying Chairman Su. That's right, I also support you. Marrying Chairman Su is better than marrying the useless young master of some noble family. That's right, I support young Miss Still's choice. Support Chairman Su." Hearing that there were actually people supporting them, with some cries of supporting Still marrying him mixed in, Sui couldn't help feeling a bit awkward. He looked over at Still and saw that she had a smile that was filled with confidence and pride. Sensing Su-yi's gaze, Still looked at him with a proud look in her eyes. "How about it? Su-yi, my eyes are pretty good, right? Look, everyone is supporting us." Su-yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Excuse me, this is because I'm good enough. If it was anyone else, do you believe that they wouldn't be ripped to shreds by an angry crowd?" The smile on Still's face became even brighter. "Although I am very happy that you are outstanding enough that so many people acknowledge you, I like you not because of this. It is because I like you for who you are." Su-yi smiled and tightly gripped Still's hand. He turned to the crowd under the stage and shouted, "Thank you for everyone's blessings and support for me and Still. But I ask everyone to remember that this is our Frestech Chamber of Commerce's product announcement. So I hope that everyone will ask questions related to our Frestech Chamber of Commerce's new product." The reporter that came from the Sultan Morning News that didn't have time to speak looked at each other. After nodding, a reporter that was quite old raised his hand and asked, "Then Chairman Su, I have a question. Recently in the past month, whether it is Bana City, Sultan City, Karma City, or even other cities in the kingdom, There have been many companies that have invented magic machines. What views do you have on that? This reporter is quite professional. Sui praised in his heart. He said with a faint smile, I have some understanding of the situation you mentioned. As for my views, I'm very happy and can even be said to be very pleased. The crowd under the stage was shocked. The reporter continued asking with a frown. Chairman Su, this probably isn't what you really feel. With more competitors for your Frestec Chamber of Commerce, it will affect the sales of your Frestec Chamber of Commerce's products. Why are you happy and pleased about this? The reason why I'm happy and pleased is that because other than our Frestec Chamber of Commerce, there are other companies starting to research and produce magic machines. This means that everyone has started putting importance on the magic machines. Once everyone puts importance on magic machines, this industry will quickly develop and the products of our Frestec Chamber of Commerce will be accepted by everyone, meaning that our company will make even more money. As a chairman, why wouldn't I be happy about this? Sui replied with a smile. But aren't you worried that his will affect your sales? The reporter asked. After all, there are only that many people, and as long as one person buys one magic machine from a company, that will be one less customer for your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. No. I think your understanding of customers and the market is too shallow. Sui shook his head without any politeness and said, Actually, from what I can see, the people who will buy magic machines will increase by several times, also making the magic machine market several times bigger. If the market is compared to a cake, then what I want to do is make the cake bigger and bigger so people and companies can receive bigger and bigger pieces of this cake. What I don't want to do is have people fighting over small pieces of a cake and having everyone starve to death. And I believe that this magic machine cake is very big, not only being able to feed our Frestec Chamber of Commerce, but also letting the other companies have their fill as well. So for other companies who are beginning to make magic machines, I extend a warm welcome to them. Chairman Su, I've heard that your Frestec Chamber of Commerce has sold production magic machines for the Magic Fan and the Magic Rice Cooker to companies in our Karma City. Is this true? The Karma Times Vice Editor-in-Chief Ryan seized this chance to ask this in a loud voice. Sui looked at him and found he had some impression of this person. He seemed to have come to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's factory opening in Karma City. Yes, specifically speaking, there are 3 Karma City companies who have bought production lines. And just half a month ago, those 3 companies have already begun using their production lines. I think that when you return to Karma City, perhaps you'll be able to see magic fans and magic rice cookers other than our Frestec brand. Sui said, But Chairman Su, you should have given them the technology for this automatic magic rice cooker, right? Ryan pointed at the automatic magic rice cooker releasing waves of steam and asked this. Sui revealed a faint smile. I'm welcoming other companies into this business and can even give them basic support, but that does not mean that I will give them all of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's technology. This automatic magic rice cooker is our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's newly developed product and represents our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's advantage. If the other companies want to catch up to our Frestec Chamber of Commerce, all right, please take out your sincerity. Seeing the aggressive-looking Sui, the people under the stage couldn't say a thing. Ryan couldn't help giving a bitter laugh. Sui was telling the truth. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce had worked hard to gain these results. The other people and companies didn't have a right to ask them to hand these over for free. To enter this profession and catch up to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, other than bowing to them and gaining their support, they could only rely on themselves. Of course, there are practices that weren't considered fair. Ryan thought about it and wanted to ask something else, but a ding sound rang out. Looking over in surprise, he saw that the red light on the automatic magic rice cooker had suddenly vanished. The switch that Sui had pressed down had also bounced back to its original position. Everyone, the rice is done. Sui laughed and opened the lid to the automatic magic rice cooker. The fragrance of rice filled the air, and the stomachs of some people who forgot to eat breakfast grumbled. Everyone looked at the white and tender rice in the automatic magic rice cooker and couldn't help sighing. This automatic magic rice cooker, it really was automatic. In a normal small building in Sultan City, Simarat was staring at the newly published Sultan Morning News. In his hands, his eyes were filled with unwillingness and hatred. Damn that Sui, he's clearly being petty and he puts it so nicely. Lies. Cimarat looked at the large title in the Sultan Morning News and couldn't take it anymore. He ripped it to pieces and turned to look at the silent Rem sitting at another table holding a copy of the Sultan Morning News. As he said, "Hey, Rem, we have to just watch this fellow being this arrogant." Compared to back at Camilla's magic tower, the current Rem was much thinner and his face had lost much of its glow. He had visibly become much darker. Hearing Cimarat's question, Rem said with a bitter smile, "What can we do? We spent all that effort to break the secret of the Frestek brand magic rice cooker and thought we could rely on that to compete with him. Who would have thought that with a casual move from him, he would take something out that far surpassed us? How can we compare to him? You want to admit defeat like this?" Cimarat angrily said. Who was it that he would show results and suppress that fellow Su-E, winning back Wella's affections? If you give up like this, could it be that you're planning to give up on Wella? Hearing the name, Wella, a pained look flashed on Rem's face. He said with a sigh, "Don't mention her again. Since she picked to go to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, and I didn't go with her, I felt that she was getting further and further away from me. Now, I don't think there is any hope between us. What? You're planning to give up since Su-E took your woman? Are you still a man?" Cimarat asked in a sharp voice. Rem's breathing became heavy, and taking a few deep breaths, he suddenly looked at Cimarat and roared out, "Then what do you want me to do? She is already that damn Su-Yi's employee, and she even happily talks to me about the trivial matters about working for that damn Frestek Chamber of Commerce. Her entire heart belongs to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. How do you want me to beat them and take her back?" Seeing Rem's irritated expression, Cimarat's expression changed, and he suddenly laughed. He reached out to hold Rem's shoulder and said in a low and mysterious voice, "Actually, it isn't like there isn't anything you can't do. It just depends on if you're willing or not." After the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's product announcement was over, the Household Magic Machine Workshop became busy again. The Household Magic Machine Workshop was finished last month. There had been 500 workers originally, and adding in the 200 newly recruited people, a total of 700 people began working full force, working overtime to make the automatic magic rice cooker. Because there were too many people who had personally witnessed the power and quality of the automatic magic rice cooker, the popularity of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's products had surged. 1 turned to 10, and 10 turned into 100. Almost everyone in Banta City knew about the power of the new generation automatic magic rice cooker. Even in Banta City, where rice wasn't that popular, there were over 5,000 orders. And through the slightly exaggerated reports of the Sultan Morning News and the Karma Times, other cities also became familiar with the automatic magic rice cooker. After the announcement was over, there were quite a few merchants from other cities who ran to Su-E asking for orders. In just 3 days, the orders for automatic magic rice cookers in other cities had already surpassed 20,000 units. What made Su-E the happiest was that this new generation automatic magic rice cooker even reached Kramer City, that was over 150 kilometers from Banta City. It has to be known that Kramer City was less than 100 kilometers from Anvilmar City. If the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's products could reach Kramer City, with another step, it wouldn't be strange for it to reach Anvilmar City. Of course, there were already quite a few Frestek Chamber of Commerce products in Anvilmar City right now. Victor's group of 3 young masters during the short 3 months of winter, they had sold over 300 variable temperature magic air conditioners. They could gain around 10 gold coins from each variable temperature magic air conditioner, so they had earned over 3,000 gold coins from this. Even if they split it between the 3 of them, each of them took 1,000 gold coins. This large amount was something they could never imagine before. The 3 of them who had experienced this sweetness didn't keep acting like playboys in Anvilmar City like before. Rather, they seriously contacted the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, continuing to sell the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's magic machines in Anvilmar City. With Su-Yi's suggestion, they took the large pot of gold they earned to create a Frestek brand special franchise store in Anvilmar City, specially selling the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's magic machines. Because winter was over, the franchise store wasn't selling any variable speed magic air conditioners. Rather, they were selling magic lamps and magic rice cookers. Before Su-E announced the new generation automatic magic rice cooker, Su-E had contacted them. Victor immediately made a decision. buying 1,000 automatic magic rice cookers from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. If including this order, the amount of automatic magic rice cookers ordered were close to 30,000 units. Although the automatic magic rice cooker used the new silver leaf alloy and using Su Yi's metal temperature control function Su Yi brought from Earth, it only raised the cost slightly. It brought it up from the cost of less than a gold coin for the first-generation magic rice cooker to over a gold coin. And the automatic magic rice cooker relied on its outstanding design to be even more popular than the first-generation magic rice cooker. The fixed price went up from 3 gold coins to 3.5 gold coins, so the profit from each unit was actually raised. Selling close to 30,000 units like this, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce earned a large profit of over 50,000 gold coins. Moreover, now that the new workshop was functional, there were 3 production lines for the new automatic magic rice cooker, and their production capacity had doubled. It would only take less than 2 months to complete this order of close to 30,000 automatic magic rice cooker. Moreover, now that the factory outside Karma City was functioning, although not all the workers had been recruited yet, so they didn't have full production capacity, it still took some of the pressure from the Bana City factory. But to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, their biggest project was finishing the agricultural department's large order. So the dwarves of the Magic Machine Workshop worked even more overtime than the workers in the Household Magic Machine Workshop. Su Yi was very helpless about this. Before the labor certification was passed by the Lampuri Kingdom Royal Parliament, it wasn't suitable for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to recruit more dwarves, so their capacity was stuck here for now. When Su Yi was racking his brain for a way to increase the Magic Machine Workshop's capacity, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce welcomed a special merchant. That. Chairman Su, hello. I am called Freeman. I am your company's first one supported by the Farmer Support Plan. The one from that plan. Su Yi looked at this simple-looking middle-aged man who kept stuttering because of how nervous he was. After carefully thinking about it, he pointed at him and said, I remember now. You are the Big Stomach King from last time. Freeman laughed, becoming less nervous because Su Yi mentioned the Big Stomach King. He said with a nod, Yes, it's me. When I came to the city last year, I was in time for your Big Stomach King competition and took the championship. Then I participated in the Farmer Support Plan. I remember that you were the one who paid not long after the fall harvest and the first farmer to repay everything. Su Yi nodded before continuing. It seems like you really could suffer last fall harvest. You relied on just a single small magic harvester to earn that much money. Hearing Su Yi mention the small magic harvester, Freeman happily revealed a smile. Chairman Su, I have to thank your Frestec Chamber of Commerce for this. If it wasn't for your plan, how could I have afforded to buy something like the magic harvester? Mentioning this thing, you and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce are my benefactors. My family no longer has to worry about food and clothes because of you. Su Yi laughed and waved his hand. Supporting you is one matter, and you working hard is another matter. Of the people participating in the plan last time, there were several people who didn't work hard and couldn't repay their debts, so their agricultural magic machines were taken back by us. Humph. Those lazy fellows, not grabbing the chance they were given. They deserved it. Freeman fiercely said. Su Yi laughed and didn't say much on this topic. He asked, All right, Freeman, let's talk about you again. For you to specially come find me, why is that? Could it be that you have some other ideas towards our farmer support plan? No, it's not the support plan. Freeman didn't come alone. There were several other peasants from Ireland Village that came with him. When speaking of this, he looked at his companions and they gave him looks of support. So Freeman nodded and turned back to Su Yi to say, That. Chairman Su, I came this time to discuss something with you. Look, when I used the magic harvester to help harvest our village's crops, the machine had broken several times. At the beginning, I could only take it to the service center to get it fixed, but after going several times, I learned how to do it myself. The more I fixed it, I realized that the magic harvester were just pieces of iron put together. Do you think I'm right? Su Yi found this funny, as he said with a nod. Although there are some differences, it is close enough if you say it like this. Just like this. There was one time when a board in the magic harvester broke and someone at your service center said that it would require money to replace. I wasn't willing to spend the money, so I had the blacksmith in the village make one for me based on the appearance from before. Although it wasn't as good as before after changing it, it could still be used. Then, after listening to this, Sui couldn't help lifting his hand to cut him off. Get to main point. Freeman, what do you want to say? Just be direct if you have any requests or ideas. You are considered an old friend to our Frestec Chamber of Commerce. There isn't anything you can't say. Oh, oh, right. Look at my mouth. I forget once I start talking. Chairman Su, you are a busy person. You can't waste time like this. It's like this, Chairman Su. I was thinking. Since your Frestec Chamber of Commerce's magic harvester are made of these parts, could you give us a part of this to do? Wait. What did you say? Su Yi's eyes opened wide in shock and his face filled with disbelief. You mean to say that you want to outsource the parts production for the magic harvesters? Outsource? Oh, it seems to be like this. Anyway, I've heard the people of your service center say that the parts are also made by your company and that it takes quite a bit of manpower. They said that it was something that you frequently worry about. So I thought that making these parts doesn't seem that hard. So if you give it to us to do, perhaps it can save you quite a bit of effort. After saying this, Freeman carefully looked at Su Yi with an expectant gaze. Chairman Su, do you think this is all right? It was like Su Yi's first time seeing Freeman as he looked over him several times. After seeing how scared Freeman was, he laughed before looking over the people following Freeman and asking, was this an idea you thought of together? Freeman pointed at a simple-looking farmer with a dark face just like him and said, this idea mainly came from Kovac. They said that I know you and have talked to you before, so they wanted me to discuss this with you. Seeing their earnest and expectant looks, there was a very happy smile that filled his face as he patted Freeman's shoulder while shouting, Of course you can. Su Yi had to admit that he had underestimated the people of the Signs continent before. He thought that magic machines would be a new thing on the Signs continent, so it would take people quite a bit of time to even accept this new thing, not to mention beginning to research it. So he always felt that it would take quite a bit of time to create an industrial system on the Signs continent. Perhaps he wouldn't even be able to accomplish it in his life. But reality had ruthlessly slapped his face. Once the magic machines were released, it only took a short amount of time for the people of Bana City to accept it. Then, after the king and the agricultural department announced they were cooperating with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, it grew like a mushroom after a storm in the Lampuri Kingdom, as several large and small companies began producing magic machines. These companies couldn't compare to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce in scale right now, so their magic machines were just imitations of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's early products. But they still earned a large amount in the places the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's sales network didn't reach. What made Su Yi truly surprised and shocked was that these ordinary farmers like Freeman would actually use their experience with the small magic harvester to think of the idea of outsourcing the production of parts. This mind for business couldn't help surprising Su Yi. Su Yi very happily agreed to Freeman's idea, first letting them tour the factory before personally giving them some instruction. As for Freeman's group's idea to buy production magic machines to outsource parts, Su Yi had agreed, but he didn't agree to them outsourcing large parts. This is because with their current technological power and their shallow knowledge of magic machines, if they rashly made these large parts, it would be likely the parts they made wouldn't conform to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's requirements. In the end, they wouldn't be used, and they would suffer a large loss. In the end, under Su Yi's suggestion, Freeman's group turned their eyes to the magic thread rolling machine. Although the screw bolts were small, to the magic machines produced by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, they were an indispensable part and were used in many machines. Moreover, the magic thread rolling machine was the first official production magic machine developed by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Now that it had been improved on for a year, it was much more refined compared to before. Not only was it simple to operate, it was also more stable, so there were more kinds of screw bolts produced. It could meet the requirements for all the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's current magic machines. After Freeman's group considered it, they accepted Su Yi's suggestion and bought 5 entire magic thread rolling machine from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. The new generation magic thread rolling machine costed 40 gold coins each, so 5 would require 200 gold coins. This was a large sum for normal farmers, and although Freeman's group had used the agricultural magic machine to earn some money, they couldn't take out such a large amount. So when Freeman hesitantly asked if it could be the same as when they received the magic harvester, using a postponing method to pay for the magic thread rolling machine. Sui wasn't surprised at all and directly agreed to their request. To Sui, for these normal farmers like Freeman to start producing magic machine parts, it was even more significant that the magic machines that had bloomed in the Lampuri kingdom. Although they were just normal farmers, since they were buying magic thread rolling machines, it demonstrated that an important part of the industrial system was appearing on the science continent. If it was given time and a small company like this gradually appeared, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce could just let this little company produce the parts for their magic machines. It would free up a lot of staff for Sue E to focus on the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's matters. Of course, the ideal in Sue Yi's heart would never be something everyone could understand. It was Heinz before, but now that Heinz was in Karma City managing the factory there, the one complaining had changed to Seabass. Sir Chairman, according to last month's financial reports, we sold various kinds of screw bolts for a profit of 764 gold coins. Not to mention the massive cost benefits that the screw bolts brought us, which added together would be a total of over 2,000 gold coins. It was different from Heinz's complaining. Seabass was someone who was serious and respected Sue E, so he would always bring out data first that supported his point. You sold those 5 magic thread rolling machines to those farmers for no charge and promised to help them master the method for producing screw bolts, which is basically giving these profits to them. Is this good? Seabass looked at Sue E with a doubtful gaze. Let me ask you a question. Sue E asked back. Seabass, do you think that our Frestech Chamber of Commerce will become a first-class company? Seabass was stunned, never thinking that Sue E would suddenly ask this kind of question. After thinking about it, Seba gave a slight nod. Yes, Sir Chairman, I have no doubt that our company will become a first-class company on the Science continent. Sue E revealed a faint smile, never thinking that Seabass was this confident. He just asked if they would become a first-class company, but Seabass' answer surpassed that. Then good, since you believe we will become a super large first-class company. Do you think that all large companies will take all the market for the products under them? Or accurately speaking, do you think that our Frestech Chamber of Commerce will take all the magic machine industry? Sui asked. Gradually being influenced by Sue E, the people of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce were no longer strangers to the words magic machine industry. Seabass thought about it before shaking his head. No. According to the Sir Chairman's plan and estimates, the magic machine industry is a colossus and it is impossible for us to grab everything. That's right. Since we can't possibly take everything, we have to give parts to people sooner or later. Then it's better to take the initiative to give it out rather than passively give it out. Although it is just the screw bolt, it represents profit of over 2,000 each month, or even more. But you should see that producing the screw bolt doesn't take any technological knowledge. It just requires one to buy the magic thread rolling machine to make. Do you think we should sell the magic thread rolling machines? Sui asked. Seabass was silent for a bit before hesitantly responding. Actually, Sir Chairman, on your decision to sell those small companies the production magic machines, I have always been confused. The production magic machine can only be produced by our Frestech Chamber of Commerce, and only our Frestech Chamber of Commerce has the best quality in terms of magic machines, as well as the highest efficiency. Now that you are selling those production magic machines, there will be many companies in the Lampuri Kingdom making the same magic machines. Although those small companies aren't any threat to us right now, there will be some influence in the end. Seeing the doubtful look on Seabass' face, Sui couldn't help smiling. If it was Heinz instead, he wouldn't be as tactful as Seabass and directly said that he was ruining them and raising a tiger to bite them. But for Heinz, Sui could just refute him. He could say that this was part of his long-term plan, and he wouldn't need to care. But for Seabass, Sui couldn't directly refute him like this. Seabass, do you remember what I said last time at the product announcement? Seabass knit his brows to think about it. This, Sir Chairman, I'm not too certain what you're referring to. I said at the product announcement last time that our Frestech Chamber of Commerce want to make a large cake. We wouldn't snatch this cake from others. Do you understand what I mean? Seabass hesitated for a while. The doubt on his face disappeared, but it was replaced with heavy confusion. Sir Chairman, perhaps doing this will allow more people to understand magic machines and expand the market, making a large cake like you said. But with our Frestech Chamber of Commerce's current strength, after making this large cake, it does not mean we can take the biggest slice. What? Are you doubting the strength of our company? Sue E revealed a faint smile. Relax, if I didn't have confidence, do you think I would do this? Seabass looked at Sue E without saying a thing. If he raised his doubts at this time, it would be disrespectful to Sue E, and he definitely wouldn't do something like this. Sue E patted Seabass' shoulder with a smile. All right, go back and tell the Lord Viscount that I have my ideas. Tell him not to worry. This is not the Lord Viscount's meaning. Seabass reflexively responded, but seeing the almost non-existent smile on Sue Yi's face, he couldn't help taking back his words. After pausing, he said with a nod, yes. Seabass didn't need to send Viscount Leslie a letter because Viscount Leslie had returned from Anvilmar City 2 days after they had spoken. Out of Sue Yi's expectation, when Viscount Leslie came back, he brought back the legendary Baron Hannes who had been under house arrest for a full 3 months. When he saw Sue Yi, Baron Hannes came forward with a wide smile and hugged him. Then he impatiently asked, Sue Yi, how is my Bana Times doing? Is it doing well now? Did any problems occur after I left? Sue Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Bana Times is not your child. Don't be disappointed when I tell you this, but although you left, the Banta Times has been even better than when you left under Naki's leadership. It now sells over 10,000 papers each day, being several times stronger than the nearby cities, Sultan Morning News, and Karma Times. Baron Hannes broke out in laughter. Why would I be disappointed? I'm very happy. This is great. I was worried the most about the Bana Times when I was in Anvilmar City. Now that I've heard that it has developed this much, I'm very assured. Sue E looked at the spirited Baron Hannes and found that compared to when he left Bana City, the childishness on his face had disappeared and he looked much more mature. Hannes, I've heard that there are 2 newspapers that appeared in Anvilmar City that are called the Anvilmar Times and the Lampuri Weekly. Be honest with me, are those 2 newspapers related to you? Sue E asked. Hannes laughed and patted Sue Yi's shoulder before whispering in his ear, It's good you know, don't ask too much. Sue E nodded with a faint smile and didn't plan to keep asking. He turned to Viscount Leslie on the side and asked, Lord Viscount, you're finally back. If it wasn't for the spring harvest, perhaps you wouldn't have come back this time. Viscount Leslie nodded with a smile. Indeed. After going there was something that happened back at home. If it wasn't for the importance of this spring harvest, I wouldn't have had the time to come back. Sue E couldn't help saying, This is a large part of your territory, and you are a large shareholder of our company. So if you're never here, there are many things that become troublesome. With you here, what trouble can there be? Viscount Leslie smiled before suddenly sighing. Sue E, let me tell you some news that even I don't know if it is good or not. After this spring harvest, perhaps I will have to leave Banta City and will never come back. Sue E looked at Viscount Leslie in surprise. Seeing that he didn't seem like he was joking, he was speechless. The 2 harvest seasons each year were the most important days in the Lampuri Kingdom and Banta City. This year's spring harvest was more important than other years. When Viscount Leslie conducted the harvest on his territory, not only did it attract all the nobles with territory to watch, even the Lord City Lord personally came to watch. He even gave a speech on the spot, praising Viscount Leslie for the ample harvest on his territory. Other than this, what surprised people was that the crowd was made up of normal farmers from the various rural areas outside Bana City. Among them were farmers who had received invitations before, so although they were a bit nervous coming this time, they weren't as cautious as before seeing all these nobles. As for the ones who were coming for the first time, their eyes were gathered on the farms with looks of praise. For these farmers who had been working on farms for their entire lives, they have never seen such a uniform farm that looked like it came out of a painting. And these farms were filled with long golden wheat, which created a beautiful image when it entered their eyes. The reason why so many people were gathered here today was traced to last year's fall harvest. Under Sue Yi's suggestion last year, Viscount Leslie used the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's agricultural magic machines to greatly change all the farms in his territory. He also opened up the lands that he hadn't opened before because of a lack of manpower. After the farm harvest, large amounts of agricultural magic machines had been operating non-stop on his territory. It finished a project that seemed quite large to people in a very short period of time. And now it was time to harvest the results of the project. This farm modification plan was a pilot project for Banta City and for the king. As the Banta City's city lord, Count Shan Samo had to be there. Other than this, 70 as the agricultural department's representative was naturally also there. The results of this farm modification plan would directly decide the agricultural department's future plans. And seeing the facts in front of her, the results were without a doubt very good. Looking at it, the area in front was a very smooth and perfectly divided farmland covered in a sea of yellow, filling one's eyes with golden wheat. Even if it was someone without experience in farming, they could still easily tell that Viscount Leslie had a rich harvest this year. When Count Sean finished his speech and Viscount Leslie finished the sacrifice ceremony as the owner of the land, dozens of small magic harvesters went in a straight line, choosing a piece of farmland to drive over. In less than half an hour, each small magic harvester had finished harvesting a moo of land. Looking at the small stalks left from the large fields of golden wheat and the sacks filled with grains on the side, the people watching couldn't help giving sighs of praise. It should be said that it was some people's first time seeing the small magic harvesters at work, but seeing such a harvest, everyone couldn't help praising it. Chairman Su, it seems like this year's harvest is much faster. A noble pointed at the magic harvesters preparing to move onto the next field as he spoke to Su. Our company has made some improvements to this batch of magic harvesters. They turn much faster and make more resolutions. So their harvest efficiency had been increased. Sui replied with a faint smile. How about it, Viscount Samuel? You didn't buy anything last year. Are you interested this year? Viscount Samuel laughed. All right, I'll definitely buy some this year. Not only this magic harvest, I also want to buy the magic excavator and the magic plowing machines. In short, I want to modify my farms, just like Viscount Leslie's. Seeing Viscount Leslie's rich harvest this year, I'm indeed a bit jealous. Be assured, Viscount Samuel, it isn't too late to start now. As long as you change it after the spring harvest, with our company's magic machines, it can be done in less than half a month, so there will be plenty of time to plant the seeds. When the autumn harvest comes, your land will have a similar scene. All right, let's set it as this. Chairman Su, since you've already agreed to me, don't tell me you don't have the goods when time comes. Viscount Samuel reminded him. Be assured, our company has increased our efficiency, so we definitely won't be lacking in goods. Su, he wanted to keep talking to Viscount Samuel and set the deal when he saw 70 in the distance waving to him. After excusing himself from Viscount Samuel, he walked over. What is it? Young Miss 70, seeing this scene in front of you, do you have more confidence in our Frestac Chamber of Commerce's agricultural magic machines? Su, he asked with a smile. It is indeed like this. 70 nodded with a faint smile. But Chairman Su, I want to remind you that your Frestac Chamber of Commerce hasn't finished our agricultural department's high 30,000 agricultural magic machine order yet. I hope that you can focus on our order first. Su looked back at Viscount Samuel and gave a shrug. There is no way, since our Frestac Chamber of Commerce is a Banta City company, so we can't just ignore business in Banta City. There is no problem doing business in Banta City, but it's best if you don't do business with other cities. This would also be very helpful to our agricultural department's plan to promote the agricultural magic machines. 70 said. Chairman Su, I think that you should be very clear that if our agricultural department helps you promote the agricultural magic machines, it will be of great help to your Frestac Chamber of Commerce's development. So I hope that you can finish our agricultural department's orders first. As for the other magic machines, can you stop producing them for now? Su knit his brows. Young Miss 70. Your request is a bit overboard. Our agreement said that the order needed to be finished in 2 years, and with our current efficiency, we can easily finish this order. You requesting us to finish the agricultural department's order isn't a problem, but for us to stop developing and producing magic machines, this really is forcing others into doing something they do not wish to do. 70 thought about and turned to look at the farmland being harvested. After being in silence for a bit, she suddenly gave a soft sigh. All right, Chairman Su, I admit I'm a bit anxious. Based on the current scene, I was a bit excited. I was thinking that it would be great if every other place in the kingdom could be like this, so I gave you an excessive request. I'm quite sorry. Su revealed a faint smile. There's no need to apologize. I understand your thoughts and your anxiety, since as the ruler of the country. Of course you want the country to become as strong as possible. Am I right, Your Highness Queen? Yes, I really hope that. 70 was suddenly stunned. She turned to look at Sue E with bigger eyes and asked in surprise, You? When did you find out? Not long ago. Sue E replied. Actually, I found it very strange as soon as I saw you. Why would a girl with such a noble aura be a normal official in the agricultural department? And you were this young. So when you came to Banna City, I found it even more surprising that a normal agricultural department official like you could contact the king and even act on the king's behalf to negotiate with me. Of course, I just suspected that you didn't have a simple identity, but I never thought that you would be our Lampuri Kingdom's noble queen. Young Miss 70, or rather Queen 70, was surprised for only a bit before she recovered. She said with a faint smile, If my guesses aren't wrong, it should be Viscount Leslie who told you? I clearly told him not to speak too much. Honorable Queen, this isn't anything that needs to be hidden, right? Sue E couldn't help saying, although hiding your identity makes it a bit safer, it doesn't really help for the work you're currently doing. If I knew that you were the queen beforehand, it would have made our negotiations much more direct. Direct? You're talking about demanding for territory from me. 70 said without any politeness. Sui smiled, but didn't say anything. The so-called queen was different from a normal princess. The princess only meant she was the king's daughter, but the queen meant that other than the identity, she also had the right to inherit the throne. That's right. As the Lampuri Kingdom's king's only daughter, Queen 70 had the same inheritance rights as her two brothers. Because Queen 70 had been outstanding since she was young, and she had high fame in the Lampuri Kingdom, many people even felt that she had more rights to inherit the throne than the other two princes. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a woman, the king would have already made her the only successor already. Therefore, compared to the princesses in other small kingdoms of the Signs continent, Queen 70 had much more authority. If Sui knew that she was the queen, he would have directly asked her for territory. You better give up on territory, 70 firmly said. Other than special circumstances, the kingdom will definitely not confer any new territory, and it is even more impossible for a normal merchant like you. Perhaps because of the contributions your Frestek Chamber of Commerce has made, Royal Father will consider making you a noble, but he definitely won't give you territory. Sue casually gave a shrug. Noble Queen, you've mistaken me. I actually don't want territory. Rather, I just need some land to freely develop. Our Frestek Chamber of Commerce needs to develop and needs a large piece of land to build a factory. Since the king has already agreed to rent me a large piece of land, my request has already been satisfied, and there's no need for me to be granted land. 70 looked at Sui. Chairman Sue, actually I'm very curious. What difference is there in land rented from the royal family and land rented from Viscount Leslie? Of course there's a difference. At least the royal family won't take the land away if they suddenly become unhappy. Sui said. 70 narrowed her eyes before revealing a smile of profound meaning while saying, Chairman Sue, you've obtained some news, right? Sui revealed a bitter smile and looked at Viscount Leslie talking with Count Sean before saying with a sigh, That's right. There are some things that even Lord Viscount Leslie can't control. I am just a small merchant. I am even more powerless. 70 looked at the distant Viscount Leslie and thought about it before giving a sigh. Viscount Leslie is a very good partner, but it's a pity that he isn't strong enough. After the spring harvest was over, after the final count, on Viscount Leslie's territory, adding up the harvest of the new 21 hectares of land with the 7 hectares that had been used before, the total amount of wheat had surpassed 100,000 pounds. According to the conversion of 15 mues in a hectare, each mu on Viscount Leslie's land had harvested between 240 and 250 pounds. Although it couldn't compare to the high yield of 500 or even 1,000 pounds on Earth, it was very close to the yield on Earth before technology had been developed. Moreover, for Viscount Leslie's land, the production per mu wasn't important. The important thing was the total amount. Before this, Viscount Leslie used all the slaves and guards under him each year and at most could open up the 7 hectares. At most, he would gain no more than 20,000 pounds each harvest. But after using the agricultural magic machines to open up another 21 hectare of land, his spring harvest had broken 100,000 pounds, which was 4 times higher than before. Although people had prepared themselves for this result, when they heard the real number, they were still very shocked. There was joy that followed this shock. Since Viscount Leslie could achieve this large harvest using the agricultural magic machines to change his farmland, it meant that the others could do the same. Among these people, the happiest person was naturally 70. Chairman Sue, once my royal father knows of this rich result, he will definitely be very happy. Seeing the numbers in her hands, 70 revealed a look of joy that couldn't be suppressed. Our Lampuri kingdom doesn't lack the land. We just lack manpower. So much of the land is desolate. Now that your Frestec Chamber of Commerce's agricultural magic machines have proven that it can save manpower in opening these lands, it means that the desolate lands in the kingdom can finally be used. Like this, the yield in the kingdom can be increased just like with Viscount Leslie's territory. Perhaps in less than 2 years, no one in the kingdom will have to starve anymore. Sue looked at 70, who had lost herself in happiness, and thought that if it wasn't for the fact that he had starved for some time after transmigrating to this world, he wouldn't be able to understand the joy in 70's heart at all. Thinking about it, Sue said with a faint smile, "Honored Queen, why does it need 2 years? As long as we seize the chance during the spring harvest to change the land, then we just need to wait until this year's fall harvest to see the results. Perhaps no one in the kingdom will need to starve this year." 70 shook her head. "Of course, I hope that it can happen as soon as possible, but it needs time to promote the magic machines in the kingdom and can't be done that quickly. Not to mention," 70 looked at Sue with a slightly aggrieved look, "can your Frestec Chamber of Commerce finish this by the spring planting season? Don't forget, my request to produce the magic machines first was rejected by you." Sue said with an awkward smile, "I don't have a way to handle this since I have to consider our company's development plan. I'm not blaming you. I just have some hope in you. I hope that your company can give priority in finishing this order." 70's beautiful eyes were filled with sincerity, looked right into Sue Yi's eyes. "Chairman Sue, there are over half the people in the kingdom who can't eat their fill. Whether we can solve this problem will depend on your Frestec Chamber of Commerce." Sue rubbed his nose with a bitter smile. "Your Highness Queen, this puts a lot of pressure on me if you say it like this. Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce is just a small company. Is there a need to give us such a large responsibility?" 70 revealed a faint smile. "With more power comes more responsibility. Wasn't this what Chairman Sue said to me before? Since your Frestec Chamber of Commerce has this ability, then you must take on this responsibility. Don't you think that's right, Chairman Sue?" Sue could only give a bitter smile. "It's very right, Your Highness." After looking over the data from Viscount Leslie's territory, 70 immediately left Bana City. According to what she said, with the shocking results from Viscount Leslie's territory, it would definitely make it easier to move the other nobles with territory. It would also make it more convenient for the agricultural department to popularize the agricultural magic machines. According to the agricultural department's estimates, even if the Frestec Chamber of Commerce finished the agricultural department's high order of 30,000 agricultural magic machines, it wouldn't be enough to satisfy the Lampuri Kingdom's need. In other words, it was likely they would make another large order of agricultural magic machines with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Naturally, Sue welcomed this. Selling agricultural magic machines was a very lucrative business. Not to mention that if the agricultural magic machines became popular, it would become what Sue wished for. Large amounts of workforce would be freed from the farms, and they could enter the larger magic machine industry. With Banda City, because they started last year, with most nobles in Banda City buying some agricultural magic machines, and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's farmer support plan putting many agricultural magic machines in the hands of normal farmers. In most of the farms outside of Banda City, it was already normal to use agricultural magic machines. For this year's spring harvest, it took less than a week for most of the farms outside Banda City to be harvested. After they were harvested, countless agricultural magic machines rolled over desolate land that couldn't be used since there weren't enough manpower, and they began opening up more farmland. According to data from the City Lord's Manor, the current plan was to open 3 times more farmland outside Banda City. If those farmlands could be planted during the spring planting, when it came to the fall harvest, Banta City's harvest output would shock everyone. Under the urging of Count Sean and 70, the Banda Times did many reports on the changes with Viscount Leslie's land, which could be considered an advertisement for the plan to open more desolate land. And in the next 10 days, the Banda Times did a series of reports that showed the bustling scene outside Banda City to everyone. To be able to do this, one had to accredit it to Baron Hannes, who had just come back from Anvilmar City. Although he was much more mature compared to before, once he came into contact with the newspaper, Baron Hannes immediately recovered his excited state of fervor from before. When he came back to Banda City, he immediately ran to the Banda Times office and worked all day until it was dark. During the time Baron Hannes left, the Banda Times wasn't as excited and sharp as when he was here, becoming much more stable. But once he came back, it was like the Banda Times had been injected with steroids, as its style changed immediately. This is Hannes' charm. Viscount Leslie looked at the Banda Times that came out today in his hands and said with a faint smile, "Perhaps it is because with his support, the Banda Times can become this sharp, daring to report on things that had noble involvement. I think that this fellow must be very happy because in Anvilmar City, even with the family behind him, there were many things he didn't dare touch. Of course, could it be that he dares to report on what color of underwear the king was wearing today?" Sui teased. Viscount Leslie laughed. "Sui, you're wrong there. He actually dared to report on the daily matters of the king in the Anvilmar Times, and even dared to report some scandals. But he was instructed to do so by the king. He wouldn't have dared to do it on his own. The king instructed him to do so?" Sui considered it. In order to make it seem like he was closer to the people? Not bad. Sui, you can understand this. Viscount Leslie nodded. He looked at the Banda Times in his hand before throwing it onto the table. He gave a sigh and said while shaking his head, "It's a pity that even with how happy Hannes is here, he has to return to Anvilmar City in a few days." Looking at Viscount Leslie's slightly knit brows, Sui couldn't help asking, "You're going back with him?" Viscount Leslie looked at Sui and didn't reply immediately. First, he took a slow sip of his tea, like he was considering how to respond to Sui's question. Sui didn't urge him and silently waited in his chair. After a while, Viscount Leslie put down his cup of tea and tapped his finger on the table. He looked at Sui and gave a slow nod. "That's right. I'm going back with him." "Then you won't be coming back like you said last time?" Sui asked again. "Why? Aren't you doing quite well in Banda City?" Viscount Leslie revealed a faint smile and shook his head. "Perhaps to you and most people, I'm living quite well in Banda City. But to my family, it isn't good at all. As the eldest son of my family, these years of staying in a small place like Banta City, enjoying myself, is actually avoiding my responsibilities. The family needs me to become an important person, so they hope that I won't stay in Banta City anymore. I could resist and avoid this before, but this time, I can't keep avoiding them any longer. If nothing happens, I will enter the army after leaving Banda City and head to the northern borders, following my family's plan for me to accumulate military accomplishments. If nothing else unexpected happens, I shouldn't have the chance to return to Banda City." This was Viscount Leslie's responsibility for being born into a large family like the Stag family. He couldn't question it at all. But Viscount Leslie was a different kind of noble, being very open-minded. He wasn't proud like the other nobles. It was quite good cooperating with him and being his friend. Once he left, Sui would feel a bit disappointed in his heart. "Sui, inviting you here today, the first reason is to tell you as a friend that I'm leaving Banta City and to say goodbye. The other reason is to use my identity as your partner to give you a final request." Viscount Leslie then said. Sui forced out a smile. "Please tell me what request you have. As long as I and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce can accomplish it, we will definitely do it for you." Viscount Leslie nodded and said with a serious face, "Sui, let me sell my stock." "Sell stocks?" Sui was surprised. "Why?" "Lord Viscount, although you'll be leaving this place, you can still keep your stocks. I promise that your dividend each year won't be small. Why would you need to sell your stocks?" "I feel that." "Let me finish." Viscount Leslie raised his hand and cut Sui off. "Sui, let me ask you a question. When you decided to rent land from me and use that little slave to give me stocks, your goal was to approach me, or rather the family behind me, right?" This, Sui never thought that Viscount Leslie would ask something like this. Although both sides were aware of this, generally no one would expose it this directly. Seeing Viscount Leslie's serious expression, Sui thought about it before giving a slow nod after taking a deep breath. Yes, Lord Viscount. Since you are asking, I'll honestly answer. Right. My goal was to approach you and the family behind you. Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce was just a small company, and if there wasn't any support behind us, it would be hard for us to exist in Banna City, not to mention expanding. I knew back then that the Lord Viscount came from the Stag family, so I decided to use this method to approach you. Whether it was renting your land or giving you stocks in the company, I wanted to create a good relationship with you and finally gain the support of the Stag family. Viscount Leslie revealed a faint smile. Then when you went to Anvilmar City and couldn't see Lord Father through me, were you disappointed? Sui honestly nodded. Yes. If I could see Duke Stag, perhaps our Frestec Chamber of Commerce could catch the Lord Duke's attention. Having the attention and support of the Stag family would greatly help our company's development. Is that so? Viscount Leslie revealed a smile like he was having fun. Then Sushi, have you ever considered that obtaining the attention of Lord Father isn't a good thing for you? Other than helping and supporting the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, there is an easier and more advantageous choice to Lord Father, which is to swallow the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Suyi's expression changed slightly. He forced out a smile and said, probably not. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce is only a small and weak company. Would it catch the Lord Duke's eyes? Then why did you think that Lord Father would support you? Viscount Leslie's question made Sui speechless. Sui, accept reality. If Lord Father really noticed you in the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, it would be most likely that you in the Frestec Chamber of Commerce would be controlled by the Stag family, and there wouldn't be another choice for you. Don't tell me that you didn't know what me giving you those 300 slaves meant, right? Sui thought about it before he couldn't help asking back with a frown. Lord Viscount, why are you discussing this with me? Why would you choose to mention selling your stocks at this time? Why? Viscount Leslie revealed a smile as a lonely look passed in his eyes. Because in this world, there are few people I like, and you, Sui, are one of those people. Sui, although we haven't been in contact much since I've known you, I believe that you are a person with ambitious and lofty ideals. Moreover, you do have an ability that others don't have. I even sometimes feel that you have the ability to change this world. I don't want to see this hope being crushed or you perishing, so I want to help you and give you some advice. Seeing Viscount Leslie's serious expression, one that he had never seen before, Sui gave a slow nod. Please advise me, Lord Viscount. First, His Majesty doesn't represent the Lampuri Kingdom, just the royal family. The royal family is the largest noble family in the kingdom. Second, among the noble families, especially larger families, there aren't any real friends, only trying to take benefits from each other. The royal family has the most resources and most benefits in the kingdom, so they have the most contradictions with the large noble families. Third, I am the Stag family's eldest son and not the Stag family. You approaching me does not mean approaching the Stag family. Moreover, you have His Majesty's recognition and support, so just stay loyal to the royal family. Don't think about being friendly with both His Majesty and the Stag family. Fourth, His Majesty has proved he is a powerful king by ruling for decades, so don't doubt him. Fifth, you are an idiot in terms of politics, so just honestly manage the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Don't casually participate in politics. Sui and Viscount Leslie had known each other for this long and had been in contact many times. But this was his first time hearing Viscount Leslie say this much and to say it in such a serious tone. This advice had clearly come from the bottom of Viscount Leslie's heart, with each word being sincere and holding real implications. So Sui kept nodding as he listened. But hearing the final advice, Sui couldn't help being unconvinced. Even the Queen 70 had wanted Sui as a politician. So why did Viscount Leslie say that he was an idiot in politics? Before you have the identity to dabble in politics, you are just an idiot in politics. To Sui's doubt, Viscount Leslie reprimanded him without holding back. My advice is for you to properly manage the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, and once it becomes strong enough to affect many things in the kingdom, then you have the qualification to dabble in politics. And when many people have to seriously consider the words you say, you have the qualification to dabble in politics. Otherwise, you are just seeking your own death. Sui thought about it and had to admit that Viscount Leslie's words were right, so he nodded without refuting him. But that still didn't answer the question in his heart. But how does this matter relate to you selling stocks? Sui asked in a confused voice. First, because my goal is to become a large noble in the kingdom, I have to raise my position. According to the old rules of the royal parliament, I can't participate in any commercial business. Is there a problem with owning stocks? Then again, you can transfer them to someone you trust, like Butler Brunei. Sui said, Have you forgotten my advice from earlier? Viscount Leslie gave a soft snort. I am not the Stag family, but the Stag family can represent me. If I keep the stocks, you will be swallowed in one bite and you, in the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, will become a dependent. Even if it is Brunei. Viscount Leslie didn't keep talking, but Sui already understood what he meant. After thinking carefully about the meaning in Viscount Leslie's words, Sui couldn't help feeling moved. Lord Viscount, why are you thinking this much for me? I've said it just now. I feel you have the possibility to change the world. The world is just too boring right now, and it's hard enough for a special person like you to appear, so I hope that you won't be destroyed. I can only help you with this much right now. I hope that you will not disappoint me. Sui revealed a faint smile. Be assured, if I let down your expectations, wouldn't it mean that I wasn't worthy of them? Viscount Leslie gave a slow nod. Good, then I'll give you some final advice. After I leave, the family will send someone to take care of this land. Although this person hasn't been set yet, don't think that he is the same as me. A week after Sui's talk with Viscount Leslie and Baron Hannes left for Anvilmar City again in a horse carriage. Baron Hannes was very reluctant about leaving Banda City. Rather, he was unwilling to leave the Banda Times. The night before he left, he dragged Viscount Leslie and Sui out to drink. Since he was strictly raised by his family, this was Baron Hannes' first time wildly drinking. He became drunk after just a few cups and broke out weeping in front of Sui and Viscount Leslie. For the entire night, the two had to listen to Baron Hannes complain to them about his dream, his passion for the Banta Times, and his sadness about being in Anvilmar City. Finally, he fell down drunk and passed out. As for Viscount Leslie, since that day when he had that discussion with Sui, he didn't mention it again. Only when he was normally with Sui, he acted like that day didn't happen at all. Only Sui knew that in secret, Viscount Leslie had Butler Brunei take out the contract he had signed with Sui last year. He returned the 30% stock of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce back to Sui at a price of 300,000 gold coins. With the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's current value, this price wasn't high at all. But compared to Viscount Leslie's very low investment at the time, this was a very large gain. Of course, Sui and Viscount Leslie didn't care about this. If Viscount Leslie cared about making money, with how the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was developing, he would keep the 30% share he had. It would definitely bring him profits of more than 300,000 gold coins. The reason why Sui had transferred 30% to Viscount Leslie was to establish a good relationship with the Stag family, finding a large leg to hug. But Viscount Leslie had explicitly told Sui that relying on the Stag family was not a good choice, since the final result would be the Frestec Chamber of Commerce being swallowed by the Stag family, not leaving a single bit to Sui. To the advice of the Staff family's eldest son, Sui had no choice but to believe it. Even the eldest son Viscount Leslie said this, and even didn't hesitate to return the 30% back to Sui at this time. This meant that there was some contradiction between Viscount Leslie and his family Sui didn't understand for now, which meant that it wasn't reliable to go to the Stag family. But, is the king's support that easy to use? Seeing Viscount Leslie and Baron Hannes' horse carriage disappearing into the distance, Sui couldn't help thinking of Seveni's unimpressive, but very good-looking face that always had an elegant and gentle smile. In Sui's mind, compared to the king he had only met once, this queen was more trustworthy. Viscount Leslie and Baron Hannes leaving created large ripples in Sui's heart, but the lives of Banta City's people weren't affected at all, and everything went as normal. After the spring planting was over, the Banta City land reclamation project was smoothly finished with the help of large amounts of agricultural magic machines. According to data from the City Lord's Manor, after this land reclamation project, the farmland around Banda City had increased from 30,000 hectares to 110,000 hectares. As well, there were corresponding crops that had already been planted on them. According to initial estimates, Banta City's fall harvest would at least double last year's amount. If everything went smoothly, There would be a shocking result when the fall harvest came. To Count Shan, who was Banta City's city lord, this was an important achievement. So although Count Shan had been busy during this time, he had been very happy. Each time he saw Su Yi, he would have a very affectionate smile on his face. But when he heard the topic Su Yi mentioned today, his expression became very ugly. Constructing roads? Count Shan looked at Su Yi with an awkward expression and hesitated a bit before saying, Chairman Su, although I don't know what difference there is between these roads and the roads outside Banta City, constructing roads outside the city is very expensive. For a fellow who can spend money like you, building roads would be even more expensive. Our Banta City's current finances aren't good right now. I can't agree to this. Su Yi revealed a smile like he expected this and said without any surprise, Lord City Lord, this road does cost quite a bit of money, but there is an idiom in my hometown, which is that to earn money, one must first build roads. It means that if Banta City wants to become rich, the first thing it must do is build roads and protect them. To give an example, our Banta City has quite a few special products, which the magma berry that Still and I have liked eating during this period of time is considered one of. I think the Lord City Lord should also like eating this fruit. Can you acknowledge it as a delicacy? Count Shan couldn't help nodding. That's right. This magma fruit has a very good taste. It is quite sweet, and one doesn't get tired of eating it. So if it was put in Anvilmar City, I think many people would buy it even if it's sold for a gold coin per pound. That's right. Such a good fruit. But because it's hard to preserve, it can only be traded in Banta City and the surrounding cities. Let's not mention increasing the price. We can't even advertise it, which means we're losing a large amount of business. Su Yi said with a look of regret. Indeed, if we could sell it. Wait, how is this related to you building a road to the Falling Rain Valley? Count Shan suddenly remembered. If the magma fruit is sold to further places, it's clear that we need to build a road from Banta City to Anvilmar City first. Kid, don't think of using the Banta City flag to create benefits for your Frestek Chamber of Commerce. The so-called Falling Rain Valley referred to the piece of land the Frestek Chamber of Commerce had rented 50 kilometers to the west of Banta City. Because this land had two mountain ranges surrounding it, and it had the Falling Rain Forest at its back, it was called the Falling Rain Valley. On the matter of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce renting this large piece of land, Count Shan knew everything. How could he not know why Su Yi wanted to create a road from Banta City to the Falling Rain Valley? Lord City Lord, our Frestek Chamber of Commerce is a Banta City company. Benefits gained by our Frestek Chamber of Commerce are also benefits to our Banta City. Su Yi complained. If our company didn't wish to help the Lord City Lord, creating more factories and recruiting more workers, causing the hectare of land rented from Viscount Leslie to be not enough, how could we go to the Falling Rain Valley and ask you for a road? Lord City Lord, you can't unfairly judge me. Count Shan gave a snappy cold snort. All right, you make it sound nice, but in the end it's to help your Frestek Chamber of Commerce develop. Even if I wasn't involved, wouldn't you still be setting up a factory? After saying this, Count Shan focused. After hesitating a bit, he asked, speaking of this, Su Yi, why don't you keep renting land from Viscount Leslie and have to rent this large piece of land that is so far from Banta City from the king? If you just use this reason, it wouldn't make sense, right? Su Yi gave a dry laugh. Lord City Lord, renting Viscount Leslie's territory is too inconvenient in the end. Then again, in just a few days, that place won't be Viscount Leslie's land and someone else's. Oh, it seems like that kid Leslie spoke to you before he left. Count Shan looked at Su Yi in surprise. This kid treats you pretty good. He actually told you about this. The Lord Viscount is indeed pretty good to me. Thinking of the advice Viscount Leslie gave before leaving, Su Yi couldn't help sighing. He rubbed his knit brows and took a deep breath before saying to Count Shan, Lord City Lord, even if it is thinking for our Frestek Chamber of Commerce developing the Falling Rain Valley, there are good reasons to build a road from Banta City to the Falling Rain Valley. You've said that you fully support the development of our Frestek Chamber of Commerce, and now that our development has reached a bottleneck, you have to support us. You can't go back on your word. This kid, you want to pressure me? Count Shan scolded with a smile before giving a sigh. Actually, I understand your idea and want to help you. I even seriously studied the road plan you gave me last time and feel that if we build roads according to your plan, It will greatly help Banda City develop. But Count Shan spread his hands with a helpless look. I really don't have the money. Although Banda City's tax revenue is considered not bad in the Lampuri Kingdom, a large amount is given to the kingdom finances each year, and the rest is used for maintaining Banda City and the surrounding areas. So there's nothing left for other matters. As for building roads, first let's not mention the large amount of resources needed. Just the amount of people would be hard for me to find. Sui laughed. Lord City Lord, this is the important reason why I came to find you. Building these roads are not the same as the ones you imagined. Last year, our Frestec Chamber of Commerce made a road to our factory, and the largest expense was in manpower, so I understand your difficulty. But the cement roads I'm talking about are different since with the help of magic machines. The manpower needed isn't that high and most of the cost will come from resources. Magic machines? Count Shan looked at Sui with a confused look. You mean that your Frestec Chamber of Commerce has made magic machines for building roads? Sui gave a slight nod and said with a proud look, of course. Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce specializes in developing magic machines, so naturally it is easy for us to make magic machines for building roads. Then based on this, those magic machines should already be developed? Count Shan asked. Far beyond being developed, they have been tested and are currently being used. Sui replied with a smile. Lord City Lord, did the Omrit Chamber of Commerce Chairman Cruz invite you to see their newly developed concrete floor 2 days ago and suggested that you change the square outside the city Lord's Manor to this kind of floor? Count Shan thought about it and understood. The concrete had your Frestec Chamber of Commerce's involvement? When you said mention this matter, I thought that it was very strange. How could you know about this thing? Accurately speaking, I taught this thing to the Omrit Chamber of Commerce. And the most important cement was provided by our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's cement factory. Sui said with a smile. Lord City Lord, what do you think of the road made from cement? Of course it's very good, Count Shan said without any hesitation. Actually, I thought of this issue when I saw the cement floor 2 days ago. Since this thing can be used to make a square, it can be used to make a road. This thing is even smoother than normal ground and much harder. If it could be used to make a road, it is much better than the soil and gravel road outside Banda City. Speaking of this, Count Shan gave a sigh, but it is the same problem. This concrete floor is very expensive. According to what Chairman Cruz said, just a single square meter costs 60 gold coins. If it was used to make a road, it is paving a road with gold coins. Sui revealed a faint smile. A single square meter of cement costed 60 gold coins, so if it was converted to Earth's RMB, it would be around 60 RMB per square meter. If those road developers on Earth knew about this, they would think that one was skimping on materials. Of course, this is because the price in this world is too low. Actually, 60 silver coins for each square meter was already a shockingly high price for the people of this world. Lord Count, don't worry. You won't have to take out a single copper coin for this road. I came looking for you today just to have you authorize this road building project. Without your authorization, I wouldn't dare to build such a long road by myself. Sui said. Count Shan was instantly stunned. You mean that? For this 50-kilometer road from Banta City to the Falling Rain Valley, your Frestec Chamber of Commerce is planning to pay for everything? Sui nodded with a faint smile. That's right. Building roads is a very expensive matter. On Earth, building public roads was something funded by the government, supplemented sometimes by private capital. It was rare for a road to be completely built with private capital. Because the roads connecting a country can be considered its veins, there was no doubt of its importance. If it wasn't controlled by the government, it could easily become a large problem. If it was possible, Sui naturally hoped that he could fully pay for the road construction plan across the Lampuri Kingdom. But the fact was that the Lampuri Kingdom's financial situation wasn't that good. The large companies and large nobles of the kingdom had plenty of money, just the kingdom's finances were lacking. Reflecting this onto Banda City, the city lord Count Shan and the chairman of those large companies could live rich lives, but Banta City itself didn't have much finances. It was clearly impossible to build roads when the financial situation was this bad. So Sui gave up on letting Banda City and the Lampuri Kingdom pay for these roads and decided to pay for them himself. Viscount Leslie's advice before leaving could be considered a warning to Sui. It made him lose confidence and hope in developing on Viscount Leslie's, or rather the Stag family's land. So he had to develop the Falling Rain Valley. Although the Falling Rain Valley's position wasn't bad, connecting the Falling Rain Forest and crossing mountains, allowing him to develop relationships with the Night Song tribe's elves and the dwarves of Norma tribe and the Angola tribe. But it was still 50 kilometers away from Banda City, and if he wanted to develop it, he had to connect them and had to first build a road to Banda City. This road was around a total of length of between 50 to 55 kilometers. According to the Omrit Chamber of Commerce's price of 60 silver coins per square meter of concrete, to create a road that was 3 meters wide, 15 centimeters thick, wide enough to hold 2 horse carriages, adding the base price of constructing the road, it would cost a total of around 130,000 to 150,000 gold coins. It should be said that the price of this over 50-kilometer-long road wasn't high, but the Frestec Chamber of Commerce didn't have enough floating capital now, so Sui couldn't pay this much gold coins. Isn't this simple? We'll follow the old method and use cement as payment. Chairman Cruz patted his chest and generously said to Sui, "We are old friends. I believe in Chairman Su. We can help you finish this project and you can slowly pay. I'm not in a rush, ha ha." Sui looked at him. Of course he wasn't in a rush. According to Chairman Cruz's plan, he wanted Sui to spend even more money on this road. That way his Omrit Chamber of Commerce could keep their monopoly on the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's cement and continue to hold their advantage in the construction industry. Of course, Sui didn't reject this method. He wasn't willing to pay anyway, so using cement to pay was an acceptable method. The cement factory had been in the Norma tribe for some time, and the dwarves were getting used to making the cement. Then adding in the fact that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had made progress in developing the magic cement mixer and other magic machines, the cement output of the Norma tribe had greatly increased. They went from last month's amount of 3,000 tons to this month's amount of 7,000 tons. And after the next 2 cement factories were added to the Norma tribe and Angola tribe, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce would be producing over 20,000 tons of cement each month. According to the price that Sui had with Chairman Cruz of 1 ton for 6 gold coins, it would only take a month or 2 for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to pay the costs of building this road in terms of cement. Of course, if Sui sold the cement publicly, the price would be over 6 gold coins per ton and would earn even more money. But the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had too many construction products and couldn't separate from the Omrit Chamber of Commerce. Sui was very happy to use cement to maintain the good relationship between the 2 companies. The cement was mainly produced with the clay and limestone that the dwarves dug out of the crossing mountains, so the cost could be basically ignored. "All right, we'll do this." Thinking of this, Sui nodded and confirmed their cooperation again. "That's right, Chairman Cruz. I've heard that Chairman Morgan has looked for you and wanted to develop a magic machine with your Omrit Chamber of Commerce." Chairman Cruz waved his hand with a look of disdain. "Che, that fellow has gone further than just looking for me. He's gone to every company in Banta City with a bit of power. But there was basically no one that agreed to him because everyone knew that it would be hard to compare to your Frestec Chamber of Commerce in terms of developing magic machines. Instead of undertaking this fruitless task, it is better to do things they excel in. Don't you think so, Chairman Su?" These words are quite right. Sui nodded as he gave a cold laugh in his heart. He believed it if the Omrit Chamber of Commerce declined the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's cooperation deal to develop magic machines. But if they wanted him to believe that the Omrit Chamber of Commerce wasn't interested at all in developing magic machines, Sui wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Other than the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce, who didn't plan on hiding themselves at all, almost all the large companies of Banda City had basically invested in developing magic machines. It wasn't just for the large profit magic machines brought. It was also to master the magic machine technology and develop magic machines that they needed. Of the large companies of Banda City, not a single one could avoid using products made by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Taking the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce as an example, just last week, Chairman Morgan had made an order of 10,000 small magic drills to Sui. At the same time, Chairman Morgan had shown interest in the magic impact crusher Sui had mentioned. He said that once it was tested, he would put in a large amount with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. The small magic drill had a selling price of 78 gold coins, so 10,000 of them was 780,000 gold coins. And the selling price of the Magic Impact Crusher Sue mentioned went as high as 260 gold coins per unit. If one wanted to make a large order, one had to spend a large amount of gold coins without any doubt. If the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce could develop these two mining magic machines themselves and produce them, it would save them a large amount of gold coins. The same situation as the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce was shared by the Omrit Chamber of Commerce and the other companies. All the other companies wanted to avoid the Frestac Chamber of Commerce earning large profits from this situation, but after using those magic machines, they had to admit that the magic machines were indeed very easy to use. Right now, those companies couldn't separate themselves from the magic machines. Since they couldn't separate themselves, the only method was to develop them. They would strive to grasp this magic machine technology for themselves and no longer allow themselves to be controlled by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Only other than some success on the magic fan technology that Sue willingly handed out. As for the other magic machines, especially the large magic machines, the companies hadn't made any development at all. As these thoughts flashed in his mind, Sue couldn't help finding this funny. He patted Chairman Cruz's shoulder and said in a friendly voice, "Of course, we are good partners. If the Omrit Chamber of Commerce is really interested in developing magic machines, Chairman Cruz can just talk to me. If there is something I can help with, I will definitely do my best." Really, Chairman Cruz's eyes lit up, but he then caught himself. He gave an awkward smile and shook his head as he said, "No, no. Our Omrit Chamber of Commerce will honestly stay in the business of construction. A complicated thing like magic machines is something Chairman Sue and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce can play with. I won't mess around." Sue revealed a faint smile and didn't continue this topic. He then discussed the concrete plans of constructing this road with Chairman Cruz. After discussing with Chairman Cruz until the evening, Sue rejected Chairman Cruz's invitation for dinner and headed to a yard that occupied a rather large space to the south of Bana City. Since Evita and Akali's 5 classmates joined, the small building the two lived in before clearly wasn't enough as a research lab. So Sue had rented this yard ahead of time with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's name. This courtyard used to be a Viscount's residence in Bana City, but since that Viscount left Bana City, it was empty for Sue to buy. The yard took up a space of over 2,000 square meters, including 3 small buildings and several houses. Other than giving the 10 members of the research lab a place to work, it also gave Evita and Akali's 5 classmates a place to live. When Sue entered the courtyard, he smelled something fragrant. Taking a sniff, Sue was certain that tonight's dinner was made by Evita. As expected, when he entered the main hall, he saw Evita taking off an apron and preparing to start eating. Seeing Sue suddenly come over, the group was stunned. After a while, Akali jumped up and excitedly called to Sue, "Sir Chairman, why are you here?" Sue revealed a faint smile. "I haven't eaten yet, so I came here to leech a meal." Looking over the dishes on the table, Sue pointed to one that was rather dark and said with a smile, "Let me guess, this one should be made by Akali, right?" Akali angrily looked at Sue and said with a cold snort, "I'm sorry, Sir Chairman, you were wrong." "Oh, other than you, there is someone else who can turn stir-fried vegetables into baked vegetables?" Sue asked in a fake surprised manner. Everyone broke out in laughter. "Sir Chairman, you really guessed wrong. This dish was something that Cecilia offered to make. It really wasn't made by Akali." Bella on the side said with a smile. "Ah." Sue looked at the blushing Cecilia in surprise. He never thought that this shy and gentle girl who was even worse than Evita would be even worse than Akali at cooking. This really is surprising still. I thought that gentle girls like Evita knew how to cook, but I never thought there was an exception. Cecilia lowered her head even more and silently gnawed on the bread in her hand, not saying a word. "Sir Chairman, stop bullying Cecilia. She is very shy." A girl named Claire with natural black curls said with a smile, "If she can't take it and comes to my room to cry, I have to ask Sir Chairman for compensation." Cecilia suddenly looked up and hit Claire's shoulder as she angrily said, "You're the one who cried." Seeing Cecilia act like this, everyone couldn't help breaking out in laughter. Finding that even Shock, who always had a bad expression, couldn't help smiling, Sue couldn't help feeling satisfied. It seems like after working here for a bit, these young people had gotten used to living here. It was because of their vigor and talent that the Frestech Chamber of Commerce could develop those shocking magic machines. These youths didn't know this, but Sui was certain on this. As long as they worked hard, they would definitely become powerful magic mechanical engineers, becoming an important part of the magic machine industry. Looking over their young faces, Sui suddenly found a problem. That's right, where's Wella? Why don't I see her? Did she go out to eat? Sui asked. To make research more convenient, after Sui bought this courtyard, he had Wella move from the laboratory at the factory over here. Because Wella was now alone in Banda City, all her food and accommodations were taken care of like Claire and the others. Big sister Wella went out before eating. She said she wanted to see someone and didn't know when she would come back. Evita responded, see someone. Sui was a bit confused. Since coming back from Sultan City, Wella hadn't been willing to go out during this time. She didn't want to see her acquaintances in Banda City, so who did she suddenly go out to see? Perhaps Big Sister Wella went to find some boyfriend. We don't need to wait for her. Akali waved her hand. Sir Chairman, sit down and eat. It's a good thing that Evita made some more today. But why don't you go home to eat today? What about Vivian? There's some activity at school today, so Vivian is eating dinner at school. Otherwise would I come here to leech a meal off you? Sui casually replied before doubtfully sitting down. This isn't right. Even if you want to leech a meal, you should go to Still's house. You are Still's boyfriend now. Still will definitely welcome you if you go leech a meal. Bella said. Shock sitting opposite Sui froze. He looked up at Sui and a complicated look appeared in his eyes before he lowered his head to silently eat his meal. I want to, but Still hasn't come back from Karma City after doing an advertisement there for our company. I can't just have a candlelight dinner with great magician Camilla alone, right? Everyone broke out in laughter again. When the laughter stopped, there were footsteps that came from the door. Sui turned to look and saw Wella walking in with someone else. Seeing the person beside her, Sui was stunned. Rem, why are you back again? Because a few months ago, after Wella and Rem left the Leo Chamber of Commerce in Sultan City, they came back to Banda City. But when Sui invited them to the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, Wella accepted while Rem rejected Sui. After Sui asked Wella about Rem, he learned that Rem had left Banta City to find another company to work for. As for what he was doing or what company it was, Rem didn't even tell Wella. Sui thought that Rem was intentionally hiding it from Wella like a man who had failed at his enterprise, only coming back to Wella after he had found some success. Who would have thought that he would appear in Banta City again, appearing in front of him with such a clear lost look on his face, looking defeated? Sui couldn't help saying again. When this was said, Sui realized that this was improper, so he stood up and beckoned to them while saying, come over and sit. Wella, if you and Rem are back now, you shouldn't have eaten outside, right? Come, sit and eat. Evita made the dishes today. It tastes quite good. Wella nodded and pulled Rem's sleeve. As she took a step forward, Rem forced out a smile as he looked at Sui. Sui, why are you here as well? I have some work here, so I might as well scrape some food. Sui casually replied. Looking at Wella sitting down, he hesitated a bit before he gave up on asking anything and beckoned to Rem to sit down. Akali and the others looked over Wella and Rem, looking to be filled with curiosity. Although Wella was several years older than them, she was completely different than them who had just graduated from school. Not only was she stronger than them, she was much more stable and mature, having more experience than them. Although they hadn't been together for long, Wella had already received their heartfelt approval and respect. Moreover, Wella was usually serious and a bit cold, so it made them respect her while also making her feel like she was hard to approach. But now they found Wella come here with a man who was around the same age as her, so it really surprised them. Seeing Rem naturally sit down beside Wella, their eyes filled with even more curiosity. Could it be like Akali had guessed? This Rem really was Wella's boyfriend? The atmosphere at the table was a bit strange. Akali and Bella, whose hearts burned with the flames of gossip, wanted to try asking several times, but they were stopped by Suyi's eyes. Wella had a calm manner, slowly eating her food. But Rem's body expression was much more unnatural, and he had a frozen expression, roughly eating his food. After waiting for Wella to finish, Rem put down his bowl and gave Wella a look. Wella was silent for a bit before saying to Sui, Chairman, I have something to discuss with you. Do you have time? Hearing Wella call Chairman, In her respectful tone, Rem's expression changed slightly, but it quickly recovered. Sui had long finished and had been patiently waiting while drinking some tea. Now that Wella had finally spoken, he put down the teacup and stood up, pointing to the back of the living room. Let's go back to talk. Let's not disturb their meal. Wella and Rem stood up at the same time. While being watched by Akali's group's curious gazes, they followed Sui to the small room behind the living room. The three of them sat down, and Sui looked at the silent Wella and Rem before revealing a smile. He broke the silence first and asked Rem, Rem, I've heard Wella say that you found a new company to work for and are still researching magic machines. Rem's expression froze and he looked at Sui with a complicated gaze before saying with a bitter smile, That's right. This company also studies magic machines. But during this time, I found that Wella is completely right. If we're talking about studying magic machines, there is no company that can compare to your Frestec Chamber of Commerce, rather can't compare to you. I have been studying magic machines at my current company and haven't made any progress at all. Magic machines are very complex. It isn't realistic if one wants results in a short period of time. Sui gave a nod and pointed at Wella before saying, Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has these results now because there are researchers working hard at our research facility like Wella. Other than Wella, I can tell that your other researchers are just kids who have just graduated. Are they strong enough? A look of disdain appeared on Rem's face. Since even they can have achievements, there's no reason that we magicians who are stronger than them can't. Sui couldn't help knitting his brows. How could Rem be this arrogant? He clearly hadn't had any achievements. So how could he look down on Evita and the others who had already made large progress in terms of magic machines? It was already being light saying that he had high eyes and low hands. Wella looked at Rem and coldly said, Actually, you haven't had any results even now, and those kids who you look down on have had many results with just their hard work. Of the magic machines that our Frestec Chamber of Commerce produces, other than the ones great magician Camilla researches, the rest are made by them. What right do you have to look down on them? Wella's unrestrained words caused Rem's face to turn red, and he couldn't say a single thing. Seeing that the atmosphere became a bit awkward, Sui said with a smile, Let's not talk about this. Rem, did you come back this time to see Wella? Or was it for something else? This? Rem hesitated a bit, but he didn't respond and looked at Wella. Wella knit her brows before relaxing them. She looked at Sui with a calm face and said, Chairman, Rem came back this time to work in Bana City. I mean, he wants to work for our company. It's best if he can research magic arrays with me at our research facility. What do you think? If one had to talk about price, Rem was far from being able to compare to Wella. From meeting Wella when he entered the magic tower last year, he had known her for around a year, and this was Sui's first time seeing Wella ask anything of anyone. Thinking of this, Sui looked at Rem in surprise, but he found that he had a look of hope and no shame at all. Sui couldn't help giving a cold laugh in his heart. This fellow, if he had mentioned this himself, Sui could still give a high view of him. But now that he had urged Wella to mention this for him, he really made Sui despise him. Although the Rem from before always looked down on people, and Sui didn't really like it, he had never made Sui despise him. He really didn't know what he experienced in these months after leaving Banta City to turn him into this. But whether he despised him or not, it was hard enough for Wella to mention this request, so he couldn't not give her face. After considering it, a smile appeared on Sui's face as he said, All right, our Frestec Chamber of Commerce is lacking magicians in our research facility. As for Rem, who is an experienced magician in researching magic machines, of course we welcome him. Rem's magic power is quite good, so there's no need to consider this at all. I represent the Frestec Chamber of Commerce in welcoming Remington. Seeing Sui stand up and stretch his hand at him, Rem quickly stood up and took his hand. He said with a smile, Thank you, Sui. Chairman, I will definitely work hard. No, properly learn. Sui revealed a faint smile. At least you know how to learn. Otherwise, if you keep looking down on people, you wouldn't be able to stay in this research lab. Wella, there are some things that need to be paid attention to that I won't say, so you can tell Remington. Sui said. Other than that, I will have someone bring the employment contract and the confidentiality agreement tomorrow, so you can tell Rem what to do. Wella nodded. Rem asked in a surprised voice, Confidentiality agreement? What is that? Oh, It's a contract to stop our research staff from revealing some of our company's secrets. If it is breached, one needs to pay compensation. This isn't anything. It won't have any effect as long as you don't go against the contract. Sui explained. Rem's expression changed slightly, but it quickly returned to normal. He nodded with a smile and said, that is normal. After all, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce has many technology related to magic machines, and if it is casually revealed, the losses wouldn't be small. Sui nodded with a faint smile. It's good you understand. After saying a few more things and making the final decision to hire Rem, Sui stood up and left. Wella stopped Akali and Evita, who wanted to send Sui off, and she sent him off herself. When the two came out, Sui looked at Wella and said, Wella, if you have anything that isn't convenient to say in front of others, just mention it now. We can be considered colleagues from Great Magician Camilla's Magic Tower, so there isn't anything you can't say with our relationship. Wella looked at Sui for a while before softly saying, Thank you. Sui revealed a faint smile. You're welcome. Our Frestech Chamber of Commerce lacks magicians anyway, so even if you didn't mention it, I was very willing to hire a magician like Rem with his power and experience with magic machines. But Rem, Wella opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything else and just gave a sigh. Seeing the desolate look on Wella's face, Sui couldn't help saying, Wella, would you mind if I ask you some personal questions? Wella looked up at Sui and revealed a bitter smile. You want to ask about me and Rem? Right. I've heard that in the few months that Rem was away from Bandit City, he hadn't even contacted you, so I'm a bit worried. When we were colleagues back at Great Magician Camilla's Magic Tower, I was jealous of you two being together, but this situation now. Sui thought about it and found that he couldn't continue, since it was too straightforward. It should be impossible for us now. Wella very directly gave him her answer. I thought that I would be very happy that he was coming back, but when I saw him come back, I found that I already didn't feel anything for him. I didn't feel any special feeling after seeing him, and it was like seeing a stranger. So I know that it should have ended between us. Sui was silent for a while before asking. But now that he has joined our research lab, and you will be working together every day, so will this affect you? Wella shook her head. No. I really don't have any feelings for him anymore, and will only treat him as an acquaintance. To return to the relationship from before, it is definitely impossible. Sui had some understanding of Wella's personality, and since she said it was impossible, it really was impossible. He wanted to comfort her, but he found that Wella didn't need it at all. Thinking about it, Sui said with a dry laugh, That's good. I don't have anything else to say. I hope that Rem can work here properly in the future. With his ability, I believe that he will become an important part of the research lab. Wella gave a soft nod and didn't say anything. Sui paused and found that he had nothing to say, so he raised his hand to bid Wella farewell. After coming out of the little alley the research facility was in, he turned around to take a look. He found Wella standing at the main entrance looking up at the starry night sky, not knowing what she was thinking. Sui gave a sigh. This magician couple that all their colleagues had a good impression of had actually split for a strange reason. It really made him feel sad inside. If he and Still separated one day, would he be as calm as Wella? Impossible. Still had a determined look as she said without any hesitation. First, it is impossible for me to break up with you. Second, even if there is a day when you don't want me, I will definitely go crazy and won't be as calm as Wella. Moreover, if you ever let me down or break up with me, it is likely I will duel you. Sui laughed and reached out to tweak her nose. Dueling me? Don't forget that my strength has increased, and I'm a 5th grade magician now, not weaker than you. If you really do me, who knows who'll win or lose? Then how about we fight right now? Still pushed away Sui and stood up in a dueling position. Sui waved his hand with a smile. All right, you're a kind and beautiful girl with such a good personality. How could I be willing to give you up? To be honest, I'm more worried that the goddess in the eyes of everyone would not like me anymore and will give me up. Right. What about your trip to Karma City this time? How was it? Did you have fun playing around these 2 days? Play? There was no time to play at all right? Still rolled her eyes at Sui and jumped into Sui's bed. She rolled while holding Sui's blanket and complained, I've been helping the company advertise during these 2 days, attending all kinds of banquets. When I had some rare free time, all the Karma City nobles and merchants came to bother me. Really, Everyone already knows that I'm already your girlfriend. So why do they keep looking for me? Could it be that they still haven't given up? Chasing after beauties is in human nature. You can't stop this. Sue said with a smile. Then again, you are my girlfriend and not my wife yet. So how could others give up? Still looked at Sue in surprise. She narrowed her eyes and revealed a sly smile. What? Sue, are you proposing at a time like this? Sue gave a shrug. If the beautiful young Miss Still is willing, how about it? Still buried her head into the blankets for a while before looking over and revealing a sunny smile to Sue. I'm sorry, this young miss hasn't decided yet. Chairman Sue will have to keep working hard. Sue gave a sigh and helplessly said, so that means you don't need to worry about me not wanting you, and I should be the one worried, right? Still jumped out of bed and threw herself into Sue Yi's embrace. She threw a strong kiss onto his cheek and said with a smile, relax, unless you become as man like Rem without any self-respect. How could I not want you? Although there are a bunch of disgusting men following me around, how could they compare to you? There are quite a few beautiful and charming girls by your side other than me, so I'm very worried. Sue was surprised. Are there girls who are more beautiful and charming than you? Where? Can you introduce me to them? Still revealed a faint smile and pointed at Vivian, who was carrying out a dish, as she said, here. I won't mention Evita and Akali. Even Vivian has already become a little beauty. Be honest, did you buy her from Viscount Leslie because of this back then? Hearing what Still said, Vivian's little face turned red and she quickly put down the dish as she returned to the kitchen. After a while, there were clattering sounds that came from the kitchen. Sue snappily pinched Still's cheek. Vivian is still a child. What are you teasing her for? Still gave a soft laugh. All right, let's not talk about Vivian. But there is a girl who is more beautiful than me by your side. More beautiful than you. Sue doubtfully looked at Still. Still, this is nonsense. How could there be a girl more beautiful than you? You don't believe it? Still stood up and looked around before suddenly raising her voice. Agnes, come out. I know you're there. Stop hiding. We'll be eating soon anyway. Spatial distortions appeared in a corner of the room, and a figure appeared, who was the elf girl Agnes. Young Miss Still, what did you call me for? Agnes asked Still. Still walked over and lifted her hand to take off the hood covering Agnes' face. She stroked her finger across her elegant face before saying to Sue, how about it? Agnes is more beautiful than me. Admit it. Agnes looked at Still in surprise. Young Miss Still, you were talking about me now? I'm sorry, I don't understand your human standard of beauty, so I don't understand why you think I'm more beautiful than you. But from the viewpoint of us elves, whether it is your face or your figure, you conform very well to our elven standard of beauty. From what I can see, you can be considered a work of art. Seeing Agnes' serious expression, Still's face turned red and she became embarrassed. No, Agnes, you're the one who's truly beautiful. Although I have confidence, I still feel I can't compare to you. There isn't much difference in the appearance of us elves, so I'm not outstanding by elven standards. But young Miss Still is the most outstanding human I've seen. Just pretty isn't enough to describe you, and you must use beautiful. If you say it that well, I really... Stop. Sue couldn't help raising his hand to stop the two of them. What are you two flattering each other for? All right, you're both absolute beauties. Stop being modest. Of course. Still gave a confident snort and turned back to Agnes before clapping her hand. That's right. Speaking of this, Agnes, I have something to talk to you about. Talk to me. Agnes pointed at herself in surprise. Sue also looked at Still with a confused look. What could she be looking for Agnes for? Come, let's sit and talk. Still pulled Agnes over to the table and thought for a bit before saying, when I went to Karma City this time, I bumped into Master Cassidon at a banquet, and he asked me which master's hand our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's magic lamp advertisement came from. Because Sue had told me that you're not willing to reveal yourself to humans, I told him that you weren't willing to reveal your name. But Master Cassidon said that he really liked your drawing and seemed to have learned a bit from it. Only a single drawing wasn't enough. So he hoped that I could give you a message asking if you could give him a few more drawings, or if you could teach him a bit. He would be willing to pay a high price. What do you think, Agnes? Agnes looked at Sue with a dazed look. I don't understand this. What do you think, Chairman Sue? Did he give a high price? How high? Sue asked Still. Still stretched out a finger, 1,000 per drawing. He couldn't help gasping. That high? Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce only spends 50 to 100 gold coins getting an advertisement from Master Anlios. But Agnes can sell her drawing for 1,000 gold coins? This is too much of a difference. Master Cassidon also said that using gold coins to measure Agnes' drawing was shaming the art. But he couldn't think of a way to move Agnes. He could only use this plan, so he wanted me to apologize to Agnes. Still at it. He couldn't help smiling as he said to Agnes, Agnes, it seems like you don't need to work for our Frestec Chamber of Commerce. You can just rely on your drawings to earn a large amount of money. Agnes shook her head. I'm not working for Chairman Sue for money. I know. He nodded. The reason Elder Elugia agreed to you working for our company was to hope to use you as a breaking point, testing out contact between the elves and humans. She wants to strive for peace and coexistence with the humans on the Signs continent. Since it is like this, Agnes, are you prepared? Prepared for what? Agnes asked in surprise. Prepared to make contact with humans. He said. Elder Elugia hoped that you could contact humans and test out how humans will treat elves. But Agnes, since you left the Night Song tribe and came to my side 2 months ago, you have been hiding by my side the entire time. You haven't contacted the humans at all, so this may be letting down Elder Elugia. Agnes lowered her head and said in a soft voice, I'm a bit afraid. Afraid of what? Afraid that humans will eat you. He reached out his hands and lifted Agnes' head, letting her look at him again. Come, look at me. I'm a human. Are you afraid? No, Agnes honestly replied. He turned her head towards Still. Look at Still now. She is also a human. Are you afraid of her? Still immediately revealed a kind, sunny smile. No, Agnes replied again. He let go and pointed at Vivian, who had finally walked out of the kitchen. Now look at Vivian. She is also a human. Are you afraid of her? Agnes shook her head. No, that is right. He spread his hands and said, Look, me, Still, and also Vivian are all humans, but you aren't afraid of us. Moreover, by following me during this time, you should have made contact with many humans, so are you afraid of them? Agnes hesitated again and thought about it before answering. You, young Miss Still, and Vivian all know of my existence and are familiar with me. You have also gone to our tribe and helped us, so you can be considered my friends. But the other humans don't know about me, and I'm not familiar with them, so I don't know what they will do. The elders taught us since we were young that humans were a complicated race. We elves have been deceived by humans many times, so we can't easily trust humans. He couldn't help rolling his eyes. In the end, it still comes back to Elder Elugia. She wants elves and humans to coexist, but she put these kinds of thoughts in your mind since you were young. Could this be considered hindering her own plans? The elder was thinking about our tribe. It wasn't her fault. Agnes immediately refuted. All right, I know. I agree that Elder Elugia did everything in consideration for you elves, so she wasn't wrong. But Agnes, since you believe in Elder Elugia and she wants you to contact humans, so you should go out to meet people. Why are you so resistant? Sui asked. Agnes was a bit speechless. All right, since Elder Elugia has entrusted you to me, then you should just follow my arrangements. Sui looked into Agnes' eyes and seriously said, How about it? Agnes, do you trust me? Agnes looked into Suyi's eyes and slowly nodded. I do. Good. There wasn't a chance before and you weren't ready yet. So I didn't force you to contact humans. But since there's such a good chance, Agnes, you have to prepare your heart. I will find an appropriate chance for you to meet some other humans. Agnes replied as her eyes gradually filled with determination. 9 in the morning, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's second product announcement had formally begun. When it had just started, the process went as everyone had expected. In front of everyone, Sui introduced the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's newly developed product, the Magic Bread Maker. It should be said that everyone welcomed the appearance of this thing, especially the people of Bana City. When the Frestec Chamber of Commerce not only developed the Magic Rice Cooker and even developed on it, making the automatic Magic Rice Cooker, it could be seen the importance placed on this product. But the main method of eating grains in Bana City was wheat and bread made from it. No matter how easy it was to use the automatic Magic Rice Cooker, it wasn't any use to the people of Banta City who weren't used to eating rice. Before this, the Bana Times had even conducted a survey of Bana City, investigating what every hoped the next magic machine developed by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce would be. The final result was a magic machine that could automatically make bread was the winner. Now that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had finally made the magic bread maker, it could be considered finally fulfilling the hopes of many people in Bana City. According to Su Yi's introduction, this square-looking magic bread maker that was the size of a human head was very simple to use. It just required a necessary amount of flour, water, egg, or other things that people like to add in to be placed into the magic bread maker before pressing the switch. The magic bread maker would automatically mix everything and then ferment it for some time before it went on to bake the bread. During this process, the person making the bread only needed to press the button after a certain time. They didn't even need to mix the flour, which saved quite a bit of time. Compared to the troublesome method of making bread yourself, it was without a doubt much easier to use the magic bread maker. After Su Yi introduced the magic bread maker, many Bana City citizens who came to watch the fun cheered out. They loudly said that they would immediately buy a magic bread maker to take home. Su Yi accepted everyone's praise with a faint smile before following the process of the product announcement, demonstrating the product in front of everyone. Finally, when he pressed the switch to start baking, Su Yi stopped and turned to everyone to say in a loud voice, "Everyone, it'll take around 1 to 2 hours for the bread to bake. So during this time, Chairman Su, can we ask questions?" A reporter from Sultan City impatiently asked from under the stage. Su Yi revealed a faint smile and shook his head. According to normal procedure, this time should be time for everyone to ask questions, but it is different today. During this time, the Lord City Lord and I have something to announce to everyone, so I ask everyone to be patient. After this matter is announced, I will honestly answer your questions. Of the Banta City citizens that came to watch for fun, there were some who were prepared to leave after hearing that it would take an hour or two for the bread to finish baking. But now that they heard what Su Yi said, they stopped out of curiosity. The reporters right under the stage focused their minds. Their eyes couldn't help looking at the mysterious person who was covered up on the stage. If their guesses weren't wrong, the matter that Su Yi and Count Shan wanted to announce was very likely related to this person. Su Yi looked at Count Shan with a look of inquiry, and Count Shan gave a slight nod back. So with a soft cough from Su Yi, everyone began to calm down. He clapped his hand, and 2 Frestec Chamber of Commerce workers behind him took out a large painting. Su Yi turned the painting and showed it to everyone under the stage. Everyone looked over and found that it was the advertisement the Frestec Chamber of Commerce used to promote the magic lamp. This painting had been on the large signs outside Bana City's 4 gates for 2 entire months. Not mentioning Bana City's people, even people from other cities were familiar with it. It was because of this painting that Still's position as a goddess was cemented in the hearts of the people. Even after she announced that she was dating Su Yi, this wasn't affected at all. But why was Su Yi taking this out now? In order to show off Still, this beautiful girlfriend that everyone admired? Meeting the crowd's doubtful gazes, Su Yi pointed at the painting and said, "Everyone should recognize this painting, and I think people shouldn't be unfamiliar with the magic lamp on this painting. But does everyone know who drew this painting?" Everyone looked at Su Yi in surprise. This question was indeed a large doubt in everyone's hearts. When this advertisement was released, it had created a large stir in Banta City and the surrounding cities. Because this painting was just too good. Even the ordinary people who didn't know much about art were attracted by it, so there's no need to mention the masters of each city. After Master Anlios denied that it was his handiwork, everyone couldn't help guessing who made this painting. To create this work that was deemed a work of art by all the masters of art, once this person was revealed, the world would wildly chase after them. But no matter how they asked, they couldn't obtain any information on this person. There were some people who even asked Su Yi, but they were rejected by him since the other side didn't want to reveal themselves. Now that Su Yi had taken out this painting in front of everyone and raised this question, could it be he was finally revealing their identity? Thinking of this, everyone looked over at Su Yi. Some reporters couldn't hold back their excitement as they began asking questions. "Chairman Su, you're prepared to tell us who this master is?" Su Yi raised his hand to calm them down. "Please be patient. I'll give you the answer later. Before this, I have to tell you some other things first. First, the magic lamp." Su Yi pointed at the magic lamp in the painting as he said, There are many people who have told me that the magic lamp our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has made is too beautiful. It is simply a work of art. Selling them for a gold coin each was just blasphemy. Many people under the stage couldn't help secretly nodding. This magic lamp had created a tidal wave of purchases in the surrounding cities after it was released because it was just too beautiful. Many people didn't even treat it as a magic machine, but rather as a piece of art. Some of the richer families even bought the 3 different kinds of magic lamps the Frestec Chamber of Commerce made, not to use, but rather to collect them. Perhaps not everyone would agree that a gold coin for one is blasphemy, but everyone agreed that it was just too cheap. Now I'll tell everyone that the one who drew this painting also participated in designing the magic lamp. Su then said. The crowd instantly stirred. So the magic lamp and the painting were actually connected like this. But thinking about how the magic lamp and the painting and the final produced magic lamp were very similar, many people being able to see the similar style, being filled with an artistic feel, they understood. Then Su clapped his hand, and the 2 Frestec Chamber of Commerce workers took down the painting. They then took out the automatic magic rice cooker and the magic bread maker. Su held them up with one in each hand. Everyone look. Are the automatic magic rice cooker and the magic bread maker beautiful? Everyone was stunned as they looked up at the 2 magic machines in Su Yi's hands. It was currently the morning and the April sun wasn't blinding, shining down on the automatic magic rice cooker and the magic bread maker's silver casing. It reflected a silver light that wasn't dazzling. Although the 2 magic machines had different appearances, looking at them, they were very smooth and natural. It didn't seem like they were carved by an artisan at all, and this was the natural appearance of those 2 magic machines. Many people felt very comfortable seeing these 2 magic machines for the first time. Now that Su had mentioned it, they couldn't help nodding their heads and praising their beauty. Although describing these 2 lumps of metal as beautiful made people feel a bit strange, other than the beautiful, they really couldn't think of anything else to describe it with. Ryan thought of something and asked in a loud voice, Chairman Su, you wouldn't be saying that the automatic magic rice cooker and the magic bread maker were all designed by that master, right? Su revealed a faint smile. That is right. That master indeed worked on designing this. But this design was not made by her alone and was the result of our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's design department working together. Design department? Everyone was a bit surprised. What is that? The so-called design department mainly designs the appearance of our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's products. Take a look, this is the same magic bread maker. I'll put this magic bread maker with a lump of black iron that has the same ability as it. But which one would you choose? Of course the prettier one. A person under the stage replied in a loud voice. The crowd instantly agreed. Su laughed. That means that our design department works on this. Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce not only wants to give everyone useful products, but we also want to ensure they look good. Only like this would everyone be willing to spend their money when they buy our products. Don't you think so? The reporters under the stage looked at each other before they looked at Ryan, thinking about what Ryan had said before. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce had many cards people didn't know about. Other companies were still studying how to copy the magic machines, but the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was already considering the design of the magic machines. Just based on this, they surpassed the other companies researching magic machines by an unknown amount. All right, I have introduced this product designer of our Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Now I invite the Lord City Lord to say a few words. Su moved back and Count Shan came up to the stage, causing the doubt and curiosity in everyone's heart to become stronger. Based on what Su said, this master that everyone was curious about was hired by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce and worked as their whatever product designer. But how was this related to the Lord City Lord? Was there a need for him to say anything? Count Shan appeared in front of everyone and said in a clear voice with a faint smile, "Citizens of Banta City and friends from other cities. Hello, I am Banta City Lord Count Shan Samo." Seeing this many people come to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's product announcement, I am happy for Chairman Su, because for his Frestec Chamber of Commerce to attract this many people, it means that the sales amount will reach an amount that will satisfy him and will earn the Frestec Chamber of Commerce a large amount. But it's a pity that no matter how much money the Frestec Chamber of Commerce earns, it won't give me a single copper coin. So I'm happy for Chairman Su and afraid that he won't appreciate it. After saying this, Count Sean deliberately revealed a helpless appearance and gave a sigh. The crowd under the stage broke out in laughter. They thought that even though Count Sean was normally aloof, he really was quite charming and humorous. All right, let's get back to the topic. I want to ask everyone a question. There are many people under the stage, so other than humans, are there friends from other races? Count Sean asked. The crowd was stunned. They looked around and found that there were only humans here. Count Sean took back the hand he had placed on his forehead and said with a sigh, "It's a true pity. There doesn't seem to be any. Everyone, several thousand years ago, other than us humans, there were also elves, dwarves, beastmen, halflings, and even dragons that lived together on the continent. After several thousand years, now there only seem to be humans left on the continent. Other than some dwarves that we meet occasionally, it is very rare for us to see other races. Although this means that we humans are now the rulers of the continent, I still feel that this situation is quite pitiful. There were many different races that used to live on the continent, but if there are only humans left, it really feels a bit lonely." The people under the stage couldn't help feeling a bit strange. What was with the Lord City Lord today? Why did he suddenly speak of this in front of all these people? Although it had been several thousand years since the race wars and humans didn't have much hatred with the other races chose to disappear from the human world, so this can't be blamed on humans. Then again, how is this related to what Sue E just said? In the crowd, Ryan's eyes quickly fell onto the masked person and his heart began beating a bit faster. According to Sue Yi's introduction and what the Lord City Lord said, this masked person's identity would really shock everyone. I won't say as much as Chairman Sue. I just want to ask everyone here a question. If there was someone from another race that appeared in front of you, how would you treat them? After saying this, Count Sean actually moved to the side to everyone's surprise. Sue E came forward again and looked at the stage who were moved by Count Sean's words. He took a deep breath and said in a loud voice, "Now I'm honored to introduce to everyone our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's product designer, young Miss Agnes Arditon Vane Sarkland." After saying this, Sue E turned around and raised his hand at the masked person behind him. In front of everyone's surprised, curious, and doubtful gazes, the masked person slowly came to Sue Yi's side. After pausing for a bit, a slender and crystalline white hand came out of the cloak. It was slowly raised as it pulled back the hood covering her face bit by bit. A face that was incomparably beautiful and natural, with a trace of mysteriousness to it, appeared in front of everyone. But everyone's gaze couldn't help moving away from her beautiful face and falling onto the long and slender ears on the side of her head. Cold breaths could be heard coming from under the stage. Since the race wars several thousand years ago and humans took over the Science continent, the living spaces for other races had been gradually squeezed out by humans. With this, other than some races that had disappeared without a trace, of the races that still existed on the Science continent, it was the elves that used to rule the continent that were the most rarely seen. At first, after the race wars, one could still see the elven race on the Science continent. But as time passed, and in the most recent several hundred years, it was very hard to see the appearance of an elf. If it wasn't for several hundred years ago when people had witnessed elves, meaning that the elves still existed on the continent, many people would have thought that the elves had silently faded away like the halflings. Elves were rare to see. Other than elves not trusting humans and not being willing to appear in front of humans, because elves were very good at hiding themselves. As long as they weren't willing to show themselves, it would be very hard to find them. For most humans, elves were a legendary existence, and they had never personally seen them before. Of the over 5,000 people gathered in the market square, there wasn't a single person here that had ever seen an elf before. Now that there was an elf that suddenly appeared in front of them, everyone was stunned. After everyone's eyes were gathered on Agnes' long ears for a while, they slowly moved onto Agnes' face. After seeing Agnes' face, everyone couldn't help gasping in shock. The girls of the elf tribe were rumored to be beautiful. This elven girl whose name they didn't know looked to be around the same as a 20-year-old human girl, with incomparably fine features and almost perfect facial proportions, which were matched with a pair of deep blue large eyes. It made people unwilling to turn away. Everyone couldn't help comparing her to Still in their hearts. They found in shock that although this elven girl's appearance wasn't similar to Still's at all, it still was shocking. Moreover, it was different from Still's sunny aura and she had a naturally fresh and mysterious aura to her. Although the styles were different, it still dazzled people. Sue. Chairman Sue. Is she real? A reporter under the stage pointed at Agnes with some difficulty as he asked Sue E this. What, real or fake? Sue E asked back in a strange voice. Could it be that you think that I had someone dress up as an elf to fool you? I'm not doubting you. Only elves have never been willing to contact humans and rarely appear in front of them. So how? The reporter looked at Agnes' fine features before stuttering out. How could they reveal themselves in front of all these people? That was the question in everyone's hearts. According to the rumors of elven personality, to reveal their true appearance in front of thousands of humans, this was something that elves would never do. Sui revealed a faint smile and looked around before raising his voice. Friends, this world never stops changing. We humans have never stopped changing, so it isn't strange for the elves to change either. Young Miss Agnes is an example of the elves changing. Not only is she our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's specially invited product designer, she is also the ambassador of the elven race sent to contact us humans, representing their willingness to contact humans. Right now, I want to ask everyone, after seeing Agnes, do any of you have thoughts about hurting her? Huh. Everyone under the stage called out in shock, and the reporter from before couldn't help asking. Chairman Sue, what kind of damn question is this? Such a beautiful and mysterious elven young miss. How could we possibly think of hurting her? We're in a rush to protect her. That's right. It's this hard for an elf to appear in front of us, and we don't even have time to be happy. How could we think of hurting her? What a joke. That's right. Even if she wasn't an elf, just based on the fact that she's this beautiful, I wish to propose to her. How could I want to hurt her? Chairman Sue, you must be confused from being in the sun too long. Anyone that would want to hurt this beautiful and cute elven girl is definitely a freak. Right. This is simply looking down on people. Chairman Sue, please take back this question. Seeing the crowd surge under the stage, Sue smiled at Agnes and said, How about it? Agnes, are you still afraid? Agnes helplessly looked at the noisy crowd under the stage, and only after a while did she ask Sue E. Chairman Sue, is what they said true? Sue E gave a shrug. Most of it is true, but I can't guarantee if everything is true. After all, the heart is a complicated thing, and I can't guarantee that everyone will do what they say. Then, you mean that there are some people who want to hurt me? Perhaps, Sue E said with a faint smile. But Agnes, we can't just look at the bad side of a problem. Even if there are people who want to hurt you, compared to them, there are more people who like you. Look at the over 5,000 people down there. I dare to guarantee that at least 5,000 of them wholeheartedly like you. So you don't need to worry that much. Seize this chance and properly introduce yourself. Agnes gave a soft nod. Her eyes looked over everyone's passionate faces under the stage, and she took a deep breath before raising her voice. Hello everyone, I am Agnes. Just like you can see, I am a normal elven girl, and I come from the Night Song tribe. Sir Chairman, can't you think of a way? Ankto, who had taken over for Hines as the household magic machine workshop manager, pointed at the empty space in front of the factory and said with a bitter look, These fellows have completely blocked our factory's entrance every day. Our workshop can't even get our materials without them investigating it first. It's greatly slowing down on production speed. That's right, Chairman, our magic machine workshop has also been greatly affected. If this keeps going, not mentioning the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce and Omrit Chamber of Commerce's orders, it might even affect the Agricultural Department's Agricultural Magic Machine order. Camby on the side also had a pained look on his face. I really don't understand. Just what are you humans thinking? Isn't it just an elf? Do all these people need to surround us every day? You don't understand. This is called chasing a star. Sui gave a helpless sigh. He looked at the sea of people in front of the factory and also felt a bit of a headache coming on. Since Agnes revealed herself at the product announcement, it created a raging tide. Countless people surged the Frestec Chamber of Commerce just to get a single glance of Agnes. At the beginning, the news only spread in Banta City, so only Banta City's people came. But after a few days, the newspapers of the surrounding cities published this explosive news. Not only did countless people come from the nearby Sultan City and Karma City, even quite a few people from the further Canberra City and Norton City came. Even in the further Kramer City and the kingdom's capital Anvilmar City, quite a few people had rushed over. Now on the land outside the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, there were over 10,000 people waiting there. All these people surrounded the factory, so naturally it affected the production of the factory quite a bit. It filled Ankto and Camby, who were in charge of the factory, with complaints. Sui also thought at first that these fellows were just here for fun. After a while, they would naturally scatter. But who would have thought that after an entire week, not only did the crowd outside decrease, rather it gradually became larger. Seeing these frantic people outside, Sui could only give a bitter smile. Although he had experienced how terrifying those fans on Earth were when they were chasing stars, he still felt a strong headache when he had to deal with this kind of matter. To these people, Agnes' effect was even stronger than the Emperor's in the entertainment business on fans. After all, now that there were only humans, elves were existences of legend. Now that a real elf had appeared, the shock it brought couldn't be compared to. After seriously considering it, Sui felt that he couldn't ignore this matter any longer, or it would just become worse. "Agnes, come out," Sui suddenly called out. The space to the left of Sui distorted and Agnes appeared. Even though he had seen Agnes several times when she followed Sui around, seeing Agnes' fine face appearing in front of him again, Ankto couldn't help taking a few more looks. His eyes were filled with curiosity and praise. Seeing his reaction, Camby couldn't help asking, "Hey, Ankto, why do you humans have such a large reaction to seeing elves? Is it because Agnes is beautiful?" Ankto was revealed by Camby, so his face turned a bit red as he explained. "It isn't because of just beauty. Of course, young Miss Agnes is very beautiful, not lacking even when compared to young Miss Still. But it's mainly because I'm curious. There's no choice since this is my first time seeing an elf. I think most of the people outside the factory are the same as me, just purely curious." "Then according to what you said, the reason why you don't react when seeing us dwarfs is because we're normally seen, so you aren't curious at all?" Camby asked. Pretty much," Ankto said in a thoughtful voice. "Actually, I was a bit surprised when I came here at first to see all these dwarves, but I wasn't really curious. After all, although there are few dwarves, there are many places they can be seen. For example, in Banta City, including Master Lanus, one can see several dwarves normally. We become used to them after seeing them, so of course we wouldn't be curious." "That's right," Sui followed up. He turned to Agnes and said, "Look, Agnes, we humans have such a large reaction when you elves appear. It is because you appear just too little. If we can see you each day, we'll quickly get used to you and won't be that curious anymore, so we can treat you normally." Agnes looked at the people outside the factory and nodded. It should be this way. So you'll go out with me now and let those fellows gradually get used to your existence." Sui pulled Agnes in and said a few soft words before leaving the office with her. When they came to the office doors, the crowd outside the factory exploded with cheers. "Look, it's Chairman Sui. Chairman Sui is out. Look, who is behind Chairman Sui? It's young Miss Agnes. God, I finally got to see young Miss Agnes. She is this dazzling. When I see her, I feel like fainting in happiness. Oh, great Miss Elf, let me kiss your jade feet. I'm willing to be your slave for life." Scram. "You look like a pig and you think you're worthy of being the noble young Miss Agnes' slave? It should be me who takes that role." Seeing Agnes appear, the crowd that was rather restrained was like oil dropped into cold water, and it exploded. It was like the dense crowd exploded from a dam and charged at Sui and Agnes like a wave. They instantly surrounded the factory like a fence and flattened the dirt around it. Sui knit his brows and raised a hand. His magic energy surged, and a dirt wall that was half a meter tall and as thick as a person appeared 20 meters away from them, blocking everyone from coming over. Waving his hand, two small hurricanes appeared and slowed down the momentum of the crowd. With the earth wall and the intense wind, it calmed down the excited crowd. From the front of the crowd, the people charging gradually slowed down before they stopped in front of the earth wall. Seeing everyone calm down, Sui let out a sigh of relief. It was a good thing he used two hurricanes to slow down the crowd. Otherwise, in this situation, it was very easy for people to get trampled. If this commotion took even a single life, not only would the Frestec Chamber of Commerce receive infamy, baseless accusations could be thrown at Agnes because of this. With Agnes still not fully trusting humans, just based on this, it could ruin everything that Elder Elugio worked hard for. Sui waved his hand and used magic to create several earth walls of different heights before walking to the highest earth wall with Agnes. Friends, I know that you all want to see young Miss Agnes. Now that she is here, she has some things to say to everyone. I ask everyone to be quiet and listen to her. As soon as Su Yi's voice fell, the noisy crowd instantly became silent. Everyone's gaze gathered, falling onto Agnes beside Sui. Wild fans really are terrifying. Sui could only secretly give a sigh. He looked at Agnes and took a step back, leaving the highest position to her. Although Agnes had appeared in front of other humans at the Frestec Chamber of Commerce during this time by Su Yi's request, so she was a bit used to seeing humans and wasn't as unsettled. In front of such a large crowd with all these eyes gazing at her, she was still a bit nervous. She looked back at Su Yi and seeing him give her a nod with a faint smile, Agnes' nervousness faded a bit. She turned back to face the crowd, and after taking a few deep breaths with the method Su Yi taught her, she raised her voice to say, Hello everyone. I'm very grateful that everyone is here to see me, and I'm happy that we elves are this approved and accepted by humans. When I left my tribe to come here, I was worried about whether I could adapt to living with humans. But Chairman Su told me that humans had good hospitality and that I shouldn't worry. Based on what I see now, Chairman Su was right. Humans are indeed not what we imagined. They are not all deceitful and sly people not worthy of trust. There are many good and kind people like you all. But we elves are a race that like quiet, and you are just too welcoming, so I really can't get used to this. Moreover, if you all gather in front of the factory like this every day, it will affect our work. As a member of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, I do not wish to see the company affected because of me. So I hope that everyone can calm down a bit. Can you all not surround the factory like this in the future? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. They never thought that Agnes' rare appearance would be to raise this kind of request. But young Miss Agnes, we're here to see you. If not here, where else can we see you? A person asked in a loud voice. That's right, we are all loyal supporters of young Miss Agnes. Everyone just wants to see you. We don't have any other requests. Could it be that even this isn't allowed? You can't say it like this, right? Didn't you hear, young Miss Agnes? We are affecting the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's work and also affecting her. Could it be that Chairman Su is causing trouble for young Miss Agnes? How could that be? Chairman Su, although I admire you, how could you treat young Miss Agnes like this? No, I don't agree. Agnes didn't think that her words would create this kind of reaction, and she couldn't help looking at Su Yi for help. Su Yi revealed a faint smile. Agnes, you don't need to think about me or the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Just say what you really want to say based on your true thoughts. Agnes was a bit hesitant, but, according to what Chairman Su has taught me about humans, if I say what I'm really thinking, they might not be happy. Is this all right? Su Yi's smile became a bit strange. Relax, you can just say what you want. I promise nothing will happen. Do you remember how you were the first time you met me? But from what I can see, your ways right now can't compare to your ways from before. Really? Agnes thought about it and decided to believe in Su Yi. She turned around and met everyone's gazes. After pausing for a bit, her eyes went from warm with a bit of nervousness to a bit cold, and her voice turned a bit cold. To be honest with you all, I'm not happy that you're surrounding this factory to see me because it makes me feel like I am a monster. Being stared at by everyone's curious gazes, I don't like it at all. If it remains like this, I will choose to leave this place and return to my tribe. I'll tell the elder that you humans still can't live normally with us elves. From now on, we elves will never appear in front of you humans ever again. Agnes' cold words reached everyone's ears with the special magic of the elf race, stunning everyone. Looking at Agnes' beautiful calm face without any expression from the distance, everyone could feel that Agnes was speaking the truth. Thinking about how Agnes might disappear from this, causing the elves who had finally shown themselves to humans to disappear, everyone became unsettled. No, young Miss Agnes, we definitely didn't mean to insult you. You mustn't misunderstand. That's right, we really just want to see you. We definitely don't think of you as a monster. Really, that's right. You're an elven girl who is as beautiful as an angel. How could anyone see you as a monster? That person must definitely be blind. Right? Young Miss Agnes, you mustn't go. It was hard enough for me to see the legendary elves in my life. How could you just leave like this? Young Miss Agnes, please stay. No matter what request you have, we will agree, all right? right? We'll all listen to you. No matter what you say, we will do. Seeing everyone around her begging her, Agnes was a bit surprised. She wanted to turn back to Sui for advice, but she remembered what Sui had just told her. So she focused herself and continued without any expressions. I left my tribe to come live in the human world because the elder hoped that we elves could live in peace with humans, which means this is the elder's test. So I hope that you humans can treat me normally. I just want to see if humans can live normally with elves. If you all keep acting like this, the experiment will fail. Good. We'll support you. Young Miss Agnes, we'll treat you like a normal human from now on. Right? You are just a human girl who is a bit special. What do you think about this? Just a human. Of course, you are a beautiful human girl. All right, if you can do this, I can stay. Agnes gave a slight nod. Other than this, I want to give you all a serious warning. Chairman Su is my friend, and if you insult Chairman Su in front of me again or disrespect him, I will take it as an insult or disrespect to me. I will use all my power to punish that person. Please remember this. Everyone was stunned again before a person shouted out, "All right. Disrespecting Chairman Su is disrespecting young Miss Agnes. Whoever dares disrespect Chairman Su in the future, I will be the first one to go against him. I hope that you humans can keep your promises." Agnes nodded. "Please leave this place immediately. Me and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce staff still have work to do, so we hope you won't bother us." After saying this, Agnes immediately used her shadow stealth spell and disappeared in front of the crowd. Everyone looked at where Agnes disappeared, and after being stunned for a bit, they suddenly cried out in shock. "Wah! Young Miss Agnes is too cool. I really love her to death." That's right. So elven women were actually this handsome. There aren't any girls like this among us humans. That's right. I really like her more and more. I've decided. I will change the goddess in my heart from young Miss Still to young Miss Agnes. You fickle fellow. You simply are a disgrace to us humans. Humph, I won't be like you. From this day forth, there will be two goddesses in my heart. This fellow, you have the face to talk about me? What does it mean to have two goddesses in your heart? Are you a player? Hey, they are the goddesses in my heart. How is it related to being a player? I'm not hoping that anything happened with them. I'm just silently supporting them in my heart because I like them. That's more like it. All right, I'll also do the same. The crowd slowly dispersed as they discussed this, and after a while, there were only several dozen fellows who didn't give up remaining at the factory. He couldn't help shaking his head. If he didn't have the experience of seeing crazy fans from Earth, he really didn't know how to deal with this. After returning to the office, Ankto and Camby looked at him in a daze. "Chairman, is this all right?" Ankto pointed outside in disbelief. "I thought those fellows were crazy and wouldn't leave no matter what you or young Miss Agnes said. I never thought that after young Miss Agnes scolded them, they would actually leave so obediently. What does this mean? It doesn't mean anything. You just don't understand the thoughts of crazy fans." He waved his hand. "All right. Now that the people surrounding the factory have been taken care of, we can work like normal. Ankto, did you see the orders for the magic bread makers? Do you think that you can finish them within the given time?" Ankto calculated it before revealing a difficult expression. "Sir Chairman, aren't there too many magic bread makers? To make over 50,000 in just a single week. Even if our workshop doesn't do anything else and only makes magic bread makers, we can't finish this." He gave a bitter laugh. "Not just you. Even I didn't think that the number of magic bread makers would be this terrifying. Thinking about it now, other than the magic bread maker having a greater use than the magic rice cooker, Agnes' advertisement might have been a bit too useful. For an elf that humans hadn't seen in a long time to appear at the product announcement for the magic bread maker, this matter seemed to have caused a stir in every part of the Lampuri kingdom. When everyone heard the news of this elf, naturally they would know about the product announcement the Frestec Chamber of Commerce held, and also the star of the announcement, the magic bread maker. It had to be said, for the many families of the Lampuri kingdom who mainly ate bread, the magic bread maker was a very useful household magic machine. And the other companies of the kingdom naturally saw the opportunity here. So less than a day after the product announcement, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce received over 100,000 orders. There were 50,000 orders that were requested to be finished in a week, which was something that was basically impossible. In the end, our company's factory is a bit too small, and we can't greatly increase our production efficiency. Su-yi gave a sigh before patting Yangto's shoulder and saying, "Just do your best. I'll make adjustments to the order. When the Magic Machine Workshop develops the automatic production magic machines, our production efficiency will be increased several times, and you won't need to worry." Su-yi had Yangto not worry, but Camby on the side revealed a look of worry. "Chairman, you say it so easily, but the automatic production magic machines are just too hard. Me and my brothers have researched this for nearly a month, and our progress has been small. To really completely this, we don't know how long it'll take." "What? You met some kind of bottleneck?" Sui asked in a curious voice. "Didn't I teach you all the skills necessary before? Also, the magic array has already been finished. You just need to design a structure that can support it. So, is it hard?" "It isn't hard per se, but the problem is," Camby scratched his disheveled hair and said with a bitter look, "Chairman, for the structures of automatic magic machines that you've taught us, you've added in some measurements that we can't understand." "Can't understand?" Su-yi was surprised. Then he remembered that the fine-tuning for the automatic magic machines that he requested from Camby and the others were very high, far surpassing that of the basic magic machines. So he labeled the blueprints like he did on Earth, using very small units. But to the people of the Signs continent, although they had the same large units of measure as his previous world, using the same basic unit of meters, their accuracy was far lacking. In terms of lengths, the Signs continent's smallest unit was centimeters, so there was no millimeters and there was no need to mention nanometers. And the automatic production magic machines had a high requirement for fine-tuning, usually measuring in millimeters, so this could go beyond what Camby and the other dwarves knew. Thinking of this, Su-yi understood. He was just copying his mechanical engineering knowledge from Earth and had completely forgotten the situation on the Signs continent. This was because Su-yi had been focused on how to present Agnes to the humans, so he had neglected all of this. "This was my fault," Su-yi honestly admitted. "I only requested a higher precision, but I forgot to explain what his means. How about this? I'll make a vernier scale in my free time for you, and then I'll make a micrometer later. With these two things, you should understand the precise measurements I'm giving you." "Vernier scale? Micrometer?" Camby and Yangto looked at each other, not understanding what these meant. But since they came to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, they had heard many words they didn't understand from Su-yi, so they weren't surprised. These two things are very basic, but also very important tools for measurement. Our company will have a higher and higher requirement for accuracy in the future with magic machines, so we have to have these two tools. You also need to grasp how to use it, and also let the workers learn how to use them," Su-yi said before knitting his brows and realizing a problem he had ignored. Since creating the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, he had always used his inspiration to propose magic machine one after another to the research facility in Camby. Although using his strong foundations in mechanical engineering to give concrete ideas and even creating some blueprints, he had never told them about design standards. These things were the most basic of basics for mechanical engineers and didn't need to be explained, but for the people of the Signs continent, this was a completely new territory. Thinking of this, Sui stroked his chin as he muttered to himself, "It seems like I need to write a book." His thought of writing a book was suddenly interrupted by something. It couldn't be considered sudden either. When Viscount Leslie left Banna City, this matter, or this person was definitely coming. He just didn't know when they would come. At the end of April, a cavalcade came to Banta City from Anvilmar City. The one in that cavalcade was Viscount Leslie's successor, which was also the new lord that the Stag family had sent for their territory in Banna City, Baron Belil Stag. The Frestek Chamber of Commerce had rented a hectare of land from the Stag family. As the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's chairman, it was reasonable for Su-yi to pay him a visit as soon as possible. But when he talked to Butler Brunei, who Viscount Leslie had left in Banna City, he learned that the Lord Baron had just arrived and had many important people to see. He didn't have time to see Su-yi right now, so he had him wait first. Su-yi was instantly stunned before asking Butler Brunei with knit brows, "Are these the words of the Lord Baron?" Butler Brunei replied without any emotion, "Yes." Su-yi's brows knit even tighter. If Butler Brunei were conveying the words of Baron Belil Stag, it meant that the other side was completely looking down on Su-yi or was openly revealing hostilities towards him. No matter which one it wasn't something that Sue wanted to see. And from the angle of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, compared to strangely being hostile towards them, Sue hoped that this was the Baron looking down on him. It was fine if he looked down on him or was just arrogant, but it was very troublesome if he was hostile. Thinking of this, Sue then asked, Butler Brunei, did the Lord Baron mention my name or our Frestec Chamber of Commerce? Butler Brunei looked up at Sue and after pausing, he slowly nodded. Yes, when I was making my report of the territory, I mentioned your Frestec Chamber of Commerce, and the Lord Baron learned of your existence. Then what attitude did the Lord Baron have? Sui kept asking. Sui thought that Butler Brunei wouldn't seriously answer this question, but after Butler Brunei thought about it, he suddenly stood up straight and said with a look of disdain, there are many small companies in Banna City. I really don't know why that fellow Leslie places such importance on this. After saying this, Butler Brunei restored his uncaring appearance and said, these were the words of the Lord Baron. Sui looked at Butler Brunei in surprise for a bit before seriously saying, thank you. Butler Brunei nodded and remained silent. After leaving the manor Viscount Leslie left behind, Sui entered his horse carriage and ordered the driver to head towards the city lord's manor. As the carriage continued, Sui fell into his thoughts. Although he didn't know why, Butler Brunei's actions had surprised him. He had shown Sui Baron Belil Stag's real thoughts, which would be a very big help to Sui in making his decision. According to what Butler Brunei showed this Lord Baron should have learned of Sui and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce from Viscount Leslie. He could even infer from his words that Viscount Leslie might have specially told him some things about the Frestec Chamber of Commerce or Sui before he came to Banna City. As for the Lord Baron's response of not sparing a glance, this was because to him, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce wasn't one of the big companies of Banna City, so it wasn't worth entering the eyes of a junior from the Stag family like him. Sui didn't expect the new lord to be as open as Viscount Leslie, having the same appreciation and support for him in the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. But he just hoped that the new lord didn't have any special goals. For example, according to what Viscount Leslie said, if the Stag family noticed the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's potential, they would decide to move against them. They would send a smart lord who would use the land the Frestec Chamber of Commerce is currently renting and the powerful influence of the Stag family to swallow the Frestec Chamber of Commerce bit by bit. Ha, 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 ha. Sui, you really are thinking too much. Count Sean Samo broke out in loud laughter as he pointed at Sui and said, I say, Sui, should I say that you're thinking too highly of yourself or too lowly of yourself? Sui looked at Count Sean with a confused look. He didn't understand why he would react so strangely after he came to him for help. What does this mean? In terms of thinking too highly of yourself, you think the Stag family would actually specially send someone to deal with you and your Frestec Chamber of Commerce? You have to understand, the Stag family is one of the top families in our Lampuri kingdom. Even if it is me, I can only look up to Lord Duke Stag. For such a giant, who is only second to the Lampuri kingdom's royal family, would they need to specially deal with a small Frestec Chamber of Commerce? Count Sean asked with a smile. Although our Frestec Chamber of Commerce isn't big, I have to admit that there's still some value. Not only are our product revenue margins high, our prospects are very wide, so it wouldn't be strange if the Stag family set their eyes on us. Sui asked in an unconvinced voice. Count Sean shook his head with a faint smile. Although you're completely right, Sui, you have to see reality. Even if your Frestec Chamber of Commerce's prospects are broad, you are just a small company who earns less than 500,000 a year. This isn't worth mentioning at all to the Stag family. Why would they send someone to specially deal with your company? Not afraid of everything, just afraid of if. Sui said, you have to thank that fellow Leslie for this. If it wasn't for him helping you hide the truth from the Stag family, your worries would have become a reality. Count Sean said with a deep sigh. Even now I still don't understand why he helped you this much, actually even thinking of things in long term. Viscount Leslie helped me hide the truth. Sui was surprised. He thought of Viscount Leslie's advice from before he left, and he understood. It seemed like Viscount Leslie never reported his appreciation for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to the Stag family, and had even lowered his evaluation. This caused the Stag family to have the wrong evaluation of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's worth, causing them not to place any importance on it. The 300 slaves from the Stag family last time was proof. According to Viscount Leslie's warnings, Sui didn't let those 300 slaves touch the core technology of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. He just had those slaves work on some simple assembly work. Those 300 slaves had already left the household magic machine workshop, and the Stag family didn't send anyone else after that. But Sui was still a bit confused. Even if Viscount Leslie hid this, our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has quite the fame in the kingdom. It is impossible for the Stag family to not investigate us, so why do they have this kind of attitude? This was the second thing I said. Sui, you're looking down on the Frestec Chamber of Commerce too much. Count Sean stopped laughing, and after a pause, he said with a serious face, although the Frestec Chamber of Commerce isn't big right now, you have met the king and have signed the cooperation agreement with the agricultural department representing the king. When the agricultural department announced this, your Frestec Chamber of Commerce had already become famous among the nobles. Because the king wants to popularize the agricultural magic machines through the agricultural department, they have to cooperate with your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Of the nobles in the kingdom with land, they can't avoid cooperating with your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. The Stag family is the large noble family with the most land in the kingdom, so they are the first ones the king's plans apply to. It could be said that everyone is paying attention to them right now, so of course it's impossible for them to move against your Frestec Chamber of Commerce at this time. Sui was surprised. Then why does the new Lord Baron look down on our company? Count Sean thought about it before replying. According to my contact with Baron Belil, perhaps it is because his personality is like this. As for why the Stag family would send him here, that is a matter of the Stag family, and I can't reply for you. Sui considered this before slowly nodding. All right, I understand. Many thanks for the City Lord's advice. According to Count Sean's analysis, the Stag family should still be paying attention to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, but they didn't have a clear understanding of its true value. Perhaps to the Stag family, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce is just lucky. They were relying on some agricultural magic machines they developed to receive the king's recognition, which resulted in this large order. In the end, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was just a very small company. According to Baron Belil, it was just a small company that couldn't even stand at the top of Bana City. If the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was like the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce with influence all over the Lampuri Kingdom and having the Joel family behind, there would be no need to mention the Stag family paying attention to them. As for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, they weren't qualified. Should I be happy or disappointed? Sui revealed a bitter smile. Count Sean patted Sui's shoulder and said with a faint smile, "Don't think that much. You just need to know that I like you and your company very much. It is the same with that fellow Leslie. His Majesty's attitude isn't very clear, but based on the attitude of Her Highness Queen, His Majesty should also favor you and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. When the agricultural magic machines spread across the kingdom, your Frestec Chamber of Commerce will have a true foundation in the kingdom. Anyone will have to consider it if they want to move against you. Will you still need to be worried with this foundation?" Sui considered it before nodding with a smile. The City Lord is right. As long as we finish this matter, we won't need to think about anything else. Sui looked at Count Sean and seriously asked, City Lord, I'm very grateful for your support towards me and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. But why are you supporting us like this? You can't even understand this? No wonder that fellow Leslie said that you were an idiot with politics. He wasn't wrong at all. Count Sean said with a sigh. It's very simple. First, looking at it from a wide perspective, I'm hoping that our Lampuri kingdom will become stronger, so I support His Majesty. Second, from my personal point of view, your Frestec Chamber of Commerce has already recruited 500 workers, and their income is quite good, which is enough to solve the daily problems for 500 families. This is very helpful in stabilizing Bana City. Moreover, according to your plan, your Frestec Chamber of Commerce will hire several thousand or over 10,000 workers in the future. If this becomes real, our Banta City citizens will quickly become rich, and it'll be much easier for me as a city lord. And if this result was achieved, wouldn't my status in the kingdom also increase? Sui understood. If this was on Earth, this was called political achievements. Indeed, according to his plan, with the development of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, the Banta City residents would be freed from the farmlands and would invest into industrialization. When all of Banda City was placed on the track of industrialization, the citizens would all have decent incomes and everyone's basic livelihood would be easily guaranteed. For the Lampuri kingdom that wasn't strong and where many people couldn't eat their fill, this was a dazzling achievement. Thinking of this, Su-yi couldn't help saying to Count Shan, "Lord City Lord, it's a good thing the Stag family doesn't favor our company like you, or that if that I worry about might become real." Count Shan revealed a faint smile. "Your Frestek Chamber of Commerce is under my eyes. Who understands it better than me? As for your worries, just give them up. The thing you need to do now is to properly develop the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. Remember, as long as you become stronger, you have nothing to fear." Sui gave a strong nod. It should be said that Count Shan was completely right. As long as the Frestek Chamber of Commerce became stronger, so strong that people would have scruples about messing with them, then Sui would not have to worry about a large noble family swallowing them up one day. But for the Frestek Chamber of Commerce that couldn't even stand at the top of a small city like Banda City, it was without a doubt a very long path. Of course, a meal had to be eaten mouthful by mouthful, and a road had to be taken step by step. One can't rush things at all. It was a good thing that the Frestek Chamber of Commerce was developing at a high speed. Compared to when they were established last year, the Frestek Chamber of Commerce had become several times stronger in comparison. The simplest method of comparing was to compare numbers. When the Frestek Chamber of Commerce was formed last year, they sold a total of less than 1,000 magic fans in their first month and received less than 2,000 gold coins. Back then, Su-yi had used the large blacksmiths in the city to create the outer cover, which had a high cost. So calculating everything, the final net profit was less than 500 gold coins. Although this was a large amount to Su-yi and Heinz at the time, compared to the current Frestek Chamber of Commerce, it wasn't even equal to the amount needed to buy materials for the research facility each month. According to Seabass' April finance report, the Frestek Chamber of Commerce had quite a bit of profit now. Among them was the household magic machines, which had stable sales from the automatic magic rice cooker and the magic lamp. Other than the explosive sale from when they were just released, there were 6,748 automatic magic rice cookers sold in April, for a total of close to 13,000 gold coins in profit. The magic lamps sold 8,211 units, which had a net profit of just over 5,000 gold coins. Moreover, as the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's fame spread to other places in the Lampuri Kingdom, even merchants from cities that were over 400 kilometers away from Banta City came to place orders. Right now, the sales for these two magic machines still kept growing. Other than this, the sales for the magic bread maker released in April was simply shocking. The product announcement was in the middle of April, and according to the data, in the latter half of April, the magic bread maker actually sold over 150,000 units. Other than the fact that the Lampuri Kingdom's main source of grain was in bread, the more important thing was the effect of the explosive news of Agnes the elf appearing in front of everyone. The magic bread maker had a price of 4 gold coins, but it cost less than 1.5 gold coins. Therefore, the net profit of the magic bread maker reached a terrifying 370,000 gold coins. Although because the household magic machine workshop couldn't keep up with this terrifying amount in a short period of time, so this profit was thinned out in the end, such a terrifying figure had even shocked Su-yi. Calculating all of this, the net profit of the household magic machine workshop in just April was close to 400,000 gold coins. Compared to the household magic machine workshop, the magic machine workshop had even more explosive net profits. For example, in the contract the Frestek Chamber of Commerce signed with the Agricultural Department for 30,000 agricultural magic machines, the price of that order reached a terrifying 1,700,000 gold coins. Taking away the cost, the net profit of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce had already exceeded 1 million gold coins. This was just from a single order. Other than the order from the Agricultural Department, the Magic Machine Workshop also took other orders. The largest was with the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce for 10,000 magic drills. The price was set at a high 780,000 gold coins, and the net profit was calculated at close to 500,000 gold coins. Next was the Magic Concrete Mixers, Magic Concrete Sprayers, and other concrete-related magic machines that the Amrit Chamber of Commerce had ordered. It reached a high price of 630,000 gold coins. Since the Frestac Chamber of Commerce hadn't finished researching these magic machines, they couldn't calculate the total net profit, but it was estimated to be at least over 300,000 gold coins. Other than these two large customers, there were many other small companies that wanted to enter the magic machine industry, so they bought production magic machines from the Frestac Chamber of Commerce. Su E agreed to them all and sold a total of 3,641 production magic machines, earning a profit of close to 200,000. Adding it up together, the Magic Machine Workshop had earned a profit of over 2 million gold coins. Of course, because of the limits of the Magic Machine Workshop, the time for these orders were very long. For example, the order for the agricultural department was for summer of next year. So if it was divided into months, the Magic Machine Workshop's net profit couldn't compare to the Household Magic Machine Workshop. Camby was usually a bit depressed over this. Chairman, me and the brothers work ourselves to death each day. Why can't we earn as much money as Heinz's side? Camby complained to Sui. Even though the manager of the Household Magic Machine Workshop was now Ankto, Camby was used to calling Heinz the representative of the Household Magic Machine Workshop side. This is something that you can't do anything about since the concept of magic machines hasn't been accepted by everyone. Compared to the specialized magic machines of the Magic Machine Workshop, the household magic machines that are designed for most people are more easily accepted and also easier to sell. Sui comforted him. Then based on what you said, if these things were easier to accept and more normal people used them, when everyone on the Signs continent knows about them and accepts them, wouldn't our Magic Machine Workshop be unable to compare? Camby said in a dejected voice. Of course not. Sui patted Camby's shoulder and said in a certain voice, household and industrial magic machines are two different aspects. One can't discuss which one is stronger. Right now, it's because everyone has easily accepted the household magic machines that it's selling easier. But when the other large companies realize the strength of magic machines, the field of industrial magic machines will become larger. Look, the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce spent 700,000 gold coins on those magic drills. If we were to research large-scale mining magic machines, I dare to promise that it wouldn't be strange for them to spend over 7 million gold coins. Camby looked at Sui in surprise. 7 million gold coins? That much. I say, Chairman, you don't need to boast to comfort me, right? Sui rolled his eyes at him. Am I interested in boasting to a dwarf like you? All right. Believe me, this will definitely happen, but there is something missing right now. Sui called out Agnes' name out of habit, but he found that Agnes appeared behind him, which scared him. So you weren't hiding yourself. Agnes walked out without a sound, and it really shocked Sui. Agnes had an innocent expression. Sir Chairman, wasn't it you who wanted me to stop hiding myself and show myself to everyone? Sui nodded. I did say it, and it's very right for you to do this. Only I'm used to you hiding by my side, so I'm not used to you suddenly appearing behind me. Hey, Agnes, you don't make any sounds at all when you move. I think that it would go really well if you became an assassin. Assassin? What is that? Agnes tilted her head in curiosity as she looked at Sui. The expression of Camby on the side changed slightly, and he cut off Sui from explaining. He asked Sui, Chairman, the thing that you said was missing just now, what is it? Oh, it is an essential thing that is missing, and that is material. Have you noticed that Chairman Farsak has been coming to our place more frequently? Camby nodded. It's because their production magic machines have had problems lately. I was considering sending some brothers over to specially maintain and repair them. Sui waved his hand and said, This is not a good method. Next time Chairman Farsak comes, if I'm not here, you can just tell him that our Frestac Chamber of Commerce can provide him a new batch of production magic machines. Moreover, these are the newest models, and they are stronger than the old ones. Camby knit his brows. He probably won't agree. When we sold him those production magic machines, we promised him 3 years of free repairs. If we sell him another batch, he won't be willing to pay that much gold coins. Who said I'm selling them to him? It's an exchange. Of course, it's not completely free. Tell him that it's just the difference between the old and new magic machines, which isn't much. Their Farsak Chamber of Commerce has a total of 50 production magic machines, so even if it is 10 gold coins per machine, it's no more than 500 gold coins. He will definitely agree to this. Camby was stunned. then wouldn't we be losing too much? If we sold 50 production magic machines, we can earn over 3,000 gold coins. You want to let him exchange them for just 500 gold coins. Isn't that too cheap for him? You need to set your eyes further. Sue said in a sincere voice. If those old production magic machines stay in the Farsak Chamber of Commerce and problems keep occurring, our product name of our company will suffer a large blow, making people think that our company's products aren't reliable. In the long term, we will lose more than several thousand gold coins. Camby considered it before slowly nodding. That is right. Humans don't care about credibility. That's why they have such a bad reputation among us other races. Oh, Chairman, I'm not talking about you. My meaning is that a company is the same as a person. Credibility is very important. Sue shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry before he said, So, don't worry about these short-term losses. I have already made an initial plan, and for the next period, for the products that we have already sold, I will recycle the old products and exchange them for new products. Camby tightly knit his brows. Taking back bad production magic machines already is quite a loss. But if we do this for all products, we'll lose hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Seabass definitely won't agree to this idea of yours. Relax. Although Seabass is a miser, he is also a smart person and will understand my meaning. Sue revealed a smile before continuing. Coming back to the question you had earlier, we're lacking useful materials, so the products we make aren't useful or durable. So we have to use this product recall and exchange. If our materials were a bit better and the production magic machines were more durable, our products wouldn't break for years, so no one will have a problem, right? Certainly. Look, a normal shovel that wouldn't break after being used for 3 years is already enough for people to praise the craftsmanship. Our production magic machines are also made of iron, and if they can be used for several years without breaking, people will praise it to the heavens. Camby said in a certain voice. That is right. So first we need to solve this material problem, and this will mainly depend on the results of your brothers from the Norma tribe. Speaking of this, Sue turned to Agnes, who was silently listening to them, and waved his hand at her as he said, Come, Agnes, let's go on some official business together. Official business? Agnes and Camby both looked at Sue with confused gazes. It's going out on a business trip with me. Sue explained. Chief Seleucus sent people days ago to tell me that their material research has yielded new results, so I want to see if they made any breakthroughs. Other than this, I want to go to your Night Song tribe to greet Elder Elugia and discuss something with her. I can't go to your Night Song tribe alone, so I need you to lead the way. Oh, Agnes understood and nodded before following Sue. Sue talked to Camby about a few more work matters and picked up his bag that had been packed before leading Agnes out the factory. But when he came to the factory doors, there was a horse carriage that came from the direction of Banta City and stopped in front of them. The horse carriage opened, and Butler Brunei was revealed. He quickly looked over Agnes behind Sue before saying to Sue with the same emotionless face, Chairman Sue, the Lord Baron extends his invitation. After hearing Count Sean's analysis, Sue was much more assured. But if he had to completely ignore Viscount Leslie's successor, it was impossible. After all, the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's main factory was on land rented from him. So Sue had to give the other side some face. So before seeing Baron Belil Stag, Sue maintained a bit of respect for him in his heart. Even if the other side looked down on the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, as long as he didn't move against them, it wasn't a problem. But this bit of respect he had in his heart had disappeared after he met Baron Belil. You are Sue? Seeing Sue come in after Butler Brunei, Baron Belil looked over him and revealed a look of contempt. Based on his appearance of leaning in his chair with his crossed legs and his careless look on his face, he seemed like a hoodlum, but he also seemed like a baron that came from a noble family. Sue couldn't help knitting his brows, only simply saying, yes. Based on Baron Belil's appearance, Sue found that his idea of trying to solve things peacefully would fail. This Baron Belil without the Stag family, he wasn't some bright bulb. As expected, after Baron Belil looked over Sue, he didn't invite Sue to sit. He grabbed a fruit off the table to casually eat before looking over at Sue, looking like he had just thought of something. Oh, that's right. There isn't anything special for calling you over. It's just that I wanted to tell you something. Butler Brunei could have told you this matter, but I was a bit curious about you, so I called you over to take a look. Only now that I've seen you. Baron Belil shook his head and clicked his tongue, looking very flippant. There isn't anything special. I don't know no Leslie was that courteous to you. Really, this is simply losing face for our stag family. Sui knit his brows again at this time and calmly asked, Lord Baron, I wonder, what is it that you wish to tell me? Oh, it's like this. I have replaced Leslie to manage the family's land here. Your Frestec Chamber of Commerce has been renting a hectare of land from Leslie, right? How much is the rent each year? Baron Belil looked at Butler Brunei. 50 gold coins each year, Lord Baron. Butler Brunei replied with a respectful bow. Baron Belil suddenly slapped the table and said in a loud voice with wide eyes, Only 50 gold coins? This is just too little. Is our stag family's land not worth any money? Butler Brunei lowered his head and didn't speak. Sui looked at Baron Belil and looked down on his shoddy performance. He acted like he was worried as he asked, Lord Baron, your meaning is, you can't even see my meaning? You're this stupid, how can you be a chairman? Baron Belil cut off Sui without any courtesy. It's very simple. Now that this land is managed by me, the lease agreement you signed before with Leslie has been nulled. I am the one in charge, so this large piece of land being rented out for 50 gold coins each year is too little. It's no different from giving it away. From this day forth, the rent will increase, so I called you here to sign a new contract. Butler Brunei, come, give him the new contract and have him sign it. Butler Brunei took out the contract that was already prepared for Sui. Sui didn't reach out to take it. Rather, he asked Baron Belil, Lord Baron, when I signed the contract with Viscount Leslie last year, it was written that I was renting land from the Stag family, so that means it belongs to the Stag family. Although Viscount Leslie has already left this place, it was signed by Viscount Leslie representing the Stag family, so it can be considered a deal between the Stag family's representative and our Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Lord Baron, can you represent the Stag family? Can you if I can't? Baron Belil looked at Sui and said with a laugh, You are just a little merchant, and you dare say that you have discussed this with the representative of our Stag family. Who do you think you are? Stop wasting words. Accept the fact that I've changed the contract. You're not afraid of me announcing the contract is void and taking back the land. Meeting this unreasonable person, Sui could only helplessly shake his head. He took the new contract to look over, but when he saw it, Sui couldn't take it anymore. He looked at Baron Belil in surprise. 100,000 gold coins each year? Lord Baron, even if you increase the rent, you can't increase it like this, right? This is more than 2,000 times. Baron Belil coldly looked at Sui. You don't understand my meaning? I called you here to sign this new contract, not to discuss this with you. You can either sign it, or I'll announce the previous contract is void and will send people to take back the land tomorrow. It's your choice. Sui smiled out of anger as he looked at Baron Belil's casual appearance. He thought, was this fellow really stupid? Or was he doing this on purpose? Based on the fact that he wasn't even 20 in his appearance, Sui really wanted to think that he was stupid. But he was still a direct junior from the Stag family and Viscount Leslie's cousin. Being born in the Stag family, he had been educated well since he was young, so he shouldn't be this stupid. But if he wasn't stupid and did this on purpose, this made Sui even more confused. Just what was the Stag family doing? According to Count Sean's analysis, the Stag family had scruples, so it was impossible for them to directly move against the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. But now Baron Belil had suddenly increased the rent of 50 gold coins to 100,000 gold coins and had acted with incomparable disdain for Sui. This clearly meant that he didn't want to show any mercy to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. But what benefits were there for the Stag family in going against the Frestec Chamber of Commerce? Sui really couldn't understand it. He looked down at this new contract that increased the rent and enforced various strict conditions. Sui thought about it before taking a deep breath to calm himself and say to Baron Belil, Lord Baron, this matter is important, so can you give me a few days to discuss it with the other people in my company before I respond? Discuss what? Aren't you the chairman? Could it be that you don't make the decisions? Then why are you the chairman? Baron Belil impatiently said, The company isn't made up of my alone, so I have to talk to the others. Then again, our Frestec Chamber of Commerce is a small company, and 100,000 gold coins is a large amount. So it means a lot to us, and we can't casually agree. I asked the Lord Baron to bend the rules. Can you give me a few days? Sui calmly said, Baron Belil looked at Su Yi with knit brows and thought about it before waving his hand. All right. 100,000 gold coins is indeed as large amount for a small company like you, so I'll give you some time to consider. But it is impossible to give you a few days. I'll only give you one. You must give me your answer the day after tomorrow. I don't have the free time to wait for you. Do you understand? Su Yi considered it before nodding. All right. All right, you can leave. Next time you come, it's best if you prepare the money. Baron Belil waved his hand, driving Su Yi away like he was a fly. After leaving the manor left by Viscount Leslie, Su Yi turned to look at this manor that used to be familiar, but now seemed unfamiliar. He shook his head with a bitter smile, and after a bit, he called, Agnes. Agnes appeared out of thin air and curiously asked Su Yi, Chairman, did you have me hide myself and not meet this person? Was it because you already knew that he wouldn't be friendly? I was just guessing, but I never thought it would be right. This seems a bit troublesome. Su Yi said with a bitter smile. Agnes, I might not be able to leave Bandit City for now. How about this? You have nothing to do over the next few days, so you can just go in my place. Is this all right? Agnes said in surprise. Chairman, there are many things I don't understand, so I can't represent you. It's fine. This matter isn't difficult. Listen well. Su Yi carefully said a few things to Agnes, and after confirming that she understood, he gave her the bag on his back. If possible, come back as quickly as you can. I need your report to make my decision. Su Yi said this, and then seeing the serious face on Agnes' face, he couldn't help smiling. He patted Agnes' shoulder and said, It really is a pity. I thought that I could go on a business trip with a beauty, but I never thought that it would be ruined. Agnes naturally didn't understand the meaning in Su Yi's words. She just revealed a smile and said, As long as the chairman is willing, I can go on a business trip with you anytime. Let's not, otherwise Still will definitely kill me. Su Yi shook his head before having Agnes set off. Watching Agnes disappear into thin air, Su Yi turned to look at the tightly closed manor gates before heading to Bandit City. Half an hour later, Su Yi appeared at the gates of the city lord's manor. Seeing the familiar open gates of the city lord's manor, he couldn't help thinking of how he had ran to Count Shan after Baron Belil refused to see him, so he was calmed down by his analysis. Now that his heart was unsettled again after meeting Baron Belil, he ran to Count Shan again. Su Yi couldn't help laughing at himself. Why do I feel like an elementary student who's running to the teacher to tattle after being bullied by a classmate? Lord Baron, Su Yi has left the city lord's manor. Butler Brunei respectfully reported this to Baron Belil's stag. Baron Belil gave a slight nod to show he heard. If Su Yi saw the current Baron Belil, he would definitely be very surprised. The current Baron Belil was sitting up straight with a calm look on his face along with a confident smile. It wasn't like that careless appearance Su Yi had saw. It was like he was a completely different person. After elegantly sipping his tea, Baron Belil thought for a bit before saying to Butler Brunei, He should have been in the city lord's manor for around half an hour. It seems like his relationship with Lord Count Shan is pretty good. Butler Brunei nodded. Yes. Count Shan greatly favors the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, openly showing his support for Su Yi and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. If it wasn't like this, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce wouldn't have developed to this degree in Bandit City. I think that for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce develops this quickly, my beloved big brother Leslie should have played a large role. Baron Belil said with a faint smile. Hearing Baron Belil mention his previous master, Butler Brunei lowered his head and said nothing. Baron Belil looked at him and revealed a faint smile. Butler Brunei, big brother Leslie had you stay here because he wanted you to watch over Su Yi and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce for him, right? Butler Brunei hesitated a bit before seriously replying. The Lord Viscount never said anything like that. He just felt that since I knew the situation well, it would make it easier for whoever the family sent to take over. You have indeed helped me quite a bit during this time. If you weren't big brother Leslie's subordinate, I really would want to keep you. Baron Belil praised Butler Brunei before changing the topic. But Butler Brunei, because of your attitude towards Su Yi and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, I can't actually keep you here. If you accidentally make a mistake because of your thoughts, it may not just be bad luck and could also implicate me or even our entire family. Butler Brunei looked at Baron Belil in surprise. Lord Baron, isn't it too exaggerated? I am just a small butler. How could my attitude have any effect? Although you are just a small butler, if you stay here, you will represent my big brother Leslie. Big brother Leslie is the eldest son of our stag family and the only successor of the Lord Dew. So his attitude will represent our stag family's attitude. So based on this relation, your attitude to many people can be represented as our stag family's attitude. Butler Brunei knit his brows. That means, the Lord Baron is worried that others will misunderstand through my attitude towards the Frestec Chamber of Commerce that the stag family favors the Frestec Chamber of Commerce? Then I'm even more confused. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce is a pretty decent company, and Sue E is quite smart. If they are taking it, it would help the family very much. So why is Lord Baron doing this? Baron Belil looked at Butler Brunei. Butler Brunei had served the stag family since he was young, and now he had served them for close to 60 years. He was normally a very cautious person and didn't speak much, but now that he had asked this much for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, it confirmed many questions in his heart. It showed that he indeed had a favorable impression of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, or rather Sui. If his attitude represented Leslie's attitude, it means that Sue E and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce were worthy of this favor. If it wasn't because of the family's choice, he might really try to win them over. After thinking about it, Baron Belil answered, "The reason is very simple. It's because Sue E is too close to Her Highness Queen 70. Butler Brunei was stunned. His face changed, and after considering it, he couldn't help lowering his voice and carefully asking, "The Lord Duke has made his decision?" Baron Belil sipped his tea and looked up at Butler Brunei before casually saying, "That is not something you're qualified to ask. You just need to do your own things." Butler Brunei's heart skipped a beat before he took a step back with his head down and didn't say another word. The sun was still high in the sky when he left the city lord's manor. It was currently noon. Sue E looked up at the sky before heading to the research facility to the south of the city. He didn't choose to take the horse carriage before because he wanted to use the walk to gather his thoughts. He didn't receive any accurate information from his meeting with Count Shan just now. After all, in such a short amount of time, Count Shan couldn't receive any more information to give Sue E a more accurate judgment about Baron Belil. Although he was very shocked that Baron Belil suddenly raised the rent to 100,000 and even cursed Baron Belil as crazy, Count Shan couldn't do much about this. In the end, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's factory was on the Stag family's land, and it all depended on the Stag family. Now that the Stag family had sent Baron Belil to control this land, then he made the decisions for this land, and even the king couldn't question his decisions. The only thing that could change the situation was the contract the two signed last year. This contract was signed with Viscount Leslie, stipulating that the land was being rented for 3 years, and it would be 50 gold coins each year. But now Baron Belil canceled that contract and arbitrarily raised the amount to a shocking 100,000 gold coins, which was a serious violation of the contract. The people of the Signs continent cared very much about contracts. If Sue E was to reveal this, the Stag family would be blamed by countless people and Baron Belil would be cursed by everyone. When Count Shan asked Sue E if he wanted to announce this matter, Sue E considered it before shaking his head. The Stag family was one of the top families of the Lampuri Kingdom, having immense power, and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was just a small company. If this matter was revealed, although it would make countless people blame the Stag family, and even make Baron Belil take back this decision, allowing the Frestec Chamber of Commerce stay on the land, as per the contract, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce would surely offend the Stag family. For the currently small and weak Frestec Chamber of Commerce, this was pretty much seeking death. Sue E wasn't just some young kid in his 20s. He wouldn't choose this dumb decision just to vent some anger. Based on the advice Viscount Leslie gave him before leaving and Count Shan's analysis, the first thing Sue E needed to do was work hard on developing the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. When the Frestec Chamber of Commerce became stronger, there were many things that could be easily solved. So after considering it, Sue E made the final decision on this matter. He would leave that land and stop playing with him. Baron Belil raised the 100,000 gold coins a year rent simply to drive the Frestec Chamber of Commerce away because it was impossible for Sue E to agree to such an exaggerated increase. Although right now, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce might make an annual revenue of over 1 million gold coins, to pay 100,000 gold coins for a trivial 1 hectare of land was something they couldn't accept. Not to mention that Su-yi felt this 1 hectare was already restricting the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's development, so he contacted the king through 70 to rent a large piece of land. Now that Baron Belil wanted to chase him away, Sui used this chance to start his plan ahead of time. Although the timing would be a bit hasty, since Viscount Leslie told Sui he would be leaving, Sui had already expected this day and made a series of preparations, so he wouldn't be caught off guard. When Sui went to see Count Shan, other than to tell him Baron Belil's unreasonable request, he mainly went to tell him his decision. Towards Sui's decision, Count Shan was a bit surprised. He mentioned that he could negotiate with Baron Belil for Sui and try to keep Sui here, but Sui steeled his heart and turned down Count Shan's help. In the end, Count Shan could only helplessly agree to Sui's decision. He mentioned that he could provide Sui and the Frestek Chamber of Commerce some help to make it easier for them to relocate. After discussing everything with Count Shan, Sui didn't waste time as he quickly prepared for the relocation. Although the research facility in the city wouldn't be affected, as part of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, he still had to inform them to have them prepare their hearts. He was thinking about everything that needed to be done as Sui slowly walked forward. When he had a general plan of all the work in his mind, he was close to the alley the research facility was in. Sui stopped thinking, and when he was about to go in, he saw a familiar figure standing in a corner out of the corner of his eye. Looking over, he found that person was Rem. After seeing this, Sui knit his brows and became a bit doubtful. Other than Rem, there was someone that Sui didn't recognize. What made Sui suspicious was that Rem and this person didn't look normal. Rather, they were very close together, almost sticking to each other. They were trying to talk as softly as possible, and they hid their expressions, as if they were doing something that couldn't be revealed. Sui was a bit curious. If this person was Rem's friend, since it was the research facility's lunch break, it was very normal for him to see this friend or go out for a meal. But based on their appearance, it really was suspicious. Looking around and finding no way to approach them, Sui gave up the thought of eavesdropping on them. He took a deep look at the stranger, and after memorizing his appearance, he headed into the yard. Of the people who came, other than the Lord City Lord and Baron Belil, there were also some who came because they heard the news like Chairman Cruz. Most of them were heads of large companies that had connections to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. Among them was the Full Cow Chamber of Commerce's chairman Fuller Morgan. Without an exception, these people showed their concern on the Frestek Chamber of Commerce suddenly moving their factory. The key point of their concern was naturally whether this move would affect their orders with the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. When they learned that the Frestek Chamber of Commerce would be moving to the Sandton Manor not far away and would be able to resume production in just a week, many people were assured. After exchanging greetings, people's eyes naturally fell onto Count Shan and Baron Belil. Most of them were looking at Baron Belil. These people were all well-informed people of Bana City, so how could they not know the situation of why the Frestek Chamber of Commerce was suddenly moving? It should be said that Baron Belil's sudden, unreasonable request made everyone very surprised. The Frestek Chamber of Commerce clearly had prospects, so even if the Stag family didn't place importance on them, they shouldn't act like this and basically break all relations with the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. Baron Belil still looked very careless in front of everyone. Seeing everyone focused on him, he gave a laugh before coming in front of Sui, looking at him as he said, "Chairman Su, giving Count Shan some face, I've given you a few days' time. But don't blame me for not reminding you that if you don't finish before the deadline, I won't be giving you any face." Hearing this, the surrounding people couldn't help knitting their brows. What grudge did this Baron Belil have with Sui? Why did he go against the Frestek Chamber of Commerce like this? Sui's face was calm, as he nodded with a smile and said, "The Lord Baron can be assured, with our current speed, we can finish by the day after tomorrow. We won't be delaying the plans you have with this piece of land." Baron Belil gave a slight nod. "That is more like it. If you delay my matters, there aren't any good consequences for you." Everyone knit their brows even more. Based on the information they obtained, this matter had been Baron Belil being unreasonable from the start. Now that he had said all this in front of Sui, even the people who had normal relationships with Sui found it hard to keep their hearts calm. But the people here were all well experienced. No one would refute Baron Belil to his face. This fellow clearly looked like a playboy and looked unreasonable. If they said anything against him, Not only would it have no use, they would offend the Stag family behind him for no reason. No one would be that foolish. Sui looked at Baron Belil and suddenly asked, Lord Baron, I have a question for you. What is it? Baron Belil said in an uncaring voice. Are you certain you won't regret doing this? Count Shan, who had only greeted Sui after coming here and not said anything else, slightly raised a brow as he looked at Sui in surprise. This Sui, he looked like he had been calm about this matter on the surface, but based on his question, it meant that he did have a bit of rage in his heart. Everyone else was a bit surprised, as they thought that Sui's question didn't have any politeness at all. Baron Belil was surprised before giving a cold laugh and disdainfully saying, Regret? Why would I regret this? I say, Sui, although your Frestec Chamber of Commerce has developed at a good speed and earned quite a bit in a year, you shouldn't overestimate yourself. Your Frestec Chamber of Commerce is only a small company in Bana City. What qualifications do you have to make me feel regret? Asking this kind of question, don't you find it funny? Sui looked at Baron Belil for a while until he felt uncomfortable being stared at like that. He angrily looked at Sui, who looked away with a faint smile. All right, I understand. Many thanks for the Lord Baron's answer. Baron Belil looked at Sui in surprise before saying with a cold snort, Sui, from the things that I don't want to see on the newspapers, I thought that you would at least be a smart person. Now that I look at you, you don't seem that smart. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce's factory being moved, whether it was in Banta City or the surrounding cities, this was a large piece of news. In a normal situation, the newspapers of the city would cover it and delve into the reasons. But this time, the 10 newspapers of these cities only made a simple report like it was a normal piece of news. As for the reason why the Frestec Chamber of Commerce suddenly decided to move, they unanimously reported it as a future development plan the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had prepared beforehand. The reason why these 10 newspapers were so unanimous, other than it being Sui's request, naturally it was because Count Shan and Karma City Lord Count Anaris. Baron Belil was of course aware of this, so he praised Sui as a smart person. Right now to him calling him not intelligent, Sui was too lazy to argue it. He just revealed a smile at him and ignored him, turning to talk the other merchants that came. When he and everyone else confirmed that this was a plan for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's future development, everyone began to scatter. At this time, Count Shan finally came over. Watching the horse carriages leave, Count Shan said, Not bad. Moving such a large factory is a very complicated matter, and in such a rushed situation, I thought that you would be in a panic. But looking at you now, it seems like you've already arranged everyone, and I really have to praise you for it. Lord Count is overpraising me, Sui said with a modest smile. For you to specially come here, it shouldn't be just to see how our move is going, right? This is one of the reasons. Count Shan pointed at the office in the distance. Let's sit down and discuss the rest. Sui had his doubts. If he really wanted something, why did he call him to the city lord's manor? The two walked into the office that hadn't been moved yet. Sui poured the water before sitting down. Count Shan paused for a second before pointing out the window and asking Sui, What do you think of those little fellows in the city guards? Sui was surprised. He never thought that Count Shan would begin with the city guards that came to help with the move. Thinking about it, Sui said with a nod, Very good. I can see that they are very strong. If our Lampuri Kingdom's army had this kind of quality, perhaps our Lampuri Kingdom could spread our name across the entire Signs continent. You're over-exaggerating. Count Shan waved his hand. There are many things that decides a nation's power. The quality of a soldier is only one aspect. Other than this, there is also equipment, logistics, and other important things. And among this, the thing that raises battle strength the most is equipment. Count Shan was not someone who liked wasting words, so what was the meaning of discussing equipment with him? After considering it, Sui could only give a forced nod. I agree. Count Shan kept asking, Sui, your Frestec Chamber of Commerce uses production magic machines to make iron magic machines like the magic fan, the magic rice cooker, and others, right? It is indeed like this. Then you. Count Shan looked at Sui and paused before saying in a casual voice, To develop a magic machine that mass-produces weapons and armors shouldn't be a problem, right? Sui's hand trembled, and he almost dropped the cup of tea. After calming himself, Sui asked Count Shan in a deep voice, Lord City Lord, what do you mean? What? You don't understand what I said. Count Shan looked at Su Yi and said in a serious voice, "Let me ask you, do you have confidence in researching a production machine that have the same efficiency as the magic fan or the magic rice cooker that can produce armor and weapons for soldiers?" Su Yi was silent, and only after a while did he reply with difficulty. "In theory, there is no problem. We have many production magic machines, including the magic punch press, so we just need to change them a bit, and we'll be able to form a simple armor production line. As for weapons, it'll depend on what kind of weapons." Count Shan's eyes lit up as he kept asking. "For example, bows and arrows." "If it's bows, I don't understand what materials are used for bows, so I can't reply. But as for arrows, if we're just making steel arrowheads, it isn't as hard as making screw bolts. It could even be considered simpler. As for shafts, if you want a pure steel arrow shaft, it will be a bit more troublesome. But if you just want to make an alloy shaft or a plastic shaft, it isn't that hard. Although researching the magic machines will be a bit troublesome, I don't think there will be a problem. But to develop these things, it will hinder our development of magic machines for civilians. So I feel that." "Wait a minute." Count Shan was a bit confused as he raised a hand for Su Yi to stop. After thinking about it, he asked with knit brows, "What are these alloys and plastic you mentioned? Why have I never heard of them before?" Su Yi was stunned before he reacted. He had replied based on the standard of Earth, but he had forgotten that the people of this world didn't know much about materials used in machines. The alloys are at least being used in the magic rice cooker and the magic bread maker right now, but as for plastic, currently it was being developed in the Night Song tribe, and it would take some time before it could be revealed. These two things are some special materials. It's different from basic materials with different effects. Like the material used in our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's automatic magic rice cooker and magic bread maker. It is a special steel alloy that our company researched. This alloy that I've named the steel leaf alloy is lighter than normal iron, but it isn't weaker and it doesn't rust. Then wouldn't the effects be better if this silver leaf alloy was used to make weapons and armors? Count Shan immediately asked. Su Yi hesitated a bit. "This, I wouldn't dare promise it because there are many limits to armors and weapons being used by soldiers. We haven't conducted a limit test with this silver leaf alloy, so we can't guarantee if it can take the demands of being forged into armor or weapons. Since you have the silver leaf alloy, then perhaps there are other steel alloys like you mentioned? Then of these steel alloys, there should be another alloy that is more suited for making armor and weapons, right?" Count Shan was a bit unwilling to give up. "There should be." Su Yi could only helplessly shake his head. "Very good." Count Shan slapped the table and broke out in laughter. Then he slapped Su Yi's shoulder and said in an excited voice, "I just wanted your Frestec Chamber of Commerce to develop a magic machine that I needed, but I never thought that you have so many useful things. Su Yi, Su Yi, I really never thought that you hid so many treasures. If I didn't ask, were you even planning on telling me?" Su Yi said with a bitter smile, "Lord City Lord, this is after all our company's business secret. If it wasn't for you asking, how could I reveal it that easily?" "Business secret?" Count Shan shook his head with a smile. "In the face of the kingdom's benefits, what are some business secrets? All right, Su Yi, I'll give you two choices right now. The first is to agree to me and research the magic machines that I mentioned for the kingdom, while also developing those alloys and plastic that you mentioned. The second choice is to reject me and let your Frestec Chamber of Commerce run its course. What is your choice?" Su Yi couldn't only give a helpless, bitter smile. "Lord City Lord, do I have a choice?" Of course, Su Yi didn't have a choice. If he rejected Count Shan's request, then that would mean that Su Yi would lose the support of Count Shan. And even if Count Shan's support wasn't important, the support of those who prompted him to make this kind of request to Su Yi was very important. Count Shan could say that it was for the benefit of the entire Lampuri kingdom, which meant that this request didn't just come from Count Shan alone, making Su Yi unable to reject it at all. But by accepting Count Shan's request, it meant that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce would be entering the arms industry that Su Yi always resisted. Although with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce developing and people accepting the power of the magic machines, Su Yi had already expected this day to come, so he had made preparations in his heart. But no matter what, he never expected it to come this early. The magic machines for normal people haven't even been popularized in the Lampuri Kingdom, and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was already getting into the arms industry. Most of the advanced technology on Earth was associated first to the military before it was gradually used by citizens. He suddenly found that perhaps this was the fate of the machine industry. It was like this on Earth, and it wasn't an exception on the science continent. So after Sui agreed to count Sean, not long after, he adjusted his resistance mentality and began raising them. But when he saw 70 appear in front of him and discussing what kinds of weapons and armors are used by the army, Sui couldn't adjust and felt a bit uncomfortable. Your Highness Queen, I thought that you focused on the citizens, but I never thought that you dabbled in the military as well. It really lets me feel a contrast. Sui looked at 70's gentle face as he spoke. Contrast? What? 70 looked at Sui in surprise. Because I feel that, for a beautiful girl like you, it's more suited to care about the lives of the citizens. But if you were to be related to the ice-cold weapons, it is a bit strange. Sui honestly said, You think that I'm beautiful? 70 saw Sui nod and revealed a faint smile as she said, Many thanks for your praise. Indeed, compared to ice-cold things like weapons and cruel military matters, I rather care more about people's lives. But there's no other choice. Since you call me your Highness Queen, I have no way of avoiding these things. You want to take the throne? Sui couldn't help asking. After asking this, he found that asking this was a bit too rash. This kind of question, how could he be worthy of asking this? It was a good thing that 70 only looked at Sui in surprise. She didn't look angry as she tilted her head to think before asking Sui. If you want the truth, I haven't thought about it. Of course, no one would believe this. I believe it, Sui quickly said, because I feel that you're really not suited to being a queen. As if because I'm not worthy? 70 asked back. No, it's not that you're not worthy, rather you're not suited. Sui sincerely said, although I haven't had much contact with you, I feel that you're a very calm and kind girl. This kind of disposition isn't suited to being a queen. Actually, I'm a bit confused about how your Highness developed this kind of personality growing up in the royal family. This is your misconception. 70 shook her head. As the queen, how could I possibly have the personality you speak of? All right, let's stop this nonsense and talk about business. 70 clapped and took out a sheet of paper which she spread on the table in front of them. Do you see this? This is the current armor being used by the Imperial Guards. You should be able to understand the measurements written on this. Sui looked it over and nodded. I can understand, but it isn't enough with just this design. It's best if you give me a real set of armor. That's no problem. I will have someone send over several sets of armor with different specifications over. 70 nodded. She looked at Sui, carefully looking over the blueprint, and said, How about it? Do you have confidence? Sui looked over it again before standing up and revealing a confident smile. Your Highness, did you forget how I replied last time you asked this question? 70 was a bit surprised. She thought about when Sui wanted to develop those magic punch presses. She had asked this question to Sui. Back then Sui's response was, Of course. Then that's good. Although 70's smile wasn't as bright as Still's, it was still as warm as the winter sun. I hope that Chairman Sui can live up to your word. I can tell you ahead of time that if you finish this cooperation with the Royal Army, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce will become an important partner of the Royal Army, being able to receive support from the royal family in terms of military. The specific benefits? Sui asked. I don't know for now, but at least your Frestec Chamber of Commerce won't be swept out again by Baron Belil like this time. 70's smile had a bit of teasing in it. Sui couldn't help giving a snort. Your Highness Queen, you're wrong about that. It's fine if it is inconvenient for you and His Majesty to act, but our Frestec Chamber of Commerce is an important partner of the Agricultural Department. So for the Agricultural Department to do nothing this time, I really am disappointed. The Agricultural Department can't do anything. 70 helplessly said, The Stag family is the noble family with the most territory in the kingdom, so close to half the grain taxed each year comes from the Stag family. Do you think that the Agricultural Department will go against the Stag family for you and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce? Sui knit his brows. That isn't right. Although the Stag family are the nobles with the most territory in the kingdom, it can't compare to the royal family, right? Why is it that the Stag family has close to half the taxed grains? This is because the territory of the royal family is land that belongs to the kingdom. It's different from the territories of nobles. The stag family can depend on their labor force to open up farmlands and increase their productivity while harvesting large amounts of grains, but it is different for the royal family. This is because, first, we don't have a way to recruit that many people to open up more farmland. 70 said this before looking at Sue E with a gaze of deep meaning. Now do you know why Royal Father places such importance on your Frestec Chamber of Commerce's agricultural magic machines? Sue E understood before looking at 70 and complaining. Your Highness, since our Frestec Chamber of Commerce is this important, you and His Majesty should have come out for us. Otherwise we will be too disappointed. 70 gave a helpless, bitter smile. There's no other way. Royal Father has his difficulties. And as for me, right now I really am helpless. Other than that, in our royal family, there are different voices. Sue E looked at the exhausted-looking 70 and couldn't help shaking his head. So I say that not a normal person can sit on the throne. All right, Your Highness, I was just casually complaining. You don't need to put it in your heart. As for the magic machines this time, I represent the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to agree. Give us some time, and we should be able to develop them. All right, then I represent Royal Father in thanking you. 70 gave the bow of a noble woman, which scared Sue E. This was her first time giving Sue E such a serious bow, so it could be seen how much importance she attached to this project. After sending 70 off, Sue E looked at the blueprint on the table. He rolled it up and thought about it before giving up the idea of putting it in the office while putting it into his chest. Although there was a new office in the Santon Manor where normally if someone didn't have Sue Yi's approval, they couldn't just charge it. This was a matter that had to be kept secret. So unless there was a need, Sue E didn't want to easily reveal this matter. After making some calculations in the office, Sue E opened the door and left. He took a breath of the fresh air outside, and he felt his muddled mind clearing up. If it wasn't for the faint machine sounds in the manor, this manor Viscount Santon had left behind was a well-decorated place. Looking around at the two large factories, Sue E revealed a smile. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce was on a new beginning. After a week of work, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's factory had finally been moved from the Stag family's territory. Of course, the only thing that was moved were the machines inside the factory. As for the factory, there was no way to move it. As for the 4 large and small factories left on the land, Baron Belil was even shameless enough to ask for compensation from Sue E. This is because he felt it wasn't acceptable that these were factories left by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, which required him to spend time and money to demolish. So he requested compensation from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to demolish them. For his shameless and unreasonable request, Sue E of course didn't agree. Baron Belil kept pestering and even threatened Sue E, but Count Sean, who had received the news, directly reprimanded him and forced him to give up. Thinking of how Count Sean was indecisive when Baron Belil drove the Frestec Chamber of Commerce from his territory and now showed his support. Not even hesitating to reprimand Baron Belil, Sue E understood that it was definitely because the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was stepping into the arms business. And this was one of the main reasons why Sue E decided to let the Frestec Chamber of Commerce step into the arms business. To establish a real magic industry empire on the continent, the arms business was not something he could avoid. When thinking about what to do, Sue E suddenly had an idea. His brows slightly jumped up as he called into the air, "Agnes, come out." With the familiar spatial distortion, Agnes appeared with a doubtful look on her face. "Sir Chairman, how did you know I was here?" "I clearly didn't release my shadow stealth spell." "It's very simple. This is because that familiar feeling from when you stayed by my side was back, so I know you were back." Sue E said with a smile. "Familiar feeling?" Agnes looked confused. "What feeling is that?" "I can't describe it. In short, when you are by my side, even if I can't see you, there is a strange feeling that lets me know that someone is near." Sue E explained. "Then if some other elf used the shadow stealth spell to stay by your side, can't you also sense them?" Agnes asked. "It's not the same." Sue E shook his head. "Perhaps it is because you've been by my side for a long time. So even if you are by my side with the shadow stealth spell, I can also sense you. But if it was another elf, then I would never sense them. To put it simply, it would be the scent that your body has that betrays you." "Scent." Agnes slightly knit her brows and lowered her head to take a sniff. "There isn't any special scent." Sue E had an urge to take a sniff, but doing this would be too offensive. He suppressed that urge and changed the topic with a smile. "All right, let's not waste words. What are the results of your business trip alone? Oh, I saw Chief Saluka, Chief Monto, and the Elder, and I told them what you wanted me to say. Then they had me bring back some things for you. Agnes took the large bag off her back, and when she opened it, there were many iron things of different colors inside. Sue E was surprised. You wouldn't have carried all these things back from the falling rainforest, right? That's right, what about it? Agnes asked back in a surprised voice. Sue E was speechless. Such a large bag with many different iron things. It should be over 100 pounds. Agnes had carried this bag to run over 200 miles from the falling rainforest. Should it be said that the elves had good natural talent, or was she just a fool? You don't need to trouble yourself next time. I just wanted you to bring back one or two of the samples Chief Saluka had. You didn't have to bring back this many of them. You don't think it's too heavy? Sui said while shaking his head. These are all samples. Agnes took out a sheet of paper from the bag for Sue E. This is the list Chief Saluka gave me. It has the formula for each sample and their initial test results. He wanted me to bring them over for you to take a look. They're all samples. Sue E looked over the bag and saw that there were over 20 kinds. Could it be that in just a few months, the Norma tribe had invented all these different alloys? If it was like this, the dwarves' talent in forging was just too terrifying. But after seeing the list, Sui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The so-called samples were just things that Chief Saluka had drawn inspiration from the silver leaf alloy from. During this time, they added all kinds of strange materials into molten iron, even adding in powdered feces. The so-called alloy made from this scenario, it would be strange if it had any special effects. But after checking the tests, Sui found that in the 23 kinds of alloys that Chief Saluka had Agnes bring back, there really were some that were useful. Putting aside some that broke with a single tap, that almost made Sui puke out blood. The one listed as number 17 by Chief Saluka had really good characteristics. It had a strong resistance against corrosion and high temperatures. To have one useful alloy out of all these useless alloys, Sui was very satisfied. The characteristic of having powerful corrosion and heat resistance was very useful in materials. If it could also have the characteristic of being stainless steel, he could use this material to make countless new magic machines. Very good. Let me see. The one that is number 17. Sui went through the bag and dug up the iron lump that had the number 17. This dark red lump of iron sunk in his hand, so it was a bit heavier than normal iron. It seemed like after the dwarves added the special material, this material's internal structure had been changed. Sui couldn't help feeling a bit of doubt in his heart. Although the Signs continent couldn't compare to Earth in terms of technology, there were some advantages that Earth couldn't compare to. Just like the silver leaf alloy. There were many alloys that had the same characteristics as the silver leaf alloy on Earth, but on the Signs continent, you just needed to mix the molten iron with some silver leaf powder that could be found everywhere. As for the number 17 alloy that had strong corrosion and heat resistance, based on the description of the list from Chief Saluka, they had just added some common plant stem powder into molten iron to make it. They didn't use any special forging techniques at all. What kind of damn principle is this? As someone who is thoroughly filled with engineering principles, Sui was really puzzled by this strange phenomenon. But these were the facts, so Sui had to explain it as there being some difference between the Signs continent and Earth. Seeing Sui look over all the samples, Agnes reached into her chest and took out a small box which she handed over. This is a gift that the Elder had me bring to you. Agnes said, Gift? What is this? Sui curiously opened the box and found that there was a little human model inside the box. This little human model was made of crystal, and other than the bright yellow hair, the other parts were all a creamy white color. Sui reached out to touch it and found that this little model should be made of plastic. What surprised him the most was that this little model was actually based on steel. Although this was only 20 centimeters tall, it was very finely made, and they had even carved out Still's beautiful features, even carefully carving out each strand of hair. Sui gave a surprised gasp before praising, Too beautiful. If Still saw this, she would definitely be happy. Agnes, help me thank Elder Elysia. I'm very satisfied with this gift she gave me. Agnes revealed a sweet smile. The Elder said that this is a gift for a friend, so there's no need for thanks. The Elder also said that after seeing this gift, you should understand her meaning. Sui looked at the little figure and used his finger to feel it before nodding. That's right, I understand. Elder Elugia had Agnes bring this gift. There was no doubt that meant that the Night Song tribe had results that met Su Yi's requirements. Looking at the wooden box, he found that other than this little human figure, there were also some creamy white rectangular pieces of plastic inside. Sui took these pieces of plastic and first took a sniff. Not only was there the expected smell, rather there was a faint refreshing smell that made him nod in satisfaction. Then he put the plastic on the ground and picked up a pointed stone. In front of Agnes' shocked gaze, he smashed the pointed stone at the plastic on the ground. The stone slammed into the plastic and made a deep sound. Sui pulled back and seriously looked at it. He found that there was a very small groove on the surface of the plastic and there was no other marks at all. Very good, whether it is the smell, firmness, or flexibility, there are no problems. Now it's time for the most important test. Sui picked up the plastic again and put it in his right hand as he released his magic energy. In an instant, a strong chill came from his right hand and instantly froze the air that was a bit warm from the May temperature. 6th grade spell, Ice Nova. This was the first 6th grade spell that Sui learned not long ago. Once the Ice Nova was released, the temperature of the air instantly dropped. Based on the magic power of a magician and their understanding of the spell, the drop in temperature was different. If it was an archmage that used this spell, their lowest temperature could even cause a stone to crack from freezing. Although the magic that Sui released wasn't that exaggerated, it still reduced the temperature down below zero. In an instant, there were snowflakes around Sui's right hand, and his right hand had turned white from the magic, even becoming a bit transparent. Agnes looked at Sui's right hand, and her eyes filled with surprise. Although she focused on special elven magic and haven't started studying elemental magic, she could still recognize that Sui was currently using Ice Nova. After following Sui for a long time, she was clear on the fact that Sui was only a 5th grade magician. It was already surprising that he could use 6th grade magic, but what really surprised her was that Sui could keep up this spell for this long. Although this magic was limited to the area around Sui's right hand, decreasing the amount of magic it consumed, but he could maintain it for this long. Other than proving that his magic was better than normal magicians, it also meant that his magic power wasn't weaker than 6th grade magician. Agnes couldn't help thinking of the appraisal of great magician Camilla on Sui that she heard from Still. If this kid focused on studying magic, he could become a powerful archmage. Thinking of this, Agnes couldn't help looking at Sui with a gaze of pity. After following Sui for this long, she was very clear that Sui sincerely loved studying magic machines. Even if he spent time studying magic, Agnes could tell that most of it was just to make it easier for him to study magic machines. If he focused more of his time and effort into studying magic, Agnes was certain that with his talent, he could become a powerful archmage. Sui on the side didn't notice Agnes' thoughts, and he focused on the piece of plastic in his hand. Seeing that the plastic block didn't distort at all after all this time, Sui revealed a satisfied smile. After using Ice Nova for several minutes, Sui took back his magic power and released the spell. The frost that had formed from the quick drop in temperature on the plastic block had turned into beads of water that dripped down from the surface of the block. Sui carefully looked over the plastic and found that other than that little hole that was made by him with that rock, there were no other changes. This is great. Sui looked at the piece of plastic in his hand and revealed a happy smile. He turned to Agnes and said, "Agnes, didn't you always ask what value I found in your elf tribe? Let me tell you, just based on this piece of plastic, I have found infinite value." Agnes looked at the normal piece of resin in Sui's hand and was confused. It's clearly a piece of normal tree resin, so why does Sir Chairman treat it like it's a piece of treasure? As they entered the middle of May, the weather began to gradually become warmer. On the streets of Bana City, there were many young girls who had changed into shorter skirts, boldly showing their slender white legs on the streets. There were even some bolder girls who had changed into short sleeves, which they only wore on burning summer days, revealing their slender arms and white chests. It was like there was a bright sun above them, as many young men and men who weren't young anymore felt dizzy. It was like they were reacting to these bold girls and the heat that in the large and small stores of Bana City, they did what they should do. Walking in the large streets and small alleys of Bana City, one could see one or many magic fans on the counters of many shops. They were turning without stop, not caring if the fan cooled people or even made them feel cold. If one looked more closely, they would be surprised to find that for the magic fans of certain shops, not a single one of them had the Frestec Chamber of Commerce logo. Rather, there were different logos on it. This meant that these magic fans didn't all come from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. To the current Bana City, this was simply something unimaginable. Although it had only been 2 months short of a year since the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had been established, in this short period of time, everyone in Bana City had some recognition of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's magic machines. As long as magic machines were mentioned, they would immediately think of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention that the magic fan was the first magic machine from Sue and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. To the people of Bana City, this was something that had subverted the views of many people, so naturally it left a deep impression on them. But when the weather became hotter, there were many different kinds of magic fans, but not a single one of them was the Frestec brand. This really confused everyone. Could it be the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was giving up on producing magic fans? Of course not. Seeing a group of people's doubtful gazes, Sue shook his head with a smile. The magic fan market is far from being saturated, and I can earn quite a bit of money on this thing. So why would I give it up? Then, Sir Chairman, why is our company not producing magic fans? Of the young magicians in the research facility, if one was to rank them in terms of liveliness, then Akali would be the winner. But if they were judged by how straightforward their words were, one could be certain that it was Bella who won without even thinking about it. Look at all those magic fans outside in those shops. If we don't seize the chance, everyone will buy those magic fans, and we won't be able to sell our magic fans. That's right. I went out to take a look, and although the performance of the magic fans from other companies can't compare to our Frestec brand, it isn't that lacking. Moreover, there are many different designs for those magic fans, so one can casually choose. Akali also said with a worried face, "The most important thing is that they're cheaper." I asked about some Iron Mountain brand magic fan, and it was only being sold for 60 silver coins. It was a full 40 silver coins lower than our Frestec brand magic fan. I also asked around, and those other brand magic fans are all around 50 silver coins. It's quite a bit lower than our Frestec brand magic fan, so even if the quality isn't as good, I feel that many people will buy the cheaper ones. Claire also added, "Looking for cheap profits?" Sue revealed a smile and thought that it was indeed this problem. Whether it was Earth or the Signs continent, there were always people looking for cheap profits. The companies of the business union who received the magic fan technology from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. The reason why they put the price of the magic fan so low was indeed to fight a price war with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. They wanted to use their low prices to steal the market from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Right now, the effects were quite good. Although there were many people who bought another brand's magic fan because of the low price, most people in Bana City were still waiting for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's magic fan. After close to a year of influence, at least in Bana City, people had a high recognition of the Frestec brand. If it was the same magic machine, when people wanted to buy something, they would always think of the Frestec brand first. This was very clear in terms of the magic fans. The reason was because of the incidents in Sultan City last year. Although there weren't as many newspapers as before that could spread this news very quickly, because of how big this matter was, it also spread to the surrounding cities of Sultan City. Because Banta City was the origin of magic fans, naturally people cared more. After they learned of these incidents, everyone compared the magic fans the Frestec Chamber of Commerce made. They found that Frestec brand magic fans were of much higher quality than the Leo Chamber of Commerce's magic fans. Not mentioning anything else, there hadn't been a single accident with the Frestec brand magic fan. Just based on this, it was enough to instantly kill the Leo Chamber of Commerce's magic fan. It was also because of this that people's recognition of the Frestec brand magic fan increased several times. Even though the other brands in Bana City were much cheaper than the Frestec brand magic fans, and their quality wasn't that much different, their sales were still pitiful. Relax, no one is an idiot. Before seeing our Frestec brand magic fan, and before comparing them, there won't be that many people who will choose the other brand's magic fans. Sue confidently said, and when they see our Frestec brand magic fan, I dare to guarantee that they will definitely pick ours. Everyone looked at each other as they thought that Sir Chairman seemed quite confident. But they were members of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's magic research facility. so they were very clear on the progress of development for Frestech Chamber of Commerce's products. As for the development chart that Sue E gave them, for research on the newest Frestech brand Magic Fan, they hadn't started at all. Sir Chairman, when are we researching the Magic Fans? Can you give us a general time? We also need to prepare ourselves. Bella couldn't help saying. The others also nodded. Research, unexpected to everyone. When Sue E heard this question, he revealed a surprised expression. After looking surprised for a bit, he said with a smile, I think you've misunderstood something. Although your guesses aren't wrong that the new generation of Magic Fans are being researched, it isn't related to Magic Array research at all. The main problem this time is in terms of structure and material, so the dwarves led by Camby and the material research facility will take care of this. That's right, the design is also important, so there will be quite a bit of work for the design department during this time. Akali gave an O sound before nodding. No wonder I haven't seen Agnes following you lately. So she has been designing a new model. Hearing the name Agnes, everyone focused their attention. Although Agnes, under Su Yi's request, recently hadn't been hiding herself from the members of the company, so everyone had been gradually getting used to the elf and didn't make a big deal over it. To humans, elves were still a rare thing. Not to mention that Agnes was that beautiful, so people still wished to see her very much. Vivian has also been busy during this time. I wanted to take her out with Still to buy her some new summer clothes, but she rejected me because she was busy with work. Su-yi gave a shrug and helplessly said, I really didn't see it then. Could it be that she and Agnes are workaholics? I clearly said that there's no rush with the design and she didn't need to be anxious, but the two of them said that the design had to be perfect, so they've been going crazy every day and discussing the design whenever they have free time. Akali laughed. Sir Chairman, you don't understand this? They just want to prove themselves to you. That means that you have quite the position in their minds. How about it? Are you happy? Sui looked at her. Stop speaking nonsense. Vivian is fine, but what does Agnes have to prove in front of me? Akali pursed her lips into a smile and didn't keep speaking. Sui was too lazy to care about her, as he looked at the door and asked, Where's Evita? You called me over and said that you had something that would shock me. So didn't she go prepare it? Why isn't she out yet? Akali rolled her eyes. Just wait. Then she ran off. After a while, Akali ran out and said with a mysterious look, It's been prepared. Su-yi looked around in a confused manner. It's ready? Where? Akali and everyone around revealed a smile as they ran to their position by a window. Then Cecilia suddenly gave a snap. The room fell into darkness as everyone pulled down their curtains, blocking out the sun. Hey, what are you doing? Su-yi asked this when there was a white light that appeared above him, instantly lighting up the room. What's going on? What are you playing this game for? Su-yi looked at the special-made magic lamp hanging on the ceiling and was even more confused. Could it be it is someone's birthday that you're doing all of this? Su-yi suddenly paused, and after a slight daze, he said with an excited look, No, none of you had touched the light at all. Could it be? Could it be? Could it be that you've solved the long-distance magic transmission problem? When developing these household magic machines, Su-yi had used magic arrays as power sources, allowing these magic machines to perform the same task as those household electronics from Earth. The driving power supply of this was the magic crystal that powered the magic array. Most times, there wasn't any interference because of this. The magic crystal supplied the magic array with the magic it needed to function, and then it was turned into a variety of useful magic. But when developing the magic lamp, Su-yi had encountered a problem. When Su-yi was developing the magic lamp, he imagined the lights hung from the ceiling on Earth, which was used to light up the entire room. But because the magic crystal and the magic array had to be together, if the magic lamp was put on the ceiling, the position of the switch became a problem. Thinking about it, when one wanted to turn on the magic lamp on the ceiling, they had to use a ladder to push the switch on the ceiling. And to turn it off, they had to do the same thing. How troublesome this was. The City Lord's Manor's banquet hall had many magic lamps on the ceiling and walls. That was because of the City Lord's special request, and that the City Lord's Manor had enough servants to take care of this matter. But if it was a normal family, who would have the patience to climb up a ladder to turn on and off a magic lamp each day? Feeling helpless, Su-yi's plan of creating hanging lights turned into making a simple desk lamp in the end. Although the magic desk lamp sold very well, which surprised Su-yi, It was all because of the very fine design that it had. It wasn't related to the well-designed structure that Sue-E considered the most important. After this, Sue-Y had requested Akali and Evita to research how to allow a magic crystal to provide energy to a magic array from a distance. Sue-E thought that this was very complex, and it would be like the magic array coding that Sanchali couldn't finish even after such a long time. But he never thought that in just a few months, they would actually have concrete results. Thinking of all the changes and possibilities that solving this problem could bring, Su-Yi's voice began to tremble in excitement. He grabbed Akali's shoulders and asked, "Tell me, is it true? Did you really solve this difficult problem?" "Sir Chairman, it hurts." Akali knit her brows as she pushed away Su-Yi's hands holding her shoulders. "It isn't just this. Keep watching. There's more? Could it be a more important discovery than solving this problem?" Su-Yi asked in surprise. "Just keep watching." Akali revealed a proud smile to Su-Yi before raising her voice to call out, "Evita, you can start the second experiment." After saying this, Akali reached out to point at the magic lamp that Evita had personally designed on the roof. Su-Yi strangely looked up at the magic lamp. This thing just proved that Evita and the others had solved the problem of long-distance magic transmission. Could it be that they made something new? This thought had just appeared in Su-Yi's mind when he noticed that the magic lamp's light was actually dimming. After looking carefully, he realized that it wasn't a mistake. The bright white light of the magic lamp began to weaken in front of Su-Yi's gaze. Not long after, the light that was strong enough to light the entire room became weaker, as it became a bit of light like a firefly in the night. The magic lamp was about to extinguish, but the light gradually became stronger. Not long after, it became as bright as before. When the light began to dim again, Su-Y suddenly shouted, "Stop!" The magic lamp stopped changing. Su-Yi thought about it before shouting, "Evita, make it a bit brighter for me." Evita, hiding in an unknown place outside the room, gave a crisp response, and the magic lamp's light became brighter. He looked up at the magic lamp on the ceiling before Su-Yi looked down at Akali and asked, "Akali, other than solving the problem of transmitting magic, did you also solve the energy gradation problem?" The smile on Akali's face became even more proud as she said with a smile, "Sir Chairman, you guessed it. Answer me." Su-Yi suddenly roared out. Everyone was scared by this. Akali even held her chest in shock as she looked at Su-Yi in surprise. "Sir Chairman, you. What is wrong with you? Right? We solved the problem of magic gradation. How about it? Could it be that you're not happy?" Su-Yi stared at Akali until she was covered in goosebumps, and she couldn't help taking a step back. After a while, he broke out in laughter and moved in front of her, hugging her in front of everyone. "Happy? I'm too happy. This is great. Too great. After solving these two problems, my ideals can be achieved." Su-Yi happy said to himself, while loudly cheering and patting Akali's back. "Akali, I really am too grateful. Not only are you a good magic mechanical engineer, I will definitely properly reward you." After saying this, Su-Yi let go of the stiff Akali and turned to hug Bella, who was stunned on the side. He also patted her back a few times and praised her before moving on to the next person. He went around like this, and Su-Yi didn't even let off Shock, who always had a bad face towards him, as he passionately hugged them all. But after hugging Cecilia, who was last, and seeing Evita come in, when Su-Yi charged at her, Evita raised a hand to stop him. "Chairman, please calm down and consider Still's feelings," Evita calmly said. Hearing the word still, Su-Yi was stunned. It was like a bucket of ice-cold water was poured over him, and he instantly calmed down. Right? I was too excited. I'm sorry." Su-Yi awkwardly smiled at Evita before turning to the girls to apologize to them. As for the two boys, of course they were excluded. Although the girls had slightly red faces, they clearly didn't mind. Bella even extended her hands out again at Su-Yi as she said with a smile, "Sir Chairman, come, let's hug again. I feel that it's quite good being hugged by you." Claire rolled her eyes. "All right, stop being a fool. Sir Chairman has still, his heart won't be moved by you," Bella said with a smile. "I just want Sir Chairman to hug me. There's no other meaning." Su-Yi couldn't help shaking his head with a smile. "All right, stop making fun of me. I was just too excited earlier, and I lost control. Sir Chairman, why are you this happy about us solving these two problems?" Bella asked out of curiosity. The magic bread maker that we developed before sold that many units, and we didn't see you like this. That's right. You have always been calm in my memories and have never lost control. What happened to you today? I feel like these two problems aren't that big. Claire also said, that is because you don't understand how significant it is that you've solved these two problems. Sue said with a faint smile. Let's put it in another way. Once these two most fundamental and most important questions are solved, the magic machine industry on the Signs continent will change. And once there's more studying done on this problem, I dare to guarantee that you will find earth-shattering changes with everyone's lives. Isn't this too exaggerated? A collie who had a red face and didn't speak after being hugged by Sue, he returned to normal and asked in a surprised voice, Sir Chairman, isn't this too exaggerated? Whether it's exaggerated or not, you'll know when the time comes. Sue knew that it was impossible for them to understand the scene he was talking about because they hadn't transmigrated from Earth like him. They hadn't lived in an industrialized world before. So he couldn't explain it. After thinking about it, he clapped his hands with a smile and said in a loud voice, All right, since there's been a large breakthrough this time, I as the chairman will award a special reward to the Magic Research Facility. As for the amount, even including Evita and Cecilia, everyone perked their ears. They didn't know the meaning of solving these two problems, but of course they understood receiving a reward. Based on how excited Sue was, this reward wouldn't be low. Sue looked over their expectant faces and deliberately paused before finally saying in a loud voice, 5,000 gold coins. When his voice fell, the room became silent, and there was only heavy breathing that could be heard. After a while, Bella swallowed her saliva with great difficulty as she asked, Sir Chairman, you aren't lying, right? Why would I lie to you? Sue said with a smile. Then, you really are planning to reward us 5,000 gold coins? Claire asked in an uncertain voice. Of course. When have I ever broken my word? Cecilia opened her mouth, but she couldn't say a thing. A collie cheered out and ran to Suyi's side. As she hugged his left arm and shook it, she excitedly said, I knew that Sir Chairman is the best. This is great, this is great. A total of 5,000 gold coins. If we share it, each person still receives several hundred gold coins. I must use my portion to buy some new clothes and some. Seeing the excited Akali, Sue shook his head. He carefully took his hand out and was about to speak when Shock suddenly said in a cold voice, I don't want it. I didn't participate in these two projects, so there's no portion for me. Everyone was surprised as they looked at Shock. Eric beside Shock hesitated for a bit before shaking his head and saying, Shock is right. I didn't participate in those two studies, so there shouldn't be a portion for me. I don't want it. Bella standing beside him reached out to grab Eric and said in a small voice, Hey, Eric, are you crazy? Every can get several hundred gold coins, and you don't want it? With this money, your father's illness. Stop talking. Eric roared in a low voice, stopping Bella from continuing. He looked up at Sue with an awkward smile and said, Chairman, it was Akali and Evita who took charge for these two projects and Bella's group of girls helped them. Shock, and I didn't do a thing. The reward for these two projects should be given to them. It isn't related to the two of us. Seeing Bella signaling him with her eyes, Sue considered it before nodding. All right, your words are reasonable. Since you two didn't participate in these two projects, then it isn't justified to give you a portion of the reward. We'll do this. The reward will be given to the researchers who participated in these two projects to split. As for later, Evita, I need to give you a task. Evita looked at Sue in surprise. Chairman, please speak. Now that there are more and more members of the research facility, there needs to be a leader, so I want to pick one of you as the chief. As for the people in the facility, other than Still, only you and Akali have the oldest qualifications. Still rarely participates in magical research, so other than her, it only leaves you and Akali. I have decided to appoint you as the chief. Will you accept this? Sue asked. Everyone was stunned. Evita couldn't close her mouth in shock, and only after a while did she shake her head while saying, No, I am only a normal researcher. I can't be a good chief. Chairman, how about you pick someone else? For example, Cecilia. I feel that she would be suitable. Cecilia directly shook her head. I support Evita. I agree. It's very suitable for Evita to be the chief. Right, I also think the same. The others all spoke up, and soon they had the same opinion. A collie on the side stared at Sue and said in an unconvinced voice, "Chairman, why is it that even though Evita and I have the same qualifications, you chose her and not me?" Sue rolled his eyes. "All right, the first task I'm giving you as the chief is to make a complete reward system. Are you willing to do it? Then let's forget it." Akali waved her hand. "This kind of troublesome matter is more suited for Evita to do. I won't do it." Everyone knew that Akali was just joking, but seeing her reaction, they couldn't help laughing. Sue turned to Evita. "Look, everyone is agreeing to you being the chief. What reason do you have to decline?" But Evita lowered her head while biting her lip in hesitation. When she raised her head, her eyes became determined. "All right, since the chairman hopes that I can become the chief, then I'll agree. If I do anything wrong, I hope that the chairman and everyone can tell me immediately." Everyone gave a clap, which was considered congratulating Evita while also settling this matter. "That's good. I have something to talk to our chief alone about, so you can all busy yourselves." Sue waved his hand with a smile as he sent everyone off. He gestured to Evita, and they headed into a room. What did Bella mean when she mentioned Eric's father? When he sat down, Sue asked Evita this. "I knew that the chairman would ask about this matter." Evita revealed a faint smile. She gave a sigh before replying. "Eric's father is very ill and needs treatment, but the treatment costs a lot and his family can't afford it at all. Although his father could maintain himself by eating medicine, they still need to spend a lot of money. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have come immediately after hearing a collie mention that he could earn more than 20 gold coins a month working for our Frestek Chamber of Commerce. It's like this." Sue nodded. "Is several hundred gold coins enough to treat his father's illness?" Evita shook her head. "It shouldn't be enough. Back in school, he had said to that completely cure his father, it would take at least 2,000 gold coins. His family can't take out that much money, so his father right now is just waiting for death." After saying this, a depressed look appeared on Evita's face before she looked at Sue expectantly. "Sir Chairman, I know that you are actually a very good person. For you to specially ask me about this, are you planning to give him money to cure his father? Do I seem like a good person?" Sue smiled before thoughtfully saying, "I indeed want to help him since 2,000 gold coins isn't considered much for me or the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. But Evita, you have seen that Eric is a very strong-willed person. If I ran over and told him that he could have 2,000 gold coins to cure his father, he probably won't take it. Didn't you see how he even gave up several hundred gold coins?" Evita slightly knit her slender brows. One's father is one's most important family member, so compared to self-respect, one's father's life is more important. Although Eric can make others feel that he has self-respect, to lose the chance to cure his father, I don't like his methods at all. Sue looked at Evita in surprise. He could see a trace of anger in her gentle and refined eyes. After knowing Evita for this long, this was his first time seeing her being angry. "I don't like it either," Sue said. "But this is a fact, and we have no way to change it. Since we do want to help Eric, then you should consider it from his angle and think of how to make him accept it." Evita looked at Sue. "Chairman, are you serious?" Sue was surprised. Could it be that this is something to kid about? Evita was a bit surprised before her face turned a bit red. She lowered her head. "Chairman is right. I shouldn't have asked it like that." Sue waved his hand. "This isn't anything. I just thought of something. To have Eric accept this matter, we can create a special help fund in our company." "Special help fund?" Evita looked up at him. "What is this for?" "This thing is to help all our Frestek Chamber of Commerce staff. The so-called Special Help Fund is if any Frestek Chamber of Commerce staff member meets an urgent problem where they need large amounts of money, they can apply to the company for help from the special fund. Once the company has investigated everything, then we can provide the special fund to the staff member." Evita asked in surprise, "For free?" "Of course not. The staff members that accept the fund must return this amount by working for the company. For example, if your family met some difficulty and applied for 1,000 gold coins from the Special Help Fund, then you have to repay it using the wages you receive by working for the company. Of course, we can't just have you give up all your wages, so it's just a set amount each month. The amount will depend on the situation. For example, you currently have a wage of 25 gold coins a month, and it's been raised to 30 gold coins after you became the chief. so you can just take out 20 gold coins a month as repayment. If it's 2,000 gold coins, you can pay it all in just 8 years. If your wage is increased during this time, you can pay it off even sooner. Hearing Su Yi's explanation, Evita didn't care at all about Su Yi mentioning the increase in her wage. Rather, she was silently thinking it over, feeling that Su Yi's idea wasn't wrong. If there really was this special help fund, it would be an important benefit for the employees of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. But Chairman, I feel there are many loopholes in this. For example, if someone applies for a large amount and then leaves the Frestec Chamber of Commerce without them working to clear up the debt, wouldn't this amount be completely wasted? Evita asked with knit brows. You really are a girl with sharp thoughts. You didn't let me down in appointing you the chief. Su Yi praised with a smile before saying, there are indeed loopholes, but we can make improvements to make up for those loopholes. No matter what, we can't just not put in any effort because we're afraid of these problems, right? Evita looked at Su Yi in surprise as her expression was a bit vacant. After a while, she suddenly said with a sigh, sometimes I really do envy still. What did you say? Su Yi was currently remembering some of the charity organizations from Earth and was thinking about whether there was a system he could use. He didn't hear what Evita muttered to herself at all. Nothing. Evita shook her head and focused her mind as she said, Chairman, if there is this kind of special help fund, I think that Eric won't reject it. As long as we make it clear to him how he will repay this, I feel that this won't hurt his self-respect at all. Right, we'll do this. But as for how to persuade him, you have to rely on your schoolmates to think of a way. As for what to do exactly, I'll leave it up to you. Sui said, all right, leave it to me, please be assured. Evita said with a strong nod. Su-Yi smiled before looking out with a complicated expression on his face. He lowered his voice to ask Evita, I didn't see Rem and Wella today. Did they go out together? No, something happened to Big Sister Wella, so she left early this morning. She even told us to tell you that she wanted to take 3 days off. When we were demonstrating the results of the experiment to you, I forgot to mention this. Evita replied, something happened? What is it? Is it serious? Sui asked in a surprised voice. I'm not clear, Big Sister Wella didn't say anything. But based on her appearance, it didn't seem important. That's good. What about Rem? Why isn't he here? Sui asked. Rem left after Big Sister Wella left. He said that he had something to take care of and would come back in the afternoon. Is that so? Sui was silent for a bit as his face filled with a bit of hesitation. Evita couldn't help asking, what is it? You're suddenly asking about them. Do you need them for something? Sui looked at Evita and calmed his expression as he said with a serious face, Evita, you can't tell anyone else about what I'm about to tell you. Do you understand? Evita was surprised, but seeing how serious his expression was, she considered it before slowly nodding. All right, let me ask you something. During this time, how many times does Rem go out? Sui asked. Evita tilted her head to think. Quite a few times. He goes out once every few days. How long does he go out for usually? Sui kept asking. Not certain. At most half a day and at least less than an hour. Did he say what he was doing? No, he never said anything. After saying this, Evita couldn't help asking. Chairman, could it be, Rem, there is something wrong with him? Sui gave a sigh and shook his head. I hope that he has no problems, but… All right, let's not discuss this now. Evita, can you do a play with me? Play. Evita was surprised again. Night fell, but Chairman Rank's manor was once again brightly lit. There was no need to mention it. Chairman Rank was currently hosting a banquet. This banquet was being held in the name of Banta City's business union's president, so the guests were all representatives from the large companies of the business union. But the banquet today was different from its normal noisy scene. Today the banquet was much more somber. The chairmen of the various companies didn't seem as spirited as usual. Rather, they all revealed worried looks that were hard to hide. The chairmen of the companies discussed in a low voice before giving a sigh and shaking their heads. If someone had listened in on their conversations, they would have heard them mention the words magic fan quite a few times. These days, based on the magic fan technology that Sui had shared last year, almost all of the companies in the Banta City Business Union had invested in producing magic fans. In Banta City and the surrounding cities, there were several different brands of magic fans that appeared, but the first batch of their brand's magic fan had been on sale for half a month and all the sales of their company's magic fans were very pitiful. It could even be described as horrible. If this kind of situation continued, their companies would suffer a large loss this time. As for the investment in producing the magic fans, they would have thrown it away. This was a large amount to these large companies, so if they didn't receive anything back at all, of course it would greatly affect them. So at this business union banquet, all the representatives of the large companies had worried faces. This really is a rare scene. The only one who had a good mood at the banquet was the Omrit Chamber of Commerce's chairman Moon Cruz. Seeing the depressed looks of the other people, he even felt a bit of schadenfreude. I already said it. Not everyone can play with the magic machines, so why did you all charge at it? You didn't listen to my advice. Now aren't you all suffering losses? The Armani Chamber of Commerce's chairman Samuel Vincent on the side slightly knit his brows as he said, I say, Chairman Cruz, even if your Omrit Chamber of Commerce didn't suffer a loss here, do you need to say all this? Then again, are you really willing to give up a promising business like these magic machines? If I said I'm completely willing, that would be a lie. Chairman Cruz thought about it before saying, but so what if I'm not willing? I don't think our Omrit Chamber of Commerce has the same strong technological base in magic machines like the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, and we don't have a genius like Sue E. So we should just honestly focus on developing in the construction business. I feel that our prospects in this business is getting better, and if we do well, our Omrit Chamber of Commerce will become a real large company eventually. Chairman Vincent looked at Chairman Cruz with a strange look. Could it be that you reached an agreement with Sue E in secret? That's why you're not interested in producing magic fans this time. Chairman Cruz shook his head. No, I don't have any agreements with him. Rather, it's the exact opposite of what you guessed. Chairman Sue not only doesn't have any ideas of not letting the Omrit Chamber of Commerce join the magic fan market. Rather, he asked if I was willing to join. Only I'm not a fool and won't be fooled by him. Chairman Vincent's expression was a bit ugly. The Armani Chamber of Commerce under him had also invested in producing magic fans, so he was one of the fools scolded by Chairman Cruz. Chairman Cruz didn't even care about Chairman Vincent's expression. He pointed at everyone else at the banquet and said, Look, there are at least 30 chairmans from the large companies of Banda City. If each company under them makes magic fans, that's an average of one production line under each other them, which is a total of around 30. As for how much money each production line costs, I think Chairman Vincent is more clear on this than me. Chairman Vincent nodded. A production line came at a starting cost of 8,000 gold coins from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. This can't be considered expensive. If it's just one production line, of course it's not expensive. But what about 30 of them? That is over 200,000 gold coins. Chairman Cruz slightly raised his voice. Think about it. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce has earned over 200,000 gold coins from selling these production lines. In terms of pure profit, I think it's definitely over 150,000. Don't you think so? Chairman Vincent kept nodding with a bitter smile. Of course I believe that. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce's things have high profit margins, but there's no other way since these things can only be made by their company alone. So that means they earned 150,000 on selling these production lines. And if something goes wrong with these magic machines, you have to go to their Frestec Chamber of Commerce to get it fixed, which also costs money. Calculating it all, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce can earn over 200,000 gold coins from this. How much can you earn from each magic fan? It should be less than 1 gold coin. 200,000 gold coins. You have to sell a total of 200,000 magic fans to earn that much. You think this many magic fans can be sold in Banda City? Chairman Cruz asked. It's impossible in Banda City, but you can also sell them in different places. Chairman Vincent wasn't convinced by Chairman Cruz, so he argued back. Even if the people of Banda City only recognize the Frestec brand, it isn't like this in the other parts of the Lampuri Kingdom. As long as we sell our magic fans in further places, I believe we'll be able to sell to many people. Think about it. When the magic fan appeared last year, Banda City's people went crazy. The people of the other cities haven't seen a magic fan before, so when we bring the magic fan over, they will definitely go crazy. Is that so? Chairman Cruz revealed a faint smile. He gave a sigh in his heart as he thought that Sue E really did predict their reactions without a single mistake. Perhaps Chairman Vincent was right. As long as the companies of the business union work together, using their various channels to transport the magic fans to the different parts of the Lampuri Kingdom, it would definitely sell well. But if it was like this, it would actually help Sue E and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. When Sue E normally chatted with Chairman Cruz, his biggest hope was to let the magic machines quickly spread all over the Lampuri kingdom, even beginning to spread on the Signs continent. He wanted everyone to recognize and accept it. Having everyone recognize these new magic machines. Like this, the magic machine market would begin to grow, and this cake would be truly big. But the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had been established for too short and were just too weak, so they couldn't do this now. They always hoped that the other large companies would help them advertise the magic machines. Now for the Banta City Business Union's companies to sell their inventoried magic fans, they had to push their magic fans to various parts of the Lampuri kingdom. This was equal to them helping Sue E complete the thing that he hoped to see the most. Thinking of this, Chairman Cruz couldn't help feeling surprised. Last year, when Sue Yi's Frestec Chamber of Commerce had just joined, he had shared the magic fan production technology with the business union. Back then, everyone had laughed at him for being a fool. But looking at it now, if Sue E had already expected this situation back then and had made this decision, then that youth who seemed harmless with a gentle and friendly smile on his face was more terrifying than everyone had imagined. Chairman Vincent didn't notice the changes with Chairman Cruz's expression. After a pause, he suddenly lowered his voice to ask, "Chairman Cruz, I've heard that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce has cooperations with your Amrit Chamber of Commerce, the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce, and that's right. There's also the Sarank Chamber of Commerce. They're helping your companies research useful magic machines." "That's right, what about it? Is your Armani Chamber of Commerce also interested?" Chairman Cruz asked back. I've heard that your company's magic machines are easy to use and has greatly increased your production efficiency. So I was thinking that if we had the Frestec Chamber of Commerce research a magic machine that we can use, perhaps it would also increase our company's production efficiency. Your Armani Chamber of Commerce deals in cloths, mainly making clothes. For work that requires pure hand power, can the magic machines be used? Chairman Cruz thought about it while stroking his chin. Isn't harvesting wheat a pure manpower job? The Frestec Chamber of Commerce has developed those agricultural magic machines. I feel like it should be no problem. Chairman Vincent said, there is a possibility since the Frestec Chamber of Commerce can always make novel things. But what are you asking me for? You should be talking to Sue E about this matter." Chairman Cruz couldn't help asking. "I'm just chatting to you about it first. Anyway, Chairman Sue isn't here yet." Chairman Vincent suddenly closed his mouth and looked at the main entrance. Chairman Cruz followed his gaze and saw a man and a woman entering the entrance together. The man was naturally Sue E they had just mentioned. As for Sue Yi's female companion, it wasn't a collie who Sue E had brought to the first business union banquet. Rather, it was the more beautiful and eye-catching still that many people called the Banta City Goddess. The banquet hall that was quite noisy instantly became silent when Sue E and Still entered, as everyone's gaze fell on Sue E, even neglecting Still beside him. Chairman Cruz couldn't help sighing in his heart. It had only been a year since Sue Yi's first time attending the banquet. The current Sue E already made everyone unable to stop themselves from focusing on him. Just based on this, it was enough to prove that whether it was Sue E or the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, they had become pivotal existences in Banta City. The banquet for the business union this time was mainly to discuss the large amounts of magic fans they had in stock. On the surface, it didn't seem related to Sue E and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, but everyone was clear that to solve this problem, Sue E and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's attitude was very important. So when Sue E and Still appeared at the banquet, although the chairman of the other companies didn't feel good, they all showed warm expressions towards Sue E. However, when the business union banquet officially begun, none of that enthusiasm was left. A chairman from a small company came first. "Chairman Sue, you said that you have shared all the technology for the magic fans. But why is it that the quality of our magic fans can't compare to your Frestec brand magic fan? Could it be that you've hidden something important?" Sue E looked at him. "Chairman Mida, I can guarantee that all the production technology related to the magic fans have been shared. As for the difference in quality, I can only say that your company's production isn't good enough, so that is unrelated to me." Chairman Mida flew into a rage. "Nonsense. Don't forget, all the magic machines used in the magic fan production line was bought from your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Even all our workers were taught by your staff. So if there is a difference in quality, then it can only mean that you didn't share all the technology. What does it have to do with us? Oh, is that so? Su Yi smiled as he asked. Chairman Mida, the magic fan your company produces is called the Mergen brand magic fan, right? That's right. It's the Mergen brand. What about it? All right. If it is the Mergen brand magic fan, I've seen it before. If I didn't remember incorrectly, this magic fan's blade is a bit bigger compared to our Frestek brand magic fan. Chairman Mida held up his head and said with a proud look, That's right. It's bigger than your Frestek brand magic fan. So the wind our Mergen brand magic fan blows out is several times more than your Frestek brand, and it is more refreshing. How about it? Chairman Su, are you regretting the fact that you didn't make the same modifications as us? Regret. Su Yi shook his head with a smile. No, how could I feel regret? Rather, I feel that your modification is quite stupid. The people in the hall were all stunned. They never thought that Su Yi would use an impolite description like stupid. Chairman Mida was stunned for a second before his face sunk. Chairman Su, you can't speak nonsense. How is this modification stupid? You really want to hear it? Seeing Chairman Mida slowly nod his head, Su Yi continued. All right, then I'll give a general description. Although in theory, at the same rotational speed, a bigger fan does give more wind. But Chairman Mida, have you ever considered what kind of price you're paying to keep spinning this larger fan blade at the same speed? What price? Isn't it the same? Chairman Mida said in a surprised voice. It seems like you don't know it all. Su Yi shook his head. All right, let me tell you. According to the test that I've run with the Mergen brand magic fan, because the blades are 13% longer and 7% wider than our Frestek brand magic fan, it takes around 40% more kinetic energy for it to move compared to our Frestek brand magic fan. This is only theoretical data, but in a real situation, by casually increasing the rotation speed, the fan blade will receive more friction from the air. So as the fan blades spin faster and faster, the Mergen brand magic fan will consume more and more energy. Chairman Mida, let me ask you, with a low-grade magic crystal, how long can the Mergen brand magic fan last under the highest speed? Hearing this question, Chairman Mida's expression became a bit ugly. After hesitating a bit, he struggled to say, Around. It can last around 10 hours? The other chairmen in the hall all had strange expressions. This was because everyone knew that the Frestek brand magic fan had a clear sentence written in their advertising. A single piece of low-grade magic crystal was enough to run the Frestek brand magic fan at the highest speed for 3 full days. And before everyone began making their own magic fan, they had run some tests on the Frestek brand magic fan, confirming that these advertisements weren't exaggerated at all. Compared to the Mergen brand magic fan that could only last around 10 hours, the Frestek brand magic fan threw them far behind just based on this. Seeing everyone's strange expressions, Chairman Mida couldn't help saying in an unwilling to submit voice, but our Mergen brand magic fan gives a stronger breeze and feels more refreshing. Stronger wind doesn't always mean it's more refreshing. Su Yi kept arguing with a faint smile. Chairman Mida, we are producing these magic fans to be used by humans, so the wind doesn't need to be that big. Your Mergen brand magic fan at the highest speed indeed blows out quite a large gust, but it is just too big. It's so big that it makes it hard for people to breathe. Do you think that this kind of effect is good for a magic fan? Chairman Mida was silent for a bit before suddenly saying with a cold laugh, Chairman Su, I think you're just jealous that our Mergen brand magic fan can blow out such a strong wind, right? Your Frestek Chamber of Commerce can't do this, and our company can. You must be worried that our company's magic fan technology is surpassing your company, right? As soon as his voice fell, everyone in the room looked at Chairman Mida like they were looking at an idiot. Did this fellow forget? The reason why their companies could make a new thing like the magic fan was all because Su Yi had shared the key technology with them. Now he dared to say that his company had surpassed the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. Was this confidence? Or was it stupidity? Su Yi couldn't help smiling. All right, Chairman Mida, I admit that your Mergen brand magic fan has surpassed our Frestek brand magic fan in terms of wind power. But I must give you some advice that household magic fans have their own standard. It doesn't mean it's better since the wind power is stronger. Our Frestek Chamber of Commerce didn't do this not because we couldn't, rather we didn't want to. Chairman Mida gave a cold snort, clearly not believing him. Sui naturally was too lazy to care about what he was thinking as he continued. Other than that, I need to remind you that other than your Mergen brand Magic fan having increased consumption, but because you freely expanded the size of the fan blade without making a proper change to the product, it will make the structure more unstable and create hidden dangers. If it is used for a long time, perhaps some incidents will occur. I think. Chairman Mida isn't willing to see the same thing appear like last year in Southend City. Right. Chairman Mida's expression changed. Chairman Su, are you cursing our company? No, this is a kind reminder. I hope that you will seriously inspect every Mergen brand Magic fan and try your best to stop this kind of incident from occurring. Su Yi said with a serious expression. Other than this, I want to remind everyone that although wants to make their own improvements to the Magic fan, the design that I have shared with everyone is already quite perfect. I've already given you some strict standards, and if everyone doesn't follow the standards, it will be too late to regret it if something happens. The Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's chairman Fuller Morgan, who had been listening the entire time, suddenly gave a cold snort. Chairman Su, based on what are you requesting us to follow your standards? Could it be that we can't research it ourselves? Based on what? Su Yi looked over everyone before arrogantly saying with a cold laugh, because you don't understand. So, I'm saying it is the standard. The room fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other, seeing that while they didn't seem willing, most of them were also helpless. Although Su Yi's words were a bit overbearing, after everyone thought about it, they had to admit that they were true. That's right. Towards this novel thing like magic machines, the only one who truly understood was Su Yi. He indeed had the qualifications to say that the others didn't understand. As for the standard he gave, there were many companies who had the same thought as Chairman Mida when they were making their magic fans, making some changes to give it some novelty and increase their sales. But facts proved that these changes didn't bring any good effects. In the end, most of the companies had no choice but to follow the standards that Su Yi gave to make their magic fans. Chairman Su, let me say a few things. The hall had been silent for a while before President Ranks suddenly gave a soft cough, attracting everyone's attention to him. Chairman Mida isn't accusing you. It's just that everyone here is a bit doubtful. Although you have shared the magic fan technology to the business union and have given standards, you haven't told us why we need to follow those standards. If we don't know the consequences of what happens if we don't do this, naturally it's easy for problems to occur. So we asked you here today just to have you explain the doubt in everyone's hearts. Hearing President Rank's question, everyone's eyes fell onto Su Yi again. This was indeed the question everyone cared about the most. If they could learn the meaning behind the material and design standards that Su Yi set, understanding why it had to be done, without a doubt it would be a great help to their research on the magic fans. With everyone's expectant gaze, Su Yi revealed a faint smile and took out a thin book from his chest to throw onto the table. The questions you want answers to are all in this book. Everyone looked at the book and saw the large letters written on it. 100,000 Ys on magic machines. The representatives of the other companies in the business union that came to the banquet had been completely brainwashed. With Su Yi's eloquent explanation, these people came to a new understanding of magic machines. Before they had treated every magic machine from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce as a special invention, the product of a spark of inspiration from Su Yi. But after listening to Su Yi's detailed explanation, everyone found that these magic machines actually had a point in common. It was that they had a large, complicated, and extremely detailed theoretical system as a base. Whether it was the household magic machines like the magic fan, the magic air conditioner, and the magic rice cooker, the production magic machines, the agricultural magic machines, or the mining magic machines the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce used. All these magic machines were established with the same magic machine theory. Only by studying this set of theory could one truly understand the production process of magic machines. If they couldn't do it and wanted to produce magic machines, they could only simply imitate and copy them. If they wanted to arbitrarily make changes to the design like Chairman Mida, they would be seeking their own death. It was because of Su Yi's explanation that everyone understood that they couldn't look down on this magic fan that was only over 10 centimeters tall and weighed less than 5 kilograms. The theory hidden within was very rich, and it was far from being simple. Just with the fan blade, it involved simple physics like aerodynamics and space geometry that Su Yi mentioned. The three fan blades of the Frestech brand magic fan seemed like three pieces of iron randomly put in, but actually why it was that shape, why there were three of them, and why they were that size, as well as many other questions. It was all determined after going through countless calculations. It wasn't just randomly placed. So after Sue, he explained all of this. Although everyone was dizzy from hearing all those words coming out of his mouth, they understood one fact. Magic machines were actually very deep, and it wasn't as simple as everyone thought. It definitely wasn't something that could be easily mastered. The various large companies had invested large amounts of funds and manpower into this field of research, but not a single company had come up with a magic machine that could compare to the products of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. Back then, everyone had thought that it was because they had been studying it for a short period of them. As they kept studying it, results would appear sooner or later. But after they heard Su Yi's explanation, everyone realized that it wasn't because they hadn't invested enough money or they hadn't researched long enough. Rather, it was because the difference between them and the Frestech Chamber of Commerce was just too big, so big that it filled them with despair, creating this kind of result. The Frestech Chamber of Commerce had already come up with such a complicated set of theory for magic machines, yet they were still stuck at researching the most basic magic arrays. They couldn't even touch the most important magic machine design that Sui talked about. This large difference made many small companies who understood give up the idea of researching magic machines. It even made the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce with their large power give up on wasting more resources in this aspect. There were a total of 28 companies that participated in this business union banquet other than the Frestech Chamber of Commerce represented by Su Yi. After this conference was over, there were 23 companies that directly left the magic fan industry, no longer getting involved in the magic machine industry. Su Yi was very disappointed about this. He always hoped that all the companies on the Signs continent would invest into the magic machine industry, establishing a complete industrial system on the continent faster. But he couldn't blame these 23 companies that chose to pull out. After all, researching magic machines takes a large amount of funds and manpower, so it was quite a burden for any company. After realizing that the difference with the Frestech Chamber of Commerce was so big that they couldn't reverse it, it was normal for them to give up. Then again, from the angle of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, wasn't it better to have less companies as competition? So although Sui was worried that the remaining 5 companies who didn't show their attitude would also choose to withdraw, he couldn't really say anything. He couldn't just jump in front of them and say, "Hey, let's study magic machines together. I'll sincerely support you, giving you technology, money, and people." It would be strange if the others didn't think he was crazy. I show my heart to the moon, but the moon shines into the ditch. Sui helplessly looked up as he recited this. He found that it was the next morning, and there was a bright sun in the sky, not having a trace of moonlight. Chairman Su seems quite free. There was a familiar laugh from behind him. Although I don't understand what you just said, I feel like the rhythm is quite good. Can you explain it? Su turned back and saw the gentle smile of 70. Your Highness, why are you back again? What? You don't welcome me? 70 revealed a faint smile. Chairman Su, I have never heard of the words you've said before, but it sounds quite good. Is it the language of your hometown? Can you tell me what these words mean? You're right. It's the language of my country. As for its meaning, after hearing Su explain these words, 70's eyes sparkled as she praised. These words, it really is elegant. There is such deep meaning hidden in these short words. It seems like the literature of your hometown is quite good. If possible, I ask you to teach me. It's quite hard learning my hometown's language. I don't think you have that much time, Your Highness. Su said with a shrug. For example, your sudden arrival this time, it definitely isn't to learn the language of my hometown. 70 revealed a smile. That's right. I came this time to give you some good news. Oh, what good news this time? Sui was suddenly surprised as he asked. The first piece of good news is related to the worker cards you talked to me about last time. It's finally passed in the parliament, and if nothing happens, in 2 months, the kingdom will establish a labor department, and then you can get certifications for the dwarves in your company. 70 replied. Really? Sui was filled with joy. This is great. Once the dwarven brothers at the company learn of this good news, they will definitely be filled with joy. Now they can live here without worrying about any inconveniences, and our Frestech Chamber of Commerce can openly recruit more dwarves. I have to remind you that although I know that you recruit those dwarves to work at your company, if there are too many of them, it will attract some special attention. I hope you will pay attention to this problem. 70 said with a serious face. Many thanks for your highness warning. I will take notice. Sui quickly replied. That's good. 70 paused for a bit before asking. That's right. I've heard that your Frestec Chamber of Commerce even recruited a female elf called Agnes, right? Right? We already hired her when you came last time. Only she wasn't willing to reveal herself to other humans, so you didn't see her. Sui replied. I've heard that after she revealed herself in front of many people. So can you invite her out to meet me? To be honest, I have never seen an elf before even with how old I am, and I'm quite curious about them. This really is a bad coincidence. She is working at the design department in Bana City, so she's not at Santon Manor. Sui said in an apologetic voice. That really is a pity. 70 was a bit disappointed. It's fine, you can see her next time. Or you can stay for a few more days, and naturally you'll see her. Sui said with a smile. That's right. You said that the worker cards were the first piece of good news. So is there a second one? Of course. 70 nodded. The second piece of good news is that the agricultural department has received good reactions from the agricultural magic machines all over the kingdom. Almost all the nobles with territory in the kingdom have greatly requested more agricultural magic machines. The less than 10,000 agricultural magic machines that your company has made during this time has already been divided, so you need to quickly make more. Sui knit his brows. How is this good news? Every time you come, you're clearly here to tell us to rush your order. Let me finish. For this demand for agricultural magic machines, the agricultural department has made some estimates and have come up with a new conclusion. To spread the agricultural magic machines through the kingdom, we need at least 70,000 agricultural magic machines. Sui's eyes lit up. That means, taking away the 20,000 we haven't delivered yet, there are still 50,000 lacking? 70 nodded with a faint smile. Now do you understand why I call this good news? That's right. We still need your Frestec Chamber of Commerce to finish these 50,000 agricultural magic machines. I came this time to represent Royal Father and the Agricultural Department to make another order to you. Sui thought about it, but he didn't reveal an excited look. Rather, he asked with a frown. Your Highness, I have to say something that doesn't sound good. For 50,000 agricultural magic machines, that requires a total of 3 million gold coins. Can His Majesty and the Agricultural Department take out that much money? It can't be that His Majesty is going to sell me another 2 mines, right? You're right. Royal Father can't take out the money, so he can only keep selling you mines. What? You don't want them? Of course I do. But Your Highness, what if the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce does something again? A small mine cost me 2 million gold coins last time. Could it be that His Majesty wants to use these 2 small mines to get 50,000 agricultural magic machines from our company? Sui asked in a somewhat dissatisfied voice. 70 shook her head. If you want gold coins, we can just do another auction like last time. But Sui, Royal Father, doesn't want another mine to fall into the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's hands. So there won't be an auction and it will directly be given to you at market price. Of course, the price of iron has soared, so the estimates of the mine's price has increased. I hope you can understand that. This I understand. But what I don't understand is that could it be that His Majesty isn't afraid of the Joel family resisting again? Sui asked in a confused voice. They won't this time. A hard-to-see cold look flashed in 70's gentle eyes. They won't ever do it again. Seeing 70's calm face, a chill ran through Sui's heart. 70 stayed in Banda City for 2 days this time before heading back to Anvilmar City. Other than signing the order for the 50,000 agricultural magic machines with Sui and discussing details, she spent most of her time in the city lord's manor, and it was unknown what she was discussing with Count Sean. Only when she left, she sent people to send several large boxes to Sui. Sui opened them to find that these boxes contained bright armor and weapons commonly used by the army. The meaning of this was very clear, and Sui immediately understood. He immediately threw these boxes to the dwarves led by Camby, having them study them, while he put all his effort into studying another magic machine. It entered June, and the weather began to warm up bit by bit. But this time, The people of Bana City were surprised to find that the different brands of magic fans that could be seen on every street of Bana City had completely disappeared. Everyone found it strange. There were many different brands of magic fans and the price was dropping, almost falling under the 1 gold coin mark. So why did they all suddenly disappear? The weather was gradually getting hotter, and when families were planning to buy magic fans, these fellows had all disappeared before they even earned anything. Where did they all go? The doubts of everyone didn't last long because after 2 days, the Frestek brand magic fan that everyone had looked forward to had finally come out. Although the Frestek brand was still at the same price of 2 gold coins, making everyone ask questions, feeling that the Frestek brand magic fan should decrease their price to 1 gold coin and 50 silver coins, since every other brand had done the same. But when Sui took out a Frestek brand magic fan in front of everyone at the product announcement, everyone had shut their mouths and were dumbfounded. Unexpected to everyone, other than the new generation magic fan having a different wooden base, being completely made of iron, and being covered in the same silver leaf alloy as the automatic magic rice cooker and the magic bread maker, there was an important part made of a material that they had never heard of before: plastic. Hearing Sui say the word plastic, everyone was confused since they knew nothing about this new material. When everyone saw Sui perform some tests with this new generation magic fan, they found that this magic fan made of this new material was weaker than the magic fan made of iron. It would break if one used a bit of strength. However, it had a clear advantage, which was that it was lighter. Although the Frestek brand magic fan used a wooden base which reduced the weight by a bit, a magic fan still weighed around 3 to 4 kilograms. For a small thing like this, it was clearly very heavy. But the new generation magic fan that was made from the new plastic material, the weight was only around 2 kilograms, allowing one to easily hold one in one's hand. Just based on this, it was greatly superior to the previous magic fan. Other than this, the new generation magic fan's design was countless times better. With the silver leaf alloy and the light green plastic coming together, the entire magic fan looked very slick. It was much better looking than the magic fan made of pure iron from before. The reporters that came to this product announcement saw the magic fan and couldn't help shouting "work of art" in their hearts. There was no need to say it. The design of this magic fan came from the hands of the beautiful elf, young Miss Agnes. Just based on this, it would be fine even if this magic fan didn't decrease in price. It was even fine if it increased. Not to mention that the Frestek Chamber of Commerce held an exchange event that made everyone's eyes light up. According to Sui, this exchange event idea was to have everyone bring in their old magic fans to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. They would use their old fans to pay for a part of the price, and they would receive a new generation magic fan from the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. If the old magic fan was in good shape, then that old magic fan could reduce the price by half a gold coin. If it was a magic fan from another brand, it could reduce the price by 30 silver coins. Last year, the Frestek Chamber of Commerce had sold a total of 20 units of first-generation and second-generation magic fans in Bana City alone. According to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's sales strategy, those magic fans had service guarantees for 3 years after sale, and adding in the quality of the magic fans, it wasn't likely for something to happen to them. After a year, most of the Frestek brand magic fans could still be used. In a normal situation, the families that had already purchased a Frestek brand magic fan wouldn't consider buying a new magic fan since they could still use theirs. But now that the Frestek Chamber of Commerce was holding this exchange event, they could use their old Frestek brand magic fan to lower the price. So it would cost only around a gold coin to exchange for a new Frestek brand magic fan that used this new material, looked countless times better, and had better performance. For many families, this was something that wasn't hard to accept. Of course, to maintain the same explosive sales as last year in the Banta City market that was already saturated was something that was impossible. Like the last 2 product announcements, this Frestek Chamber of Commerce product announcement proceeded like normal. It was that after the product announcement, there would be an explosive piece of news. But it was different from the last 2 times. For this product announcement, Sui's explosive piece of news was at least a bit related to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. The Frestek Chamber of Commerce will soon be launching our small company support plan, supporting small companies who are interested in studying and making magic machines to enter the magic machine industry. The small companies that participate in this plan will receive equipment, funds, and personnel from the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, helping the small company develop in this business and quickly grow. After Sue E said this, the product announcement site filled with an uproar. What was the Frestech Chamber of Commerce doing? The other companies were worried that there were too many competitors. They wanted to monopolize all the business in their industry, but the Frestech Chamber of Commerce was actually raising their own competitors. Chairman Sue, why is your company launching this small company support plan? Is it related to the farmer support plan you launched before? The Karma Times Vice Editor-in-Chief Ryan raised his hand to ask. Sue E revealed a faint smile and took a step back. This question, it's better for me to leave it to the first company of this plan. The current chairman of the Ireland Chamber of Commerce, Chairman Freeman, to reply to. Ireland Chamber of Commerce. Several reporters of the Banda City thought about it and confirmed that they had never heard of this company in Banda City before. They couldn't help curiously looking at Freeman, who had walked out from behind Sui. After seeing Freeman's face, everyone couldn't help calling out. Ryan couldn't help knitting his brows. Although he didn't believe that Sui would play a joke in this kind of situation, no matter how he looked at Freeman, he looked like a normal peasant. How did he look like the chairman of a company? Freeman, Mister, let me ask you, what kind of company is your Ireland Chamber of Commerce? Ryan asked. This was Freeman's first time standing on a stage like this, so being watched by all these people, he was already incredibly nervous. Now that he heard Ryan's question, he couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat. He reached out to scratch his head as he turned back to Sue E. But seeing Sue E giving him an encouraging smile, he calmed his mind. He turned back to Ryan and hesitantly said, Our Ireland Chamber of Commerce is a partnership formed by me and some people from Ireland Village. Right now we are producing mainly screw bolts. Screw bolts? Everyone was stunned. Ryan hesitated a bit before asking, May I ask, the Ireland name that your company is using, is it because you and your partners are villagers from Ireland Village? Yes. Actually, I participated in the Big Stomach King competition last year, and after stealing the championship, I met Chairman Sue. Freeman told everyone about what happened to him this year. At first, his words were rough and unclear, but after a while, the nervousness in his heart gradually disappeared and it became more smooth. After hearing his experiences, everyone understood the origin of the Ireland Chamber of Commerce. They couldn't help sighing in their hearts. This Freeman's luck really was good. It was just participating in the Big Stomach King competition by coincidence, but he was recognized by Sue E because of this. This allowed him to participate in the farmer support plan and receive a small magic harvester. Then this farmer from Ireland Village used this small magic harvester to earn a large amount. He then boldly made a request to the Frestech Chamber of Commerce with his companions that they wanted to be involved in the production of magic machines. What surprised everyone was that Sue E actually agreed to their request, even personally helping them choose the business of producing screw bolts which was most suited for them. Then this small Ireland Chamber of Commerce had relied on this small screw bolt to actually become a small company with a bit of strength. When Freeman said all this, Sue E came up to interrupt him. Everyone, you mustn't look down on a small screw bot. I can tell everyone that our Frestech Chamber of Commerce no longer works on screw bolts. All the screw bolts used for magic machines are now being provided by the Ireland Chamber of Commerce. Just with this, our Frestech Chamber of Commerce is paying over 5,000 gold coins each month. Everyone under the stage was stunned. Although most people here have some business experience and didn't think that 5,000 gold coins was a large amount. But this number not being big only applied to a large company like the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. To the Ireland Chamber of Commerce, that was a small company made of several farmers. This was a number that they never dared to imagine before. Chairman Freeman, if I may ask something, how much does your company gain from the 5,000 each month? A reporter under the stage asked. How much? Freeman scratched his head and gave a simple laugh. I'm not too clear on this, but I heard Kovacs say that last month, we've earned from Chairman Sue around 500 gold coins. Only 500 gold coins. Everyone under the stage let out a sigh of relief. If this Ireland Chamber of Commerce that just suddenly appeared had a high profit margin, casually earning several thousand gold coins each month, that would be too shocking. But it's just 500 gold coins. This was not something that they couldn't accept. Then Chairman Freeman, how many people are currently in your company? The reporter asked a follow-up question. Including me. A total of 6 people. Freeman said. 6 people? Everyone thought about it before being surprised. Based on what Freeman said, the Ireland Chamber of Commerce earned over 500 gold coins each month, and they only had 6 people in their company. So averaging it between them, that was close to 100 gold coins per person. Although from the angle of a company, this income was a bit small and wasn't considered much from the angle of an individual, this income could be considered a high income in Bandit City. And based on Freeman's replies, they were all just normal farmers from Ireland Village. They would focus on farming all year before, and their income would be less than 100 gold coins. But now they could earn that much in a single month. This was simply an explosion in income. Thinking of this, many people under the stage couldn't help looking at Freeman with gazes of envy or unwillingness. These fellows were just normal farmers, but they could earn close to 100 gold coins a month from just producing screw bolts. Why can't we do the same? Seeing the gazes everyone had, Sui couldn't help revealing a faint smile. Actually, Freeman was telling the truth, but he didn't describe the exact situation. Actually, the Ireland Chamber of Commerce weren't just producing screw bolts for the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. Because the large companies of Bandit City had been rushing to make magic fans in the past 2 months, there was a large demand for screw bolts. According to what Freeman had told Sui before, they had made over 2 million screw bolts of different specifications just last month. Even if each screw bolt only earned them several copper coins each, with this large amount as a foundation, the Ireland Chamber of Commerce had earned over 1,000 gold coins last month. If it was evenly divided between Freeman's group of 6, that was close to around 200 gold coins each. But just revealing less than half of that was enough to move the hearts of everyone under the stage. It seemed like the effects of Freeman appearing this time was better than he imagined. This was very helpful in promoting the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's small company support plan. Chairman Sue, can you tell us some concrete details on how the small company support plan will be implemented? As expected, some reporters jumped over Freeman and began to question Sue. Sue revealed a smile and took back the stage Freeman offered him. He looked over the excited crowd and said in a clear voice, "The exact details are like this. Our Frestech Chamber of Commerce will first review the small companies applying to participate. After a full hour, the product announcement finally ended. When they left the announcement site, whether it was the lively citizens of Banta City or the reporters that came here looking for news, they all had excited looks in their eyes. The Frestech Chamber of Commerce really was the company that made novel things like magic machines. Even the plans that they had were this novel. The farmer support plan from before had surprised everybody, but the facts had proved that this farmer support plan had brought great benefits to the normal farmers of Banta City. Now that they had begun this small company support plan, there was no doubt it would bring large changes to Banta City. If it was like everything Sue had said, then Banta City would undergo some earth-shaking changes. Thinking of all the new things and changes that had happened in Banta City because of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, or accurately speaking, brought by Sue, everyone couldn't help praising Sue in their hearts. But Sue, after finishing this product announcement, didn't have time to enjoy everyone's praises at all. Once the product announcement was over, there was a group of people who rushed him, wanting to ask him questions about the small company support plan. There were also many people who wanted to participate in their small company support plan, hoping that the Frestech Chamber of Commerce would support them. There were just too many people, and Sue found it hard to deal with them. It seems like I need to find a spokesperson sooner or later. A helpless thought passed through Suyi's mind. He suddenly saw someone walking into the product announcement conference hall, so he raised his hand and loudly said, "Everyone, don't worry. As for the details of the small company support plan, we will be publishing it in the Banta Times over the next few days, while also making a public announcement at our Frestech Chamber of Commerce's service center. Other than this, the Lord City Lord has also shown his support, so the Lord City Lord will also be making an announcement in the market square on some details. We ask everyone to look out for this." Hearing what Sui said, the people surrounding him calmed down. There were some reporters that wanted to keep asking Sui questions, but they saw him push through the crowd and arrive at the side of the person who just came in. Those reporters recognized this person as the current editor-in-chief of the Banta Times, Naki, so they tactfully backed down. Whether it was the reporters of Banta City or the surrounding city, they were clear that Chairman Sue and the founder of the Banta Times Baron Hannes had a close relationship, so the Frestech Chamber of Commerce and the Bana Times had a close relationship. Most of the news on the Frestech Chamber of Commerce was reported in the Bana Times before the other newspapers received the news. Now that Sui was meeting Naki, it was clear that they were prepared to release some special news in the Bana Times. Under the jealous gaze of the reporters, Naki came towards Sui, but his expression wasn't happy at all. Rather, it was very serious. He moved closer to Sui and said in a low voice, "Big brother Su, we found that person." Sui's face sunk a bit before his smile came back. He patted Naki's shoulder and pointed towards a room inside the conference hall. "Come, let's go in and talk." When the two walked in, Sui was silent for a bit before asking Naki, "Where did you find him? Did Rem go see him again?" According to the reports of my brothers, Rem went to see that person yesterday morning. The two of them stayed in the room for half an hour before Rem left. Naki said with a nod. Sui gave a cold snort as a bit of rage flashed on his face before he asked, "Where is that person right now?" After meeting Rem, he left Bana City. I've already had some brothers follow him, and based on their reports, that person should be heading in the direction of Sultan City. Sultan City? Sui slightly knit his brows. It can't be that fellow who isn't willing to give up, right? After thinking for a bit, Sui shook his head. His face regained its calm as he said to Naki with a smile, "All right, Naki, it's been hard on you and your brothers. You are the editor-in-chief of Banta Times. For me to have you do something like this, it really is a waste of your talents." "What is Big Brother Su saying?" Naki said in surprise. If it wasn't for Big Brother Su's help, then the Banta Times wouldn't exist. My brothers and I would definitely be bored all day in our homes. How could we be doing such interesting things? We really have to thank you for this. Helping you do things is what we should do. After saying this, Naki mysteriously looked around before approaching Sui and saying in a low voice, "Big Brother Su, actually I feel that there's no need for all this trouble. Since you are certain it's that brat, how about we just catch him and have someone teach him a lesson? I don't believe that he won't tell us everything. I say, you are the editor-in-chief of the Banta Times. You are still considered an important person in Bana City. How could you like using brute force to solve problems this much?" Sui teased with a smile. He shook his head and said, "Although the method you said is rather simple and effective, the main problem doesn't lie with him right now, rather the people behind him." Naki thought about it before nodding. "That's right. If we don't catch the people behind him, there will be the same problems in the future." Sui gave a sigh. This trouble wasn't just this little bit. Even if they solved the problem this time, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce would meet all kinds of problems in the future. Of course, this was something that had to be met on the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's path of growth. It can't be avoided even if they wanted to. Moreover, it was only a small problem now, but as the Frestech Chamber of Commerce became bigger, their problems would also become bigger and bigger. Sui strangely thought of a phrase from the Song of the Stormy Petrel. "Come, let the tempest come strike harder." The tempest indeed came to the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. But this tempest did not bring trouble, rather a bunch of Banta City residents who wanted to become rich overnight. After the product announcement, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's small company support plan was reported in the newspaper of several cities. Adding in the fact that the city lord's manor had created a bulletin in the market square, in just a few days, the entirety of Banta City knew about this. After learning that the farmers of Ireland Village could earn over 100 gold coins a month from participating in this plan, the people of Banta City instantly became wild. In a single night, there were countless companies with strange names that appeared in Banta City. Then all these small companies that had suddenly appeared all tried to participate in the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's small company support plan. In just a short 3 days, there were over 1,000 companies that had submitted applications. Although the majority of them were from new companies that had just been formed in the past few days, there were also some that came from small companies that had long existed in Banta City. With this large amount of applications, the City Lord's Manor's officials sent by Count Sean to the Frestech Chamber of Commerce had been worked harder than dogs. They worked from morning to night each day, only getting less than 5 hours of sleep each day. It was a good thing that the Frestech Chamber of Commerce had already set a list of standards for this plan. They could eliminate any companies that didn't meet these standards, which saved them quite a bit of time. The most basic standard was that for companies applying to this small company support plan, they had to have basic proof of funds. The lower limit of this was temporarily set by Sue E at 200 gold coins. Just with this, they had cut down half of the 1,000 companies that applied. Adding in the other conditions, the companies that had passed the verification for this small company support plan were only over 200 companies. However, when these 200 companies learned that while they were a part of this small company support plan, but couldn't make magic machines like the magic fan, the magic rice cooker, or the magic bread maker, rather they had to make components for these magic machines, over half of these companies chose to withdraw from participating. In the end, the ones that decided to stay in the small company support plan were only 87 companies. Sui, when you said that you would let Freeman's group make the screw bolt, I didn't feel it was that much since the screw bolt isn't that important. But now that you're telling me that you want to leave the components to these small companies to make, hey, are you planning to get rid of our household magic machine workshop? As Su Yi's prestige in the company grew, the people who dared to talk to Su Yi like this in the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was only Heinz. It wasn't his set day of the month to be back in Bana City yet, but after he saw the report on the small company support plan in the Karma Times, he couldn't help rushing back. It was for no other reason than to question Su Yi face to face. Who says that I want to disband the household magic machine workshop? Su Yi looked at him in surprise. I say, did you specially run back today just for this? Heinz pointed at the representatives of the 87 small companies being led around the household magic machine workshop by Ankto and angrily said, is it not? This workshop is only in charge of producing and assembling those components. But now you want to give the work of producing components to these small companies I've never even heard of. What use is there in keeping this workshop? Do we just spend all day assembling those components? Wait a minute. Heinz, I feel that there's a problem with your logic. Su Yi said with knit brows. Even if I give the work of producing components to these small companies, why does that mean that the workshop would have nothing to do? Nonsense. These things should be done by the workers of our household magic machine workshop. So if you give them to others, of course there's nothing for our workers to do. Heinz angrily said. Who said that? Oh, I understand. Su Yi patted his head before reaching out to grab Heinz's shoulders as he said with a laugh, it's my fault for not telling you clearly. How to put it? Let me just put it clearly for you first. Even if the 87 small companies join the component production business, it will not affect the work of our company. I am very certain about this, so you don't need to worry. Although Heinz was angry, he knew that Su Yi wouldn't joke about this with him in this situation, so he couldn't help asking in a confused voice, what is going on here? Speak clearly. It's like this. Look, first, you used to be the person in charge of this workshop. So I think you should be very clear that the work capacity of this household magic machine workshop has already reached a bottleneck. The reason for this bottleneck is that our speed in producing components can never match our assembling speed, right? Su Yi asked. Heinz thought about it before nodding. It is like that, but I adjusted the proportion of workers before I left, so it should be consistent. Could it be that after I left, that kid Ankto randomly changed things? Not that. Ankto's work is very outstanding. You don't need to worry about that. But if you think about it, even if you adjust the proportion of workers and increase the overall efficiency, this is only a kind of compromise, isn't it? Su Yi asked. Then what do you think? You've said it before, the speed of producing components can't compare to the speed of assembling them. So we can't just recruit a group of people that are just in charge of producing components, right? We don't have that big of a place right now, unless... Heinz was suddenly stunned. He thought about it before strangely looking at Su Yi. Hey, could it be that you want to use these small companies to replace the need for us to hire workers and find a new place? Su Yi nodded with a full smile. That's right, you finally understood. Heinz looked at the small company representatives in the distance, and his mind quickly turned. After a while, he knit his brows again. This still isn't right. Although by having them make components, it could save us quite a bit of manpower and space, since they are producing and we are buying it from them. They have to earn a profit still. Like this, wouldn't our profits decrease? Su Yi laughed. Heinz, let me ask you a question. How much did a number 3 screw bolt cost us before? Heinz was stunned as he looked at Su Yi. How do I know this? You should ask that fellow Seabass. I've asked so I know. Let me tell you, for a number 3 screw bolt, if we were to produce it ourselves, Seabass has calculated the cost to be around 25 to 30 copper coins. Sui said, "Isn't this wrong? A number 3 screw bolt is that small, and it only uses a bit of iron. So how could it cost around 25 to 30 copper coins?" Heinz asked in a confused voice. "Iron is just material cost, but calculating the real cost, we need to add in the manpower cost, the cost for consumption of using the magic thread rolling machine, as well as various other costs. There are many things that need to be calculated in the end." Sui explained. All right. Even if there are that many, how is this related to what I just asked for you to suddenly ask this?" Heinz asked. "Of course it's related. Now you know that if we make a number 3 screw bolt ourselves, it costs around 25 to 30 copper coins. But do you know how much it costs for us to buy a number 3 screw bolt from the Ireland Chamber of Commerce?" Sui asked back. "I really don't pay attention to this. But they also want to earn money, so a number 3 screw bolt should cost around 35 gold coins. If it's more, you definitely wouldn't agree to it." Sui revealed a faint smile and shook his head. "You're wrong. For us to buy a single number 3 screw bolt from the Ireland Chamber of Commerce, it costs us 23 copper coins. How is this possible?" Heinz immediately refuted it in a shocked voice. "Could it be that they don't want to earn money?" "No, it's the opposite. They can still earn money. According to my estimates, they can earn around 5 copper coins from a screw bolt they sell to us at 23 copper coins." Sui said. "Then how is that possible?" Heinz was simply shocked this time. "It takes us 25 to 30 copper coins to make a single number 3 screw bolt. So why can they do it for less than 20 copper coins? Could it be that they do it better than us?" Seeing Heinz's agitated state, Sui knew that it hurt Heinz's pride as the manager of the household magic machine workshop. He patted his shoulder and said, "It isn't related to you. Rather, it's that our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has good worker benefits, so our manpower costs are a bit higher. As for the Ireland Chamber of Commerce, they are their own bosses while also being their own employees, so they can neglect manpower costs. So naturally, their costs are lower than ours. Then what about the quality of their screw bolts? If it can't compare to the ones we make ourselves, I'm still against you doing this," Heinz said in an unwilling to submit tone. "It's a pity, but the quality of the screw bolts they make is a bit better than ours," Sui said as he helplessly spread his hands. It can't be? Why is that?" Heinz's face was covered in disbelief. "It's very simple. It's because they are specialized." Sui gave a shrug before a look of praise appeared in his eyes. "When I sold them the magic thread rolling machine and the other equipment, as well as teaching them how to make the screw bolts, I never thought that they would keep making changes during this time. Now the quality of the screw bolts they produce is even better than ours. It's even better than me. In short, it's good. It definitely meets the requirement of our company." Heinz looked at the small company representatives who were at the workshop for 2 days working with the thread rolling machine and muttered a few words. Then he suddenly asked Sui, "I can understand why you gave the work of making the components to the small companies. But Sui, aren't you worried of the day these small companies grow up and steal all business from our Frestec Chamber of Commerce?" Sui revealed a faint smile. "If they really could do this, I would definitely spread both hands in welcome." Seeing the honest smile in Sui's face, Heinz rubbed his head as it ached. "I forgot, you're a complete lunatic." After half a month of training at the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, of the 87 small companies that qualified, there were only 63 companies in the end that signed the support plan agreement with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. According to the contract, they would get some production magic machines from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce by paying for installments, and they would use them to make the component the Frestec Chamber of Commerce designates for them. Then they would sell those components back to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, and they had to sell it at the set price of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Although these conditions seemed a bit overbearing, if one thought about it carefully, the conditions the Frestec Chamber of Commerce gave them were very reasonable. First, the price the Frestec Chamber of Commerce set gave the 63 companies plenty of space for profit. If one roughly calculated it, a small company could earn at least 500 gold coins just based on the component order from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. And if the Frestec Chamber of Commerce ordered even more, the small companies would naturally earn more money. Not to mention that this contract only lasted for 5 years. That meant that in 5 years, These small companies wouldn't have to follow the set price of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce when selling these components to them. Rather, they could set their own prices. So in less than half a month since the small company support plan was announced at the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's product announcement, there were suddenly 63 small companies in Banta City that were responsible for making magic machine components. It was different from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce workshop that took up a hectare of land. These small companies only needed to rent a small workspace for their workshops. Many small companies only needed to rent a small warehouse. They could put the production magic machines they bought from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce in there and hire a few people before starting production. Because the production magic machines were rather loud, and adding in the fact that rent was expensive in the city, most of the small companies rented warehouses outside Banta City. Moreover, because the components they made were mainly sold to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, naturally they picked locations that were close to Santon Manor. The originally peaceful Santon Manor that could be considered a resort was completely polluted with noise, as if it had become a large work site. Suyi's heart couldn't help filling with a bit of regret when he saw this. He had planned on moving all the factories to the Falling Rain Valley after the roads were finished and turning this Santon Manor into a research center. They would focus on studying and developing all kinds of magic machines for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. With the beautiful environment here, it was very suited for researchers to gather. But because of the circumstances, the area around Santon Manor had turned into a small industrial district. And Su-Yi was certain that as the Frestec Chamber of Commerce developed, this industrial district would expand and it would never return to the same peaceful environment from before. Thinking of this, Su-Yi couldn't help complaining a bit about the Omrit Chamber of Commerce. If they had finished connecting the Falling Rain Valley a bit sooner, Santon Manor wouldn't have become like this. I say, Chairman Su, doesn't it seem wrong to blame me for this? Towards Su-Yi's complaining, the Omrit Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Moon Cruz couldn't help feeling aggrieved. It's clearly because of the strict quality requirements you have for this road, and our Omrit Chamber of Commerce has to follow your orders. In order to maintain the quality, we specially lowered the speed and strive for perfection. Now you're coming here and complaining that it's slow? This really isn't right. I'm just casually speaking, don't mind it. Seeing Chairman Cruz looking a bit dissatisfied, Su-Yi's expression changed into a smile as he said, "Quality is first, everything else can come after. This is our Lampuri Kingdom and the Science Continent's first public road. If it is built well, the Omrit Chamber of Commerce will leave their mark in the history of the Science Continent. If it isn't done well, you will leave behind a mark of infamy. I had a strict requirement for quality all because I was thinking about your Omrit Chamber of Commerce. I'm more clear on this than you." Chairman Cruz replied before his expression became serious. "That's right. It's very important if this road is built well or not. Not mentioning something like leaving a mark in the history of the Science Continent. Just talking about the present. Chairman Pompey of the First and Carriage Company has contacted me, asking me about how much it costs to build this road to the Falling Rain Forest. Based on his meaning, he might be wanting to invest in building a public road." First and Carriage Company? Su-Yi was surprised. After thinking about it, he said with a nod, "That's right. Their company's business is in public transportation, so they want the roads to be better, and it isn't strange for them to care about the roads. But building roads is something the Lampuri Kingdom's government should care about. It's not something he should care about. The problem is that everyone knows that the kingdom is lacking in finances. Even if the king wants to fix the roads, he can't take out that much money." Chairman Cruz helplessly spread his hands and said, "So Chairman Pompey has asked me this time how much money it takes to build this road, and after I told him that your Frestec Chamber of Commerce is investing in this, Chairman Pompey didn't keep asking me about this topic." "What? Was he scared by the price of building the road?" Su-Yi asked with a smile. Chairman Cruz rolled his eyes at Su-Yi. "Nonsense. Building this road that's only 50 kilometers long already cost your Frestec Chamber of Commerce several 100,000 gold coins. If one wanted to connect the cities of the Lampuri Kingdom with roads, it would cost tens of millions of gold coins. Do you think that every company can take out that much? One company can't take out that much, but it won't stop 10, 100, or even 1,000 companies from doing it. With everyone working together, naturally this road network can be established." Su-Yi said in an uncaring voice, "You think it's that easy?" other than your Frestech Chamber of Commerce? Which other company would take out money to do a thankless job like building roads? Chairman Cruz said, that isn't certain. Didn't you say a few days ago that Chairman Morgan looked for you to build a road from one of the mines under their company to Bana City? That is different. The road connecting the mine to Banda City can help them transport the ores they collect more easily and faster. In short, the road would save on their cost. Actually, it's the same as the road you're building. You're only building it for the benefits of your company. Otherwise, why would you build it? So that means that the core of it is whether there are benefits or not. What if I told you that there are no losses in building roads, and it can actually earn more money? Sue E. mysteriously said, make money. Chairman Cruz looked at Sue E. in surprise. Are you joking? How could this thing earn money? You don't believe me? Sue E. laughed. In a few days, the king will send people to find you to have your company build roads. If you have the skills, reject them. Chairman Cruz looked at Sue E. with wide eyes, and his first reaction was that Sue E. was joking with him. It was clear that the kingdom's finances were bad, so how could there be money for building roads? But his logic told him that Sue E. wouldn't kid about something like this. Seeing Sue Yi's mysterious smile, Chairman Cruz fell into confusion for a while. As it entered July, the weather began to swelter. As the temperature rose bit by bit, the desire to buy magic fans among the people of Bana City increased. It was completely different from a month ago. Right now, there weren't any magic fans of other brands in Bana City. There were only Frestech brand magic fans. Of course, even if there were magic fans of other brands right now, with the beautiful design of the Frestech brand magic fan, they couldn't be sold at all. Because the Frestech Chamber of Commerce was holding their exchange event, many families that bought magic fans last year considered it, and most of them chose to use this event. They exchanged the old magic fan in their homes for a new generation Frestech brand magic fan. According to Seabass report for last month, in June, the Frestech brand magic fan had sold a total of 6,472 units. The ones that had sold because of the exchange event made up half the numbers, surpassing 3,000 units. It could be said that the sales numbers were much lower than last year, but this was expected by everyone in the company. After all, the magic fan was not a consumable product, and one fan could be used for several years. No one would just exchange it if they were bored. In a small city like Banta City where the population was barely over 50,000, and in a situation where the market was saturated, it was naturally impossible to have the same amount of sales as last year when the magic fan was just released. If it wasn't for the fact that the new magic fan looked very beautiful and there was the exchange event, then this year's sales numbers would be even worse. The Frestech Chamber of Commerce's response to this was simple. They would just have to expand their market. They would sell the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's products to even more cities of the Lampuri Kingdom. Only expanding the market was something that took time. Although the Frestech Chamber of Commerce had built a strong foundation in Bana City, Karma City, and even Sultan City, easily opening up the markets for these three cities to sell to the further Canberra City, Norton City, or even the further Kramer City, it would take quite a bit of effort. Compared to this, the Lampuri Kingdom capital Anvilmar City that was even further than Kramer City was actually a bit easier to open. The Frestech Chamber of Commerce retail store Victor's Group of Three had opened in Anvilmar City had very good business. Every time more household magic machines were shipped over from Bana City, it would be sold in a short period of time. While making a large amount of money for Victor's Group of Three, it also deeply rooted the Frestech brand into the hearts of Anvilmar City's people. Sue E had even seriously considered doing the same as Karma City, opening a new factory outside Anvilmar City and producing Frestech brand household magic machines. But after hearing Sue Yi's plan, 70 who was in Banta City for business looked at Sue E before shaking her head with a determined look. It won't work. Why not? Sue E looked at 70 in surprise and asked with a frown. Your Highness, our Frestech Chamber of Commerce is a proper company. Isn't it normal to go to the capital to open a factory? Why isn't it good? 70 shook her head slightly. It isn't that it isn't good. It's more that it isn't the right time yet. Not the right time yet. Sue E knit his brows even more. Your Highness, I don't understand what you mean. From my angle, the development of our Frestech Chamber of Commerce's household magic machines is very limited in Bana City, so we should be focusing on developing. So why is it not the right time? I'm not saying in terms of business, rather it's another wrong time. Seveni took a deep look at Su Yi and honestly said, Su Yi, believe me, after personally seeing the changes brought by your agricultural magic machines, I believe more than anyone that your Frestec Chamber of Commerce can become bigger. So I ask you to believe me, the advice or the warnings that I'm giving you. They are all beneficial to your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Seeing Seveni's honest expression, Sui considered it before giving a slight nod. All right, I'll believe you. Hearing Sui suddenly change his address to you, Seveni revealed a smile. She took a deep breath and calmed her mind before saying, Good. Then I'll discuss serious business. Royal Father has already looked through the Kingdom Public Road Connection plan you mentioned, and he supports this very much. Moreover, Count Sean has already reported the details of the road you built before, which Royal Father has paid attention to before. Now that he has seen your plan, he is very happy. He said that you not only care about your company, you are also thinking about the Lampuri Kingdom. Only the kingdom finances can't take out the money? Sui asked with a smile. Seveni couldn't help revealing a smile. That's right. You should be clear on the situation of the kingdom's finances, so we indeed can't take out the money needed for your public road plan. As for what you proposed, when she said this, Seveni's smile disappeared and her brows knit deeper. This, toll stations, Royal Father doesn't agree to it. He said that since we are making public roads, it is consideration for the kingdom's citizens, so why should we set up toll stations and make the people who take these roads pay for it? This method is simply exploiting the people of the kingdom. Exploiting. Sui laughed. Your Highness, for His Majesty's care about his subjects, I deeply respect and appreciate it. But I have to say that His Majesty's understanding of the public road is very shallow. The toll stations isn't exploiting the citizens. Rather, it is an excellent policy that will increase the level of living for the kingdom's people. I know that you're not a merchant that is greedy for money. You must have a reason for proposing this. Seveni's expression relaxed and she calmly looked at Sui. Although I'm also very much against opening these toll stations, I'm willing to listen to your thoughts. Your Highness really is quite open. Sui said with a nod. If we want to talk about this matter, then it will take a long time. So I will simply ask you a few questions. First, Your Highness, is it very beneficial to the kingdom to connect the kingdom by building these roads? Yes. Although I can't understand the situation you described in the plan right now, I am certain that these public roads will bring many benefits to public transport in the kingdom. The second question, the kingdom's finances can't take out this much money to build the roads, right? The third question, can you have companies take out money to fix the roads? This, Seveni hesitated a bit. We can, but the roads must be strictly supervised by the kingdom as it's being constructed, and it needs to be turned over to kingdom officials after it is finished. Look, the problem right now is very simple. Since the kingdom needs these public roads to improve the traffic situation and the kingdom's finances doesn't have the money, then looking for normal companies to help pay for building the roads is a very normal choice. As for establishing the toll stations and charging a set fee, this is also compensation to the companies. To put it simply, it's the kingdom's finances temporarily borrowing from the companies and using future income to repay them. Your Highness, why do you and His Majesty think that this plan isn't good? Seveni fell silent and considered it for a bit before saying with difficulty, Royal Father, and I not approving of this method is mainly because, to charge a fee to the citizens, it's bad for your reputation? Sui directly pointed out her thoughts. Seveni nodded with an awkward expression. It's very simple. It'll be publicly announced when this road is being built that this road is built by a company. It's not said now, but after the toll stations are added, you just need to tell everyone that they were added by the companies and unrelated to you all. To put it simply, take His Majesty and the royal family out of the discussion and let the company that builds the road to take the infamy. I think like this, it won't affect the fame of His Majesty and the royal family. Seveni was stunned. She looked at Sui and asked in a serious voice, Chairman Sui, are you shaming me and Royal Father? Our Lampuri royal family. How could there be anyone who won't take responsibility? Sui waved his hand with a smile. Your Highness, you don't need to be this serious. To many companies, it's fine as long as they make money. They don't care about their fame at all. Like our Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Seveni looked at Sui with a complicated expression on her face. It was praise, guilt, admiration, and even a bit of fanaticism before she finally gave a sigh. Chairman Su, when you proposed this plan, did you already think of this? Pretty much. Su-yi looked at the expression on Seveni's face and couldn't help saying with a smile, Your Highness, you mustn't think that I'll suffer a loss from this matter. In the long term, me and the Frestek Chamber of Commerce will benefit far more than you can imagine from this. I hope so, Seveni said with a sigh. Chairman Su, I've always looked down on merchants who have their heads filled with gold coins, but I have to admit that you have abilities that I don't have. And now, not only do I admire your abilities, I also seriously hope that your Frestek Chamber of Commerce can become bigger, or rather you can become more rich. Many thanks for your Highness' blessing. We definitely will. For Seveni's sudden trip this time, the matter of building roads was secondary, whereas the main topic was the production magic machine for the weapons and armors that Camby's dwarves were developing. After close to 2 months of research, Camby's dwarves had finally developed 3 magic punch presses specially used for making armors. Seeing the iron sheets being used by the magic punch presses and easily being molded into different shapes before being made into simple armor after some simple cutting, Seveni couldn't stop her eyes from opening wide. In Anvilmar City, she had visited a blacksmith to watch a set of armor being made. Even if it was the most simple form of armor, a blacksmith would start by first refining the iron before finally creating a complete set of armor. In total, it would take up to a whole day to finish. Sometimes there would be problems that occurred, and it would take more than a day to finish. Now in front of Seveni, these magic punch presses used less than an hour to finish casting a set of armor. Then after 10 minutes of assembling from Camby, it became a complete set of armor. And with the introduction from Su-yi, Seveni understood that these magic punch presses were going slower than normal. If they went at full speed, with the efficiency of these magic punch presses, they could make 50 sets of armor in just a single hour. Even if they only worked 8 hours a day, they could produce 400 sets of armor. Chairman Su, what is the cost of this set of armor? Seveni asked the most important question for her. Cost. Su-yi looked at the finished set of armor in Camby's hands and said with a shrug, Other than the material cost of the armor, there's also a bit needed for the people who operate the machines. As for the other costs, right, it's just a bit of magic crystals. Seveni's eyes lit up. Then doesn't that mean there is almost no cost? Su-yi revealed a faint smile. If it is compared to a blacksmith, it can be said like that. Seeing Seveni's look of disbelief, Su-yi added, Don't be surprised, Your Highness. This is the power of industry. Didn't you experience it with the agricultural magic machines from before? The power of industry? Seveni looked at the armor in Camby's hands and couldn't help sinking into deep thought. If the Frestek Chamber of Commerce could mass-produce these magic punch presses, then the speed of producing armor and weapons would be greatly increased while the cost would be greatly reduced. Like this, the kingdom's soldiers wouldn't need to worry about not having weapons and armors, and the battle strength of the royal army would be greatly increased. As long as the Lampuri kingdom had enough military might, although they wouldn't have the guts to compare to the 2 colossi of the Kandra and Marlow empires, they could at least protect themselves from the surrounding countries. As long as the Lampuri kingdom was safe, the kingdom could peacefully develop. It would mean that royal father's care and dedication wouldn't be wasted. Thinking of the kingdom's development, Seveni's eyes couldn't help falling onto the face of Su-yi, who was talking to Camby. Coming to Bana City this time, Seveni found that another large change had occurred in Bana City. Everyone in Bana City seemed busy, like everyone had many things to do. The entire city was filled with positivity and life, which was different from the depressing aura it normally had from being so remote. When she went to the Sandton Manor where the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's factory was, she found that the surrounding area had become a giant work site. Around Sandton Manor, there were many large and small workshops that kept letting out the sounds of machines turning. Everyone on the roads seemed very busy, but their faces were covered in happy smiles. What was it that changed the people in the city? Seveni kept thinking about this question, but hearing what Su-yi said, she understood. Yes, it was like Su-yi had said. It was the power of industry that changed the people of Banta City and Bana City itself. From the places that Seveni had seen, the power of industry had also changed Karma City, Saltan City, Canberra City, and Norton City. In the near future, the power of industry will definitely change Kramer City, Anvilmar City, and finally the entire Lampuri Kingdom. When this power developed in the Lampuri Kingdom, 70 believed that the Lampuri Kingdom of that time will shock the entire continent. There was a rare thunderstorm last night that completely washed away the summer heat. It also washed over Bana City, making the city feel much more refreshing. When the sun came up over the horizon, the weather began to rise and the city was filled with the heat of summer again. Early morning, Sui picked up Still from her home, and after getting breakfast together, the two of them wandered around Bana City. Even if he was busy with many things during this time, Sui still set aside a day or half a day to spend with Still. After all, for something like dating, there was only meaning if the two of them could spend time alone. But for Sui, walking around window shopping with Still was still a boring thing for him. It was because as an engineer, he couldn't understand no matter what why Still wanted to spend an hour in a clothes shop, even trying out every single piece of clothing in the shop before only buying one or two pieces. According to Suyi's thoughts, clothes were just used to cover yourself, and for heating one's body, there was no meaning in its appearance. It was summer now, and if this was Earth, unless it was necessary, Sui would spend most of his time in shorts and a t-shirt, ignoring everything else. Of course, his views on Earth had already been severely criticized by his female co-workers. So now that he was accompanying Still in window shopping, even if he wasn't willing, he obediently chose to close his mouth and let Still pull him around to try different things. One thing that was worth mentioning was that while the Sign's continent couldn't compare to Earth in terms of technology, they weren't lacking at all in terms of clothes. Just in this store that was less than 100 square meters, it was filled with over 200 different designs of women's summer clothing, which dazzled Su-yi when he looked over it. Seeing Su-yi's helpless face as he stood there, Still revealed a bright smile to him as she said, "All right, just wait patiently. The store is much cooler than being outside, so it's better to stay in here than to go out." Being reminded by Still, Su-yi finally realized it. This clothes shop was much cooler than outside, and it felt quite refreshing. Looking around, Sui saw a magic air conditioner on the right side wall that kept blowing out cool air into the store. There was no need to say it. It was the Frestec brand. Seeing Su-yi's eyes fall onto the magic air conditioner, the owner who had never left their side since Still and Su-yi came into the store said with a smile, "Chairman Su, your Frestec brand magic fan really is easy to use. Since we started using it, our store has always been cool, so our store's business has become much better." "Oh, is it because more people have come into your store to enjoy the cool air?" Su-yi asked with a smile. "It should be." The owner was a woman in her 30s, and her smile looked very friendly. Perhaps this was also a reason why her store's business was so good. Think about it. Our store is so cool, but after staying for a while, wouldn't they be embarrassed if they didn't buy anything? Su-yi couldn't help saying with a smile, "Are you warning me to not leave empty-handed?" The owner laughed. "How could that be? What kind of people are Chairman Su and young Miss Still? How could I dare warn you? But Chairman Su, I have a question to ask you, and it's a rare opportunity to meet you. So can I ask it?" "Oh, what question? Just ask whatever you want." The owner nodded before pointing at the magic air conditioner and saying, "Please take a look. Isn't the outside of the magic air conditioner a bit rusted?" Sui looked up at the magic air conditioner on the wall and found that although the outside had been cleaned several times, he could see quite a bit of rust still. He gave a nod. It is indeed quite rusted. It seems like you've bought this magic air conditioner for some time." I bought it last summer when your Frestec Chamber of Commerce just released it." The owner replied. Sui looked at her in surprise. "Oh, then your eyes are really good and you're willing to spend money. No wonder your business has become better. You have to know, when our Frestec Chamber of Commerce came out with this magic air conditioner last summer, the sale numbers weren't that good. It's 20 gold coins for one. I felt quite pain when I bought it last year. Of course, it was quite worth it calculating everything." The owner said with a smile. Do you have any other questions?" Sui asked. "Oh, didn't your Frestec Chamber of Commerce release the automatic magic rice cooker and the magic bread maker recently? My family bought one of each. Then I found that the automatic magic rice cooker and the magic bread maker were like you said, they didn't rust at all. Right? It is because the automatic magic rice cooker and the magic bread maker is made of the new material, and this material is a form of stainless steel, so it doesn't rust." Sui said with a nod. "That's right. Since you use the rust material to make the automatic magic rice cooker and the magic bread maker, then I think, if you make more magic air conditioners, you should be using this kind of material, right? Look at how rusty the magic air conditioner in my store is, not mentioning how long I can keep using it. It just doesn't look good. If your Frestec Chamber of Commerce can release a magic air conditioner that is made with the new material, I can exchange for one to use. That's right. Will you be doing the exchange program with the new magic air conditioners? The owner asked. Sui looked at the owner in a bit of surprise before saying with a laugh, "Be assured, I can reveal some things to you now. The new generation magic air conditioner will be released in another few days. Moreover, it is like you have thought. The new generation magic air conditioner is made from the new material. Not only will it not rust, it is much lighter, and because of the new technology it contains, you can also change the temperature, so it's much easier to use." You can also change the temperature? The owner was overjoyed. That's great. This magic air conditioner will make things very cold when it's on for a long time, but it only needs to be as cool as when it is turned on. There are times when the weather isn't that hot, so turning it on will make you feel a bit cold, but it's uncomfortable if it's not turned on. If you can adjust the temperature, that would be best. It's clear that we've noticed this problem, so the new generation magic air conditioner has this new technology added in. Sue said with a smile. You have to believe that our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has the user's experience as our highest priority. As long as the people who buy our products are satisfied, it will allow our products to sell more and more, don't you think? Right. It's like how we sell clothes. As long as people feel comfortable and look good wearing our clothes, they will be repeat customers. Look, young Miss Still, these clothes are really suited for you. The owner suddenly looked over and called out in an exaggerated manner. Sui also turned over and his eyes lit up. Still came out of the changing room wearing a water green short skirt that was over her knees. Because of the tight-fitting design of the dress, it revealed her perfect figure, making her look very slender. The design of the short dress was quite simple, but it matched Still's perfect face and figure, contrasting with her noble aura to make her seem even more elegant. Adding in the beautiful long golden hair she had, it made her entire person feel even more dazzling. Suyi's eyes swept over her, and he couldn't help staying on her slender legs that were revealed, as he couldn't help praising, "Truly beautiful." Still proudly revealed a smile and turned around before asking Sui, "How about it? Are you satisfied?" Sui didn't respond and turned to the owner to say, "All right, I'll buy this one." The owner waved her hand. "Chairman Sue and young Miss Still have graced my little store. It is my honor. So how could I take your money? These clothes were born to be worn by young Miss Still, and young Miss Still likes them. So I'll just give them to you as a gift." Sue shook his head. "How could that be? Still might just like several pieces of clothes. Would you just give them all for free?" The owner paused for a second before her smile became even brighter. "It's no problem if it's all free. If a beautiful and noble girl like young Miss Still likes our clothes, wouldn't that mean our clothes are worth buying? As long as I tell everyone that our Banta City goddess young Miss Still bought several pieces of clothes in my little store, I dare to guarantee that all the girls in Banta City will rush to my store." Hearing this, Sue held the owner in high esteems. When he heard that she spent 20 gold coins to buy the magic air conditioner last summer, Sue felt that this owner had quite the insight. Now that he heard that she actually understood Still's celebrity effect, Sue praised her business sense even more. When Sue wanted to speak up to reject her, Still suddenly asked, "When I was trying out clothes, I noticed that your company doesn't just sell clothes from the Armani Chamber of Commerce. You also sell clothes from other companies, right?" The owner was stunned before she gave a nod. "Right, what about it? Is there a problem? Then I'm sorry, I can't take this gift from you. Moreover, I hope that you can promise me that you won't tell anyone else that I bought clothes from here," Still said in a serious voice. Sue and the owner were stunned. The owner couldn't help asking, "Why? Young Miss Still, it isn't an embarrassing matter to buy clothes from my place, so why can't this be spread?" An apologetic look appeared on Still's face as she said, "This is because I've signed a contract with the Armani Chamber of Commerce to represent the Armani Chamber of Commerce's clothes. So out of consideration for the Armani Chamber of Commerce, I can't represent the clothes of any other companies." Su-yi was stunned for a second before remembering that the Armani Chamber of Commerce's chairman Vincent had come looking for him last time. He wanted the Frestac Chamber of Commerce to research a cotton-weaving magic machine for the Armani Chamber of Commerce, but he also wanted to use him to contact Still to discuss something. Although Sui had passed this on to Still, because he was too busy, he had forgotten to ask what they had discussed. Hearing what Still said, Chairman Vincent had actually found Still to become the spokesperson of his company. It had to be said, Chairman Vincent's choice was very correct. Still not only had an outstanding appearance, her fame in Banta City and the surrounding cities was very high right now. Not only did she have the attention of the men from these cities, she also became the idol in the minds of the young girls from other cities. The clothes she wore would naturally be mimicked by the young girls of all these cities. If everyone knew that she only wore clothes from the Armani Chamber of Commerce, naturally the sale amount for the Armani Chamber of Commerce's clothes would increase. Sui was not surprised that Chairman Vincent chose Still as his spokesperson, but he was surprised that Still would think this much about the Armani Chamber of Commerce's benefits. Based on this, Still already had professional qualities that many stars on Earth had already forgotten about. Thinking of this, Suyi's expression couldn't help becoming a bit strange. He had never thought about this before, but after thinking about it, he suddenly realized that unintentionally, he had actually become the lover of a large star. In the end, Still rejected the owner's idea of giving her clothes, but under the owner's request, she still agreed to allow the owner spread the news that she had bought clothes from her store. But Still had made the owner promise that when she spread this news, she had to add that Still had only bought clothes from the Armani Chamber of Commerce and didn't buy clothes made from other companies. I'm very curious about this. Still, since Chairman Vincent chose you as the spokesperson for his company, could it be that he can't do something as simple as specially designing clothes for you and giving you free clothes? When they walked out of the clothes store, Sui couldn't help asking this. Of course there is this. Chairman Vincent wouldn't be this stingy. Actually, the clothes that I've been wearing before, they were all given to me for free from the Armani Chamber of Commerce. Still replied. Sui was a bit confused. Since you already get clothes for free, why are you coming out to buy them? You don't understand this? Shopping for clothes is fun. It isn't about buying anything. It's about the process of buying something. Still said with a smile. Then again, the Armani Chamber of Commerce wouldn't give me all my clothes. If I walk around myself, perhaps I can find something that I haven't seen before. As for this kind of fun, Sui could only shrug his shoulder to show that he didn't understand. Still suddenly gave a sigh. Sui, I've found more and more that being famous really isn't a good thing. Look at how we're just walking on the street. There is always someone pointing. It feels quite uncomfortable. Even buying clothes has become this troublesome. It's not like before where I could freely walk through the streets. Sui looked at her face and thought about it before asking, do you really think this? As far as I know, there are many girls who are jealous of you and hope that they can become as famous as you. That's because they aren't famous yet. They don't know how troublesome it is. Still said with a sigh. Sui thought about it before he stopped moving. He looked at Still and said with a serious face, Still, if you really want to return to being a normal person, there is still time right now. Otherwise, once you become famous across the Lampuri Kingdom, or even the entire Science continent, it will be very hard for you to become a normal person then. Still tilted her head to think before hesitantly shaking her head. I'm not too clear on this. Give me some time to think about it. Sui nodded with a faint smile. Although Still felt that being famous was very troublesome. As a normal young girl, of course she wanted to be the center of everyone's attention, and it was normal for her to have some hesitations. All right, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. Perhaps after experiencing this matter, Still's enthusiasm for window shopping dropped quite a bit. She just bought some things that she already wanted before going to a tea house in the corner with Sui, chatting while drinking cold drinks. When it was close to noon, the two of them didn't eat a meal in the city. Rather, they hired a horse carriage and headed towards Baron Ricto Magic Academy. Today was Baron Ricto Magic Academy's graduation day. Other than being the end of the school year for students in their first to third years, it also represented the end of studying for fourth-year students as they officially graduated. Sui and Still chose to come here today was first to congratulate Vivian on successfully finishing her first year at Baron Ricto Magic Academy. Secondly, it was for the graduating students of the Magic Department. Last year, Su-yi had signed a contract with the Baron Ricto Magic Academy in the name of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, setting up a special assistance fund at the school. When this assistance fund was opened, the school was thrown into an uproar as some students from poor families submitted their applications. Now, after half a year, this assistance fund had paid over 3,000 gold coins, helping over 200 students finish their year of study. Of the 367 students graduating from Baron Ricto Magic Academy's Magic Department, there were 13 people who accepted help from this special fund. According to the contract they signed when they accepted this fund, once they graduated from this school, they would have to work at the Frestek Chamber of Commerce for at least 3 years. The reason why Su-yi and still came today, other than congratulating these students on successfully graduating, they were also here on behalf of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce to sign an employment contract with them. Although as the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's fame grew and magic machines were imprinted deeper into people's hearts, causing the low-grade magicians at the Frestek Chamber of Commerce to increase to 93 people from the previous 9 people. These 93 people were all quite old. They were mostly low-grade magicians with strength stuck at the first or second grade. These magicians didn't have any future development, so it was impossible for them to join the research facility. They could only remain in the factory to draw the magic arrays needed to complete the magic machines. Although these people were important as fundamental parts of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, what Sui valued more were people like Evita and the others with talent. High-level people who could help with studying and developing magic machines. Even if the Baron Ricto Magic Academy graduates were just average and there weren't many magicians with talent among them, compared to the old magicians who were set in their ways, there was more room to grow. If they entered the Frestek Chamber of Commerce and were trained for some time, there could be several qualified magic mechanical engineers that could appear from them. So Su-yi valued the 13 students who joined the Frestek Chamber of Commerce through this special fund very much, even personally coming to sign their contracts. Right now, Su-yi and Still were stars in Bana City, so not only did people stare when they walked through the streets, they drew quite a bit of attention when they came to Baron Ricto Magic Academy. They picked up Vivian from the art department before heading to the magic department, finding that their graduation had just finished. The 13 students who had applied for the special fund quickly noticed the 3 of them from the noise of the crowd. These 13 students had already seen Su-yi once when they applied for the fund, so they had a deep impression of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's chairman. In the past year, because of the special fund from the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, their studies had been finished much more smoothly. Their magic power increased far more than it had in 3 years combined, so they were very grateful to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, so naturally they wouldn't forget Sui. Then there was Still, whose appearance everyone in Banta City was familiar with. A man that could hold hands and be this close to Still, there was no one else other than Sui. So the 13 students pushed through the crowd and appeared in front of Su-yi, looking at him with expectant gazes. Su-yi's eyes looked over these young faces, and he sighed with emotion in his heart. These 13 students seemed quite normal, but they had a great significance to the beginning of a magic machine industrial system on the Science continent. This was because they represented a new path for children who learned magic after they had graduated. Other than entering the armies of their kingdoms or entering magic towers to work under powerful magicians, they could now enter the magic machine industry. If this gradually became accepted, studying magic machines will become an acceptable choice for all magicians on the continent. That would mean that the magic machine industry would have set its roots on the Science continent and would develop sooner or later. Thinking of this, Sui revealed a bright smile towards these 13 students. Sake, Elena, Alessandro, Gal. There were 5 boys and 8 girls among these 13 students, and he actually didn't miss a single name. After naming them all, Sui spread his hands and said with a welcoming pose, "In my name as the chairman, I represent the Frestek Chamber of Commerce to happily welcome you all in joining us. I hope that you'll spend a happy and productive 3 years in our company." The 13 students looked at each other before they all revealed bright smiles. If it was said that they were worried about the serious restriction of being forced to work for the Frestek Chamber of Commerce for 3 years after graduation, during this half a year, everyone noticed that the Frestek Chamber of Commerce was developing at a quick speed and had become a large company in Banta City that everyone favored. Of the magicians that worked for the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, not only did everyone receive enviable high wages, They could also keep studying magic, raising their magic power while working. Work that satisfied both sides. Who wasn't willing to do it? Seeing Sue take out contracts for these 13 students to sign. Another student who had just graduated from the magic department asked in a loud voice, Chairman Sue, can students who didn't apply for the special fund also work for your Frestec Chamber of Commerce? Sue looked up in surprise in the direction of the voice and saw the rough linen clothes that student was wearing. He revealed a faint smile and said in a kind voice, Of course. The students who applied for the special fund are just following their past contract to work for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce for 3 years. But that does not mean that our Frestec Chamber of Commerce doesn't welcome other students like you to work for our company. Then can I apply to work for your Frestec Chamber of Commerce? The student asked again. Sue looked over the other students, paying attention to them before replying with a nod. Of course. As soon as his voice fell, the students around him exploded. After a while, the student who had just asked these questions pushed his way through the crowd. He came to Sue Yi's side with an excited look and pointed at himself as he asked, Chairman Sue, I'm called Drexel. I have also just graduated from this school, and I'm currently a third-grade magician. Is that all right? Sue looked at Drexel's expectant face and looked at the excited students around him before feeling a bit stunned. Could it be? The effects of his trip to Baron Richter Magic Academy would be even better than he had expected? Facts prove that Sue Yi's guess was right. After staying at the Baron Richter Magic Academy for a day, not only did Sue sign contracts with the 13 students who had accepted the special fund, making them employees of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. There were also 24 other graduates who expressed their willingness to work for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to Sue. Naturally, Sue wouldn't just agree to them. Rather, he had them prepare themselves to come to the Sandton Manor 3 days later to be tested. Actually, Sue wanted to not waste another word and accept these over 20 students, since the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was in urgent need of large amounts of magicians. Although the Baron Richter Magic Academy was not the best magic school in the Lampuri Kingdom, it was still much stronger than the Sennheiser school that Sue had attended before. Being able to graduate from this place, normally one had to be at least a second-grade magician. There were even quite a few who were third- or fourth-grade magicians. If these students could be recruited into the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, and they were trained for a while, the magic research facility would be filled with staff. Of course, it was just the beginning recruiting these students into the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. The company in the future would still require large amounts of magicians, or rather more accurately speaking, they needed more magic mechanical engineers. Sue had considered all of this, and after discussing this with the Baron Richter Magic Academy management, he decided on starting a magic mechanical engineering department at the school. As the department's name implied, they would be learning knowledge related to magic machines. But to create this department, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had to pay the Baron Richter Magic Academy 10,000 gold coins each year. When summer passed and the Baron Richter Magic Academy began to recruit students again, this department would also be attracting new students. When the students of the Magic Mechanical Engineering Department graduated, the path that they would choose to take would naturally be work related to magic machines. Investing 10,000 gold coins each year just for the possibility of a few students, isn't this too wasteful? On the way back, still expressed her doubts to Sue. When the fall enrollment season comes, as long as there is a single student that joins the Magic Mechanical Engineering Department, this means this 10,000 gold coins will be worth it. Sue said with a faint smile. The significance of this branch is much greater than its practical uses. I just want to use this department to tell those kids that want to learn magic that magic is not just about power and breaking things. There are many other methods to use it. When this idea enters everyone's mind and is accepted by them, there will be more and more students who join this department. But how many years will that take? Still then said, is this really worth it? There's no choice. Creating a complete industrial system is a large project that takes a long time. I can only build the foundation bit by bit. As for when it will bloom, I can't be certain. After pausing, Sue then said, in fact, if it wasn't for the fact that our company doesn't have that much money, I even want to open a school that is dedicated to teaching magic mechanical engineering. I want to recruit those children with talent in magic and teach them about magic machines from a young age. You have to know, magic machines are not just about magic. There is also quite a bit of engineering knowledge that needs to be learned. If one only comes in contact with it midway, the effects wouldn't be as good. Un, I have some experience now. Still gave a nod. I've been busy with advertising in the past few months, so I rarely spent time researching magic arrays with Evita and the others. I went back there a few days ago and found that when I discussed things with Evita and Akali, I couldn't understand what they were saying at all. Sui laughed as he tapped Still's nose. It's very normal that you can't understand. Evita and the others spend a large amount of time each day with their research, and the new technology they have developed has even surprised me. If a lazy fellow like you could stay at the same level as them, it really wouldn't be fair. Still gave a soft snort and twisted her little nose as she said, "Give me some time, I will definitely catch them." That's right, what you talked about with the owner of the clothing store, the new technology that the new generation of magic air conditioners is using where you can adjust the temperature. Was it the new technology that Evita and the others recently developed? The ability to adjust temperatures. It was because of the energy gradation technology that they had just discovered. This technology can control the amount of magic being released from the magic crystal, which controls the might of the magic array. If this is placed in the magic air conditioner, it would mean that the might of the frost array inside the magic air conditioner can be adjusted, changing the temperature of the wind being blown out. Sui replied. Still thought about it and couldn't help sighing as she said, "If it's like this, it really is incredible. I've only casually thought about this technology and found many places to implement it. No wonder even you were shocked by it." I thought that Evita and the others would take a long time to solve this problem, but I never thought that they would solve it this quickly. It really is incredible. Sui nodded as he praised them. Actually, to be honest, compared to this magic power gradation technology, the long-distance magic transfer technology is more important. We can't implement it properly right now, but as we develop this technology, you'll find that this technology can completely change your life. Really? Still's eyes lit up as she seriously looked at Sui. She smiled as she hugged him and said, "All right, I'll be waiting to see it." To see the effects of the long-distance magic transfer technology was not easy, but it was easy to see the difference between public roads and normal roads. When the 24 students of the Baron Richto Magic Academy all passed the application process and began working for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, Chairman Cruz brought Sui a great piece of news. The Falling Rain Road. It was finally complete. It should be said that the Omrit Chamber of Commerce was very efficient. This 57 kilometers road from Banda City to the Falling Rain Valley was completed by the Omrit Chamber of Commerce in just a short 3 months. And after it was complete, Sui had inspected it and had confirmed that the quality of the road was quite good. Sui's 15-centimeter thick road was changed to 20 centimeters in the end. The concrete road was very flat. There weren't any bumps that could be seen at all. Looking out, the road was like a white path that led off into the distance from Banda City, looking truly beautiful. The only thing that was bad was that although it had been widened, it still didn't reach 4 meters. On the road back on Earth, at most it could be considered 2 traffic lanes, which could only be seen on rural roads. Compared to those 6-lane provincial highways or the 10-lane national highways, it was really a large difference. To the Signs continent, this was the first public road, so it had a large significance. When the Omrit Chamber of Commerce and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce announced that the Falling Rain Road was finished, they conducted a ribbon-cutting ceremony outside of Banda City. Even Count Sean had come to this ceremony and gave a speech, praising the significance of this road. Actually, there was no need for Count Sean to praise it. Just by using one's eyes, everyone could see that this road was as calm as dead water. There was no doubt that it was countless times better than the roads made of ordinary gravel. When the Falling Rain Road opening ceremony was over, countless people stepped on the roads. They didn't feel any bumps from under their feet, which caused them to gasp in surprise. As for the nobles and company representatives that Sui and Chairman Cruz had invited, they drove their horse carriages onto the roads. Their surprise turned into shock. The horse carriage galloped at high speeds on the road, and it didn't shake at all. Compared to when sitting in the carriage almost threw people out. This was a heaven and earth difference. Also, by traveling on a smooth surface like this, the horse carriage being influenced by the bumpy ground was minimalized, so they moved more than twice as fast as on normal roads. Chairman Mark Pompey of the First and Carriage Company only tried the road for a bit before immediately searching for Sue E., who was talking to Count Sean. He didn't care about Count Sean at all, as he said to Sue E. Chairman Sue, I've heard that your Frestec Chamber of Commerce is investing in a road from Banta City to Karma City? Sui nodded with a faint smile. That's right, what about it? Is Chairman Pompey also interested? Chairman Pompey kept asking. Then can I ask Chairman Sue, how much are you planning to invest in this road? Sue stroked his chin and thought for a bit before replying. I'm not clear on the amount now. However, because this road is a bit more complicated and I want a wider road. According to the estimates of the Omrit Chamber of Commerce, the current estimate should be around 300,000 gold coins. Around 300,000 gold coins. Chairman Pompey lowered his head to think before suddenly turning to Count Sean and saying with a serious face, Lord City Lord, our First and Carriage Company is willing to do the same as the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, contributing our strength to Banta City and the Lampuri Kingdom. We currently are planning to invest in a public road from Banta City to Sultan City. I asked the Lord City Lord to agree to this. Of course, Chairman Pompey was not dumb, and the First and Carriage Company didn't have money they wanted to waste. He had raised this idea of a road connecting Banta City and Sultan City because the Frestec Chamber of Commerce investing in a road connecting Banta City to Karma City was a thing that everyone knew. There was even a public announcement from the city lord's manor in the city square. Regarding this matter, whether it was the newspapers in Banta City or Karma City, they all issued large amounts of reports on it. Even the newspapers in Anvilmar City had done a series on this. From these reports, everyone had learned that after the Frestec Chamber of Commerce finished these roads, they would be establishing toll booths on these roads that would collect fees from all horse carriages using these roads. On this point, most people didn't care and a small portion turned their noses at it. Was the Frestec Chamber of Commerce crazy? They actually wanted to make money on collecting toll fees? They wanted money? It's very simple. At best, I won't use that broken road. Anyway, this road was being built somewhere else. It wouldn't affect the current road between Banta City and Karma City. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce wanted to use toll fees to collect the costs of building this road. This was simply wishful thinking. But what other thought was not what Chairman Pompey thought? As the chairman of the First and Carriage Company, he understood better than anyone how much a good road would affect the business of horse carriages. Not mentioning anything else, the First and Chamber of Commerce spent as much as 100,000 to 150,000 each year on fixing horse carriages. If they counted the costs that came from horse carriages running on bad roads, this number would reach close to 200,000. Chairman Pompey had thought before that if each road in the Lampuri Kingdom was as smooth as the marble road in front of the Anvilmar City's royal palace, then the First and Chamber of Commerce could save at least 100,000 gold coins in fixed costs. Moreover, as the roads were improved, the speed of the horse carriages would be increased. People would have better journeys and the business of riding horse carriages would be much better. But all these well wishes were nothing more than simple dreams. The path in front of the royal palace was only 500 meters long and 10 meters wide. But because the materials used were the best marble blocks, which were carefully carved by the best stonemasons, it cost over 700,000 gold coins to build. If they wanted to turn all the roads in the Lampuri Kingdom into something similar, the amount of gold coins spent was something even the richest Kandra Empire couldn't support. Chairman Pompey had given up on this hope until he saw the road the Frestec Chamber of Commerce built. Although compared to that smooth road in front of the royal palace, this public road was a bit lacking, but it was countless times better than those roads that were covered in pieces of rocks. If Chairman Pompey had a choice, even if he had to pay a toll fee to use it, he would definitely have the First and Carriage Company's horse carriages travel on this kind of road. He was certain that even if the other companies couldn't see the significance this road had, after comparing them, the other companies would also choose to drive their horse carriages over this road. Ignoring the damage reduced to their products by going on a road like this, just based on the time saved, it was not something that a trivial toll fee could compare to. So Chairman Pompey could instantly determine that something like collecting toll fees was definitely worth it. So he immediately looked for Sue E and proposed his idea of building a road to Count Sean. Of course, the most important factor in his decision was the price of building the road was low enough. According to what Sue E said, The 57-kilometer road to the Falling Rain Valley cost no more than 200,000 gold coins. As for the closed to 70-kilometer road connecting Banta City to Karma City, it would cost around less than 300,000 gold coins. Although Sultan City was a bit further from Banta City, according to their estimates, it wouldn't cost more than 400,000 even if they used the materials. The First and Carriage Company could definitely accept this. The most important thing was that when the other companies reacted, they would all begin building public roads. Not long after, all the roads in the Lampuri Kingdom would be replaced with public roads. When that time comes, the ones who would profit the most would without a doubt be the First and Carriage Company who relied on the roads. Hey, that fellow Pompey looks like his heart's blooming with joy. He probably thinks that your Frestec Chamber of Commerce is doing everything to help his First and Carriage Company. Chairman Cruz watched the changing scene outside the horse carriage before curling his lips and looking back at Sui. He shook his head and said, "Actually, he never would have thought that everything was according to your plan." Sui didn't look out the window and just casually patted his seat before saying with a smile, "You can't say that it's everything. Look, if all the roads of the Lampuri Kingdom are turned into smooth roads like this, at least it'll be much more comfortable sitting in horse carriages." The horse carriage the two were in were traveling on the newly finished Falling Rain Road. Because of how smooth the road was, although the carriage kept traveling at a high speed, it was very stable. It wasn't as uncomfortable as sitting in horse carriages traveling on gravel roads. Chairman Cruz laughed as he nodded. "That's right. To be honest, after traveling on these roads a few times, if you have me go back to going on those broken roads, I really can't take it. I don't know when the roads of the Lampuri Kingdom will all be turned into this kind of comfortable road." Sui considered it a bit before saying, "It shouldn't be too long. After this Falling Rain Road has been finished, the newspapers of the kingdom have been reporting on them, and the royal family has been advertising it. So the entire Lampuri Kingdom should know of the benefits this road brings." Adding in the fact that the royal family is advertising the two roads being built by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce and the First and Carriage Company, I believe the companies of the kingdom will understand the benefits of building roads. Not long soon, you will find that many people will be looking for your Omrit Chamber of Commerce to build roads. Chairman Cruz slightly knit his brows. With our company's current abilities, it takes all our strength to finish these two roads. If there are more people who want to build roads, we might not be able to do it. Then are you willing to reveal the cement technology and let the other companies help you? Being teased by Sui, Chairman Cruz quickly shook his head without even thinking. "Of course not. How about this, Chairman Sui? With this opportunity, I will order another set of concrete machines from you. Other than that, I hope that you can develop the other road-building magic machines. I'm in a rush to use them now." The equipment is easy to say, but what about people? Sui asked back. "In Banta City right now, I think you shouldn't be able to find enough people, right?" Hearing Sui mention manpower, Chairman Cruz gave a long sigh and said with a bitter smile, "Speaking of this, I really don't know whether to praise you or scold you." "Oh, what do you mean?" Sui asked with a smile. "Before your Frestec Chamber of Commerce appeared, there were idle people all over Banta City. If I gave a salary of 3 gold coins per month, there would be a large group of people willing to work. But now that your Frestec Chamber of Commerce has opened several new factories and have recruited over 1,000 people, you also created this small company support plan, causing people to be recruiting all over Banta City. I wanted to hire some more people to fix the road, but can you guess what happened?" "What? You couldn't hire any people?" Sui asked. "It isn't that I couldn't hire any people, but for a job that does small work like flattening a road, they actually wanted a salary of 7 gold coins a month. This is simply robbery," Chairman Cruz indignantly said. Sui couldn't help smiling. "Not bad. It's only 7 gold coins. It's not that much. Our starting wage when hiring people is now 10 gold coins per month." Chairman Cruz looked at Sui. "Who dares compete with your Frestec Chamber of Commerce? You people have always been generous. It's simply being a wastrel. But in the end, if it wasn't for your Frestec Chamber of Commerce raising the wages so high, our companies wouldn't have all this trouble. I explained this to you last year. The increase in wages for workers is a result of economic development. It isn't something that our Frestec Chamber of Commerce can change alone. With the current demand for workers in Banta City, even if our company didn't increase it, there would be a company that increased the wages. Perhaps you don't know, but there were some companies that wanted to poach our workers, and they even offered a wage of 20 gold coins a month. Sui said, 20 gold coins? Which company is crazier than you? Chairman Cruz asked in surprise. Weren't your workers all poached away? It wasn't one company, it was many companies. As long as it's a company that wants to produce magic machines like us, they will try to poach our workers. Perhaps they think that if they poach our workers, they will be the same as our company. A sly smile flashed on Su Yi's face. But it's a good thing that most of our workers are dwarves, so they are quite loyal. So far, there are only a few human workers who have left, so the impact isn't big. Chairman Cruz enviously looked at Su Yi. Why can't I hire that many dwarves? Not only are dwarves strong and have good physiques, they can also suffer and have good craftsmanship. They are truly suited to being workers. Hey, Su Yi, since you know that many dwarves, can you introduce some to our company? I promise to give them high wages. At least 10 gold coins per month. How about it? You shouldn't ask me this. You should go ask the dwarves. Su Yi gave a shrug, pointing at the two mountains that had appeared outside the horse carriage window. There are many dwarves currently living in the Falling Rain Valley. If you have the skills, recruit them to your company. There were indeed many dwarves in the Falling Rain Valley. After half a year of construction, the new dwarven tribe had taken shape. Other than most of the dwarves from the Norma and Angola tribes that moved over, there were many dwarven tribes that Chief Saluka and Chief Monto knew that had also moved in. In this new tribe, there was actually a shocking over 2,000 dwarves living here. They had almost filled up all the completed parts of the new tribe. A month ago, when Chairman Cruz saw all these dwarves moving in, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth since he had never seen this many dwarves together in his life. It had to be known that even if all the dwarves in the Lampuri Kingdom were gathered together, it would be less than 50,000 dwarves. But now there were over 2,000 dwarves gathered in a small place like this. It was no wonder City Lord Shan had specially warned Sui. He wanted him to watch over these dwarves. He couldn't let anything happen because of them gathering together like this. Sui actually answered this very naturally. His method of dealing with this was very simple. He would just give all these dwarves some work. For a frank and honest race like the dwarves, they were satisfied as long as they had food and wine. As long as they accepted the work Sui gave them, not only could they eat their fill, they could also earn a wage which would let them buy good things that improve their quality of life. Although because of work, Sui had strictly restricted them to not drink. That was only during work times, and it didn't apply when they were off work. Not to mention that once in a while, Sui had people send over several carriages of wine from the Sachi Manor. They chose a night to hold a banquet and allowed everyone to drink their fill. This kind of life, to these dwarves that had lived a life of hiding in the mountains, it was a perfect dream that they never dared think of. Since it was like this, how could they have any thoughts of causing trouble? On the contrary, they were grateful to Sui who allowed them to have such a good life. Whether it was the Angola or Norma tribe, or the dwarves that moved in afterwards, they did all they could to finish the work that Sui gave them. And it was like Chairman Cruz's appraisal. The dwarves were strong, fit, and had more flexible hands than normal people, so they were the perfect workers. Under the hard work of these dwarves, the Falling Rain Valley quickly developed, almost changing every day. Before the Falling Rain Road was finished, the dwarves had already flattened the ground of the Falling Rain Valley, preparing to build factories. After the Falling Rain Road was finished, large amounts of goods were quickly brought in through the Falling Rain Road. The dwarves cooperated with the workers of the Amrit Chamber of Commerce, creating a large change in the Falling Rain Valley in a short period of time. Compared to when Sui came to the Falling Rain Valley the first time to inspect it, this place had already turned into a large work site. Other than the remote living areas that the dwarves were still constructing, in a place a bit closer to the Falling Rain Road, there was a giant factory that was slowly rising. According to Sui's plan, the Falling Rain Valley would be the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's production base. In the Falling Rain Valley, Sui had arranged a special production workshop for each of the household magic machines. And each of these workshops, they were all several times bigger than the household magic machine workshop at the Sandon Manor. It was big enough to easily fit several hundred workers at the same time. When building these workshops, Chairman Cruz had expressed his doubts to Sui. He felt that with the size of the factory the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had in the Santon Manor, it was enough to produce the household magic machines demanded by Banta City and the surrounding cities. Why would he need to make this many large workshops in the Falling Rain Valley? Sui knocked down his questions with a single sentence. Could it be that our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's goal is just Banta City and the surrounding cities? But no matter how many or how big the new factories were, it naturally couldn't fill up this 10 square kilometer wide Falling Rain Valley. Other than the living area and the light machine production base, in Suyi's plans, what occupied most of the land in the Falling Rain Valley would be the heavy machine production base. But whether it was for the Signs Continent or the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, the so-called heavy machines was just in its initial form. Other than the magic machines made by the Magic Machine Workshop, the only heavy machines under the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's name was in the steel factory at the Norma tribe. This steel mill's current monthly output had just broken 6,000 tons. It was far from being able to compare to the smallest steel mill on Earth. As for Suyi's goal of making a steel mill that could supply the entire Frestec Chamber of Commerce and the Lampuri Kingdom, it was still a long way off. Currently, the steel mill was mainly refining the silver leaf alloy, which was enough to satisfy the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's need for the automatic magic rice cooker, the magic bread maker, and the new generation of magic air conditioners. If they maintained the current output, there was no doubt they couldn't reach Suyi's goal. They gradually wouldn't even be able to keep up with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's demand. So after Suyi and Chairman Cruz rode into the Falling Rain Valley in their horse carriage, the first thing they saw was a group of dwarves currently holding a large converter that was 3 meters tall and had a diameter of close to 2 meters. Then they put a high support onto the converter. This thing really is impressive. It was Chairman Cruz's first time seeing this thing, so he couldn't help praising it. This is still small. You'll see something even more impressive in the future. Sui looked down at the inexperienced Chairman Cruz in his heart. Indeed, comparing the converters that weighed over 100 tons in the large steel mills on Earth, Sui relied on his memories and worked with the dwarves to finish this refiner that could refine over 10 tons of materials at once. Their capacity for making steel was completely different from before. But this was the first real converter on the Signs Continent. It represented the steel mills moving away from relying purely on dwarven power to refine steel, so it would greatly increase their capacity for producing steel. According to Suyi's estimates, if this converter was coordinated with a series of steelmaking equipment, the productivity of this steel mill would increase several times. It was even likely that they could break the realm of producing 20,000 tons of steel a month. Moreover, this was just the first set of test equipment. Once the equipment was tested and after some changes, the steel mill could invest in several sets of the same equipment and the output of the steel mill would explode. Thinking of this steel mill sending out large amounts of steel in the future, Sui couldn't help feeling a bit excited. The so-called machines, no matter how high of a technological level it had, the main structure was still made of steel. If they couldn't guarantee a supply of steel, then this industrial system would be like a castle in the sky. It wouldn't have a foundation at all. Of the countries on Earth, to evaluate their industrial power, the most important data was their steel production. If a country's steel production output was at a low level, there was no need to discuss any industrial power. Thinking of this, great magician Camilla's figure flashed in Suyi's mind. When researching the steelmaking equipment, Sui and the dwarves encountered an important problem, which was how to enhance the speed of refining the iron ores. If they followed the old methods of the dwarves, using a vertical heating furnace to refine the iron, not mentioning how slow it was, it also took up a large amount of space, which didn't fit the plan for the steel mill. So Sui took this question to Great Magician Camilla out of habit, but Great Magician Camilla directly looked down on it. To Great Magician Camilla, the dwarves' use of coal to raise the temperature of their flames wasn't good enough to begin with. With fire magic, there were many high-level magic spells that could create heat that far surpassed the temperature that burning coal could reach. After discussing it with Sui, in the end, Great Magician Camilla decided to use a 9th-grade magic spell, the Exploding Flame spell. In the furnaces the steel mill used, Great Magic Camilla had personally drawn the Exploding Flame magic arrays. Compared to using coal to stoke the fire, once the Exploding Flame magic array was activated, the temperature increased very quickly and the ore was quickly refined. So only a small furnace was needed to match the speed of the converter, greatly increasing the overall efficiency. The more important thing was that it didn't require coal to operate the furnace, it only required magic crystals. Compared to coal, magic crystals not only had a much lower cost, there also wasn't any pollution at all. Thinking of how this was even more convenient than the electric-powered furnaces on Earth, Sui couldn't help giving an emotional sigh. Even if the Signs continent was lacking in terms of technology compared to Earth, with a thing like magic, there were quite a few advantages it had over Earth's developed industrial system. While Sui was thinking about the significance of this steel mill, Chairman Cruz noticed the small mountains of old magic fans, magic rice cookers, and magic air conditioners that were in an open space by the steel mill. Sui, the reason why your Frestec Chamber of Commerce did that exchange even wasn't just to take back these old magic fans and to melt them, right? Chairman Cruz pointed at the small mountains as he asked this. Of course, otherwise why would we take them back? Sui asked. Chairman Cruz shook his head. This is too ineffective. According to your exchange event, just a single old magic fan could make up for 50 gold coins. But if you melt them, you can only get a few pounds of scrap iron, which isn't even worth 10 gold coins. If you do this, you might as well just buy iron from the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce. First, the price of iron ore has increased, so the scrap iron from a magic fan is valued at 30 gold coins, so we're not losing that much. Sui said with a smile. Secondly, last year our Frestec Chamber of Commerce used old technology to make these magic fans, magic air conditioners, and magic rice cookers, so they only use normal iron and the quality isn't that good. Taking them back now and turning them into the new generation of Frestec Chamber of Commerce's products. Not only will it solve the problem of quality, it will also affect our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's fame. Fame. Chairman Cruz looked at Sui in surprise before saying with a sigh, although a fame of a company is important, it doesn't mean that you have to take it to this step, right? You might not understand if I say fame. All right, let me tell you, do you understand what is called building a brand? I'm even more confused. Chairman Cruz immediately shook his head. All right, to put it simply, if there were two magic fans in front of you, one is a Frestec brand magic fan, and the other is a magic fan from another brand. If these two magic fans had the same price, which one would you buy? Sui asked. Nonsense, of course I would buy your Frestec brand magic fan. The magic fans of the other companies aren't as good as the Frestec brand. Chairman Cruz replied without any hesitation. Then what if the other brand's magic fan had a lower price? Which one would you choose? Sui kept asking. That depends on how much lower it is. If it's lower by a bit, I will definitely choose the Frestec brand. If it's quite a bit lower. Chairman Cruz hesitated a bit before saying, I'll still choose the Frestec brand. No matter what, I definitely hope that what I buy will be good. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of my money. Sui revealed a faint smile. Do you understand the use of a brand now? Chairman Cruz was stunned as he suddenly understood. When he looked at Sui again, there was a look of admiration in his eyes. This time Sui and Chairman Cruz came to the Falling Rain Valley together. Naturally, it was to see the current development here. According to Sui's plan, the Falling Rain Valley was divided into an industrial area and a living area. The first wave of construction in the industrial area was a total of 13 factories. There were also 1,000 buildings for the dwarves that had been finished in the living area, but now they were still going to build another 3,000 residences. Of course, these 3,000 residences weren't all for dwarves. They also included residences for the humans who were coming to the Falling Rain Valley for work. Other than that, the living area couldn't just be residences. A part of it had to be a business area that satisfied the daily needs of the workers. To put it simply, this Falling Rain Valley, Sui was planning to but it like a little city from Earth. In order to improve this plan, Sui not only discussed this with Chairman Cruz, he also asked Count Sean to find several architects from Anvilmar City to help with this plan. But these architects were limited by the level of the Signs continent. There were many aspects where there were conflicts with Sui's thoughts. For example, in terms of a sewage system, the architects planned on following the system from the various cities of the Signs continent, using a single open canal to collect waste which would finally be discharged into the river that ran through the falling rainforest. Sui insisted on completing an underground sewage system like on Earth, so one couldn't see the sewage from the surface. The architects truly couldn't understand this. First, the cost would be too high, and second, there really was no need for this. But after Sue, he had Chairman Cruz explain how they used reinforced concrete to build embankments on the river. The architects understood that the cost wasn't as high as they thought. Finally, they begrudgingly agreed to Su Yi's idea. So the plan for the Falling Rain Valley was decided, combining the specialties of cities from Earth and the Signs continent. Even if it didn't follow what Su Yi wanted, they were limited by the technological level of the Signs continent. So they could only do this. This time, Chairman Cruz came with him mainly to arrange the project of building the roads inside of the Falling Rain Valley. According to Su Yi's plan, all the roads inside Falling Rain Valley had to be at the same standard as the main road, and it allowed access to every part of the Falling Rain Valley. Chairman Cruz had already made a plan for this, but because Su Yi and those architects had their discussion and made some changes, which also changed the roads, he had personally come with Su Yi and planned to give some orders to Manager Riley, who was in charge of the Falling Rain Valley project. After building the factory on the Stag family's territory, Manager Riley was now in charge of all projects between the Omrit Chamber of Commerce and the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. Not only was he familiar with Su Yi, he was now also very familiar with the dwarves of the Falling Rain Valley. When Chairman Cruz found him, he was currently chatting with some dwarves. It seemed like they had quite a good relationship. After pulling him to the side and discussing their work, Chairman Cruz lowered his voice and asked, "How is your relationship with the dwarves right now?" As Chairman Cruz's trusted aide, naturally Manager Riley immediately understood his meaning. After thinking about it, he slightly knit his brows. "Relationship. It's not bad. The dwarves aren't as hard to get along with as the rumors say. But, Chairman, I urge you to give up the idea of hiring them." "Why?" Chairman Cruz was surprised. "This is because I've found that dwarves are very stubborn. They don't know how to be flexible at all. Not mentioning the dwarves of the Norman and Angola tribes. They only recognize Su Yi alone. No matter what I talk to them about, it would always change to how they are grateful to Su Yi for improving their lives." Chairman Cruz was silent for a bit before asking in an unwilling to give up voice, "Even if it's not possible with the dwarves of the Norma and Angola tribes, aren't there still other dwarven tribes? Those dwarves aren't the same as these two dwarven tribes. They haven't been with Su Yi for long. Could it be that they also only recognize Su Yi? They don't only recognize Su Yi, but they only believe they're dwarven brothers, who are the dwarves of the Norma and Angola tribes. This means that they only believe in Su Yi." Manager Riley helplessly said. Chairman Cruz turned to look at the dwarves who seemed to never run out of energy, busying themselves in the Falling Rain Valley before turning to look at the distant Su Yi. After a while, he let out a long sigh. "AI, this is as Su Yi said, you have to seize chances. Now that he has earned the trust of the dwarves ahead of time, I'm afraid it'll be hard for people to be the same as him in the future, being able to create a good relationship with the dwarves." Manager Riley hesitated a bit before reminding him in a low voice, "Chairman, other than the dwarves, there is also the elves." Chairman Su was stunned, but after a while, he suddenly spat out onto the ground. "Hey, that damn Su Yi." Su Yi in the distance naturally never thought that Chairman Cruz would actually be cursing him from behind. He was currently focused on the two balls of iron in his hands. Using his hands to compare them, Su Yi found that the dark red ball of iron in his left hand was heavier than normal iron, and the black ball of iron was lighter than normal iron. "These two are the alloys 29 and 37 you mentioned in your letter last time?" Su Yi asked Chief Saluka in front of him. "Right. The red one is number 29 and the black one is number 37. Chief Saluka nodded at the two balls of iron before saying, "Alloy number 29 has very good resistance. We've run over 500 tests on it, and there wasn't a single mark on its surface at all. Alloy number 37 has a very high degree of hardness. I had the strongest brother of the tribe use a large hammer to smash it, but it didn't leave a single mark." "Oh, then these two are quite useful. Did you record the date related to them?" Su Yi asked in an interested voice. "All of it. I guarantee it can be refined at any time," Chief Saluka said with a nod. "Then that's good." Su Yi patted Chief Saluka's shoulder with a smile and said, "You can't stop the research on the steel alloys at all. You have to test every condition. But after the steel mill is complete, the capacity must be adjusted and you can't just produce the silver leaf alloys. Rather, you need to start producing the number 17 alloy that you mentioned last time. Other than that, you need to make some of this number 37 alloy. I think a set of armor takes around 15 kilograms, so for 50,000 sets, it would be around 750 tons. All right, just to be safe, produce 1,000 tons in 2 months. 1,000 tons isn't much, but Chairman Su, to suddenly produce all this armor, did something happen to the Lampuri kingdom? Chief Saluka asked in a confused voice. Don't ask me, I don't know. He shook his head. But the royal army gave us this order last time, so I can only complete it and can't reject it. The royal army? Chief Saluka was even more confused. After looking over he didn't ask anything else and just nodded. When discussing the army, the topic would become very serious. He thought about it and changed the topic with a smile, as he began asking Chief Saluka about the dwarves living in the new tribe. Chief Saluka replied with a smile, "This environment is much better than before. The brothers are very happy living here." After the brothers of the other tribes came here, they saw that they weren't willing to leave and they all wanted to live the rest of their lives here. It's good that everyone is satisfied. Are there any other requests you have? Just tell me all of them. I will definitely help you do it if I can. Sui said, "No need for the trouble." Chief Saluka shook his head. "We dwarves just want to live peaceful lives. Being able to eat our fill and drink some wine occasionally. We are already very happy. We don't need anything else. Now that Chairman Su has already given us such a good environment, most of our brothers are very satisfied." Most? Sui asked in a surprised voice. "Then that means there are some dwarves who aren't satisfied." "This?" Chief Saluka said with an awkward smile. "There are some brothers who aren't used to trusting humans. They feel that since Chairman Su is being this nice to us dwarves, you must have some plot." He couldn't help smiling. "Plot? What benefit is here in plotting against you all? Chief Saluka, help me tell those dwarven brothers that I can see the hidden value in your dwarves. So being nice to you all is to have you all work to death for me. As for other things, they are just overthinking it." Chief Saluka scratched his head and awkwardly said, "Actually, I've known Chairman Su for a long time, and I already know what kind of human you are. But there are some new brothers who just don't know. It's nothing. After a while, they will naturally come to believe in you. All right, I don't care if you believe in me or not. It's all good as long as they worked properly." He looked around and noticed Chairman Cruz talking to Manager Riley in a low voice about something. He lowered his voice and said to Chief Saluka with a serious face, "Recently the demand for cement has increased, so I hope that you can talk to Chief Monto about building another cement factory to increase the output. I need to remind you to keep this secret, and you mustn't let anyone steal the recipe for cement." Chief Saluk was a bit confused. Although he had warned him about keeping the matter of the cement a secret, why was he so careful about it? This time it was Su Yi's turn to reveal an awkward smile. There's no other way. It's because I don't have any money." "Sir Chairman, you don't have money?" Agnes, who had been silently following him since he came into the falling rain forest, suddenly stopped and turned to look at Sui. She dug around in her clothes for a bit before taking out a gold coin to hand to Sui. "Here, I only have this much on me now. You can take it for now." Sui looked at the gold coin and Agnes' slender fingers in surprise before looking up at Agnes' serious expression and saying in a confused voice, "What are you doing? Didn't you say to Chief Saluka that you don't have money?" "I don't have any use holding on to these gold coins for now, so you can take them." Agnes responded with a natural look on her face. Sui finally understood her meaning and didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he pushed her hand back while saying, "Agnes, I said that I don't have money, but more accurately it isn't that I myself don't have money. Rather, it's the Frestek Chamber of Commerce that doesn't have money. Do you understand what I mean?" The company doesn't have money." Agnes' eyes popped open in surprise, and she looked at the gold coins in her hand before shaking her head. "This bit probably won't be enough. How about when we go see the elder later, you can talk to the elder about borrowing some from her. Didn't you give the elder wages for our clansmen? It seemed to be several thousand gold coins." Seeing Agnes' innocent face, Sui couldn't help finding it funny. "Agnes, looks like you still don't understand what I mean. When I say the company doesn't have money, I'm talking about how we have no floating capital. It means that if the company really needs money to use, we can't take out the capital. If the company really needs to use money, several thousand gold coins is far from being enough. Then what do we do? If we can't take out money when we need it, wouldn't our company be in big trouble? Agnes was a bit anxious. Sir Chairman, have you thought about what we should do? Relax, it's not as serious as you think. It's just a temporary lack of funds. Then again, after another period of time, the company will be able to naturally earn plenty of money. He waved his hand as he comforted her. Oh, that's good. Agnes' expression calmed down. She thought about it before doubtfully asking. But Sir Chairman, why is the company suddenly out of money? I remember that our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has been earning a lot during the past few months. Last time I heard manager Seabass say that just last month, the company earned several tens of thousands of gold coins. Then you didn't pay attention to him saying how much we spent. He said with a smile. Let me tell you, our company's earnings haven't been small in the past few months, but we've spent even more. Not mentioning anything else, we've already invested 300,000 gold coins into the Falling Rain Valley. Adding in the over 100,000 for the Falling Rain Road and the 100,000 for the road between Bandit City and Karma City, as well as the various expenses and fixed costs the company has, the company doesn't even have 20,000 gold coins in cash. We really can be considered out of money. Angie stuck out her tongue. So there's still 20,000 gold coins. I thought there wasn't even a single gold coin left. He couldn't help rolling his eyes. He thought that after Agnes followed him for several months, why did she still not care about worldly matters? Could it be that the elves really were like the rumors? Because of their long lives, it was hard for them to change? Thinking of this, He couldn't help looking at the dark falling rain forest in front of him. If the elves really were like this, Elder Elusia's hope of letting the elves live in harmony with humans really would be hard to realize. I am also worried about this. Elder Elusia gave a slight nod. So I had Agnes follow by your side the entire time because human merchants have the most ideas among you humans and are the most flexible humans. If Agnes can live normally by your side and learn how to be flexible like humans from you, I believe that the other elves can do the same. The problem is, I feel that Agnes hasn't changed much from the first time I've seen her. Rather, I feel that she's become even more innocent compared to before. He said with a frown. No, just the opposite. Compared to back when she lived in the tribe, there's already been a large change in Agnes. Elder Elusia shook her head with a faint smile. Agnes was just a very pure child before. She would only think simple thoughts about matters. But now, according to what you've told me before, she has learned to not appear as soon as you mentioned that you didn't have money. Rather, she waited until you came to the falling rain forest to express her thoughts. This can be considered her learning how to use proper timing from you humans. He was speechless. This was a skill humans had innately. How did it become something this worthy of praise when it came to Agnes? This is because you are humans and we are elves. Elder Elusia answered Yi's question with a very general and real answer. Yi shook his head, as he still couldn't understand the thoughts of elves. All right, putting the change with Agnes aside, we should talk about business. Yi took out a cover for the new generation magic fan from his backpack and handed it over. Elder Elusia took it to look over before curiously looking at Yi. Is there a problem with this plastic cover? There's no problem just looking at it alone, but Yi came forward and pointed at a finely made flower design on the top right of the cover as he said, it's a problem that this part isn't the same as the other magic fan covers. Elder Elusia looked at the finely carved flower pattern and was very confused. I don't see any problems. This flower is carved very beautifully. This flower itself is the problem. Yi said with a serious expression. Elder Elusia, when I asked your Night Song tribe to make these plastic covers for the magic fans, didn't I give you some blueprints to follow? Elder Elusia stood up to flip through a box and took out several pieces of paper. They are still here. I asked the elder to look it over. Is there a flower design on the covers on the blueprints? Yi asked. Elder Elusia looked at the blueprint and shook her head. The blueprint doesn't have any. So that means when making this magic fan cover, the elf responsible didn't follow the blueprint, right? Yi kept asking. It seems to be that way. Elder Elusia nodded before revealing a look of confusion. But Chairman I still don't understand what's the problem. There is an extra beautiful design on this magic fan cover. Could it be that it doesn't make the magic fan more beautiful? It isn't a problem if it's said like this, but Honorable Elder, this magic fan is not a single unit and is a mass-produced product of our company. So that makes it a very large problem. He said with a serious face. Seeing the serious expression on Su Yi's face, Elder Elijah thought about it before sitting down and saying to Su with a serious look, Chairman Su, I don't understand what you mean. Please explain it to me. All right. Didn't hold back and picked up the magic fan cover as he said, Elder, if there was a magic fan cover with this design and one without it, if these two magic fans had the same price and you wanted to buy a magic fan, which one would you pick? Clearly the one with the design, because it looks better. Elder Elijah replied. Good. That means that at the same price, it is impossible for the magic fan without the design to be sold, right? Not necessarily. Perhaps there are humans that like ones without designs. We can't rule out that possibility. But Elder Elijah, don't you have to admit that the price of these two magic fans should be different? Because of the difference in design, their price shouldn't be the same. Then the problem appears there. This magic fan cover is being used with magic fan covers without designs to make the same mass-produced product. So if we put these covers on, then that means it'll be difficult to set a price on this batch of magic fans. This is because people won't accept that they can buy products of different value at the same price. Raised the plastic cover in his hand. So when our company is producing magic fans, this kind of cover is treated as a defective product and it isn't used. Defective product? Elder Elijah looked at in surprise. Chairman Su, in the skilled hands of us elves, how could there be a defective product? You must have made some kind of mistake. Slightly knit his brows and said with a serious expression, Honorable Elder, it doesn't matter if you're willing to admit it or not, but this is the standard of our company. Any parts that don't follow that standard will be considered a defective product. Seeing how serious was treating this, Elder Elijah considered this a bit before giving a slight now. All right, since we are making things requested by your company, we should follow the standard you have set. You are right. Looked at Elder Elijah and confirmed that nothing was wrong with her before continuing. Actually, this cover is just one of the situations that isn't considered that serious. The more serious ones are when the entire cover's shape is distorted. We can't assemble them with the other parts of the magic fan at all. After our final examination, we found that among the 20,000 magic fan covers you made this time, the defective products reached 30%. So, Honorable Elder, I came this time to ask you, what is going on? 30%. Elder Elijah's expression changed slightly. She thought about it before asking. Chairman Su, can I ask, how serious of a loss has this caused your company? According to the contract we signed before, our Frestec Chamber of Commerce had some magic fans that were delayed in being produced, causing a batch of orders to miss their deadline. Therefore, we had to pay a penalty of 3,000 gold coins to the other side. Sui replied. There was a serious look of apology on Elder Elijah's face. Sorry, Chairman Su. We've caused losses to your company. I will think of a way to compensate you. Sui looked at Elder Elijah for a while before slowly shaking his head and saying with a sigh, Elder Elijah, actually 3,000 gold coins is not considered much to our company. Compared to this, the losses your tribe suffers is even bigger. Elder Elijah looked at Sui in surprise. Why do you say this? First, because there were defective products among the products made by your Night Song tribe. According to the contract, the losses caused by these defective products should be paid by your Night Song tribe. According to the normal rules of us human merchants, you should compensate our Frestec Chamber of Commerce gold coins because of this. Elder Elijah gave a straight nod and said, That is normal, but our tribe doesn't have enough gold coins right now. We'll talk about this in the future. Sui waved his hand before saying in a deep voice. Second, our Frestec Chamber of Commerce had your Night Song tribe make these 20,000 magic fan plastic covers for us, but there was a 30% defective rate with your products. According to the custom of us humans, our company should have serious doubts about the abilities of your Night Song tribe. Even if we make a similar order in the future, we wouldn't consider having your Night Song tribe do it. Elder Elijah was silent for a bit before saying with a bit of difficulty, I understand, this is a problem of trust. To have an elf admit that a human that they couldn't trust would have a trust issue with their tribe, this was a very hard decision to make. But Elder Elijah still admitted to this point. Sui couldn't help feeling admiration for Elder Elijah. If it wasn't for trying to find a way out for the Night Song tribe, and even the entire elven race, She wouldn't have put down the pride of the elves and admitted that elves weren't good enough. The final thing is the most important thing. From the production of the plastic covers, I found that there is a large problem with the Night Song tribe, or rather the elves in general, which is that. After saying this, Sui stopped and hesitated a while, but he still didn't say anything. Elder Elugia revealed a faint smile. Please don't have any scruples and just say it. Sui looked at her and paused before nodding. All right, then I'll say it. The problem is that elves seem to have a very casual personality. To put it more directly, it's very lacking in discipline. After saying this, Sui nervously looked at Elder Elugia. He wasn't certain what kind of reaction the other side would have hearing his impolite criticism of her entire race. But Elder Elugia's reactions went against his expectations. After hearing this evaluation, Elder Elugia was first stunned before falling into a long period of contemplation. This period of thinking actually lasted an entire half an hour. Only when Suyi's legs felt a bit numb did Elder Elugia come back to her senses, looking at Sui with an apologetic smile as she said, "Sorry, I suddenly thought of something from the past and fell into a daze. Long time ago." Sui was secretly stunned. According to Elder Elugia's age, this long time ago might have been something from several hundred years ago. That was really a long time ago. Chairman Su, regarding the appraisal you just gave, I've carefully thought about it and have realized that in our elven language, there's never been the word discipline. This word seems to have been learned from you humans, but we elves have never understood the meaning of this word. Elder Elugia said with a thoughtful look on her face. Sui was a bit confused. You don't understand the meaning of this word? What does that mean? It means that, Elder Elugia revealed a bitter smile. For us elves, there has never been any form of discipline that existed. In the rumors about the elves on the Signs continent, the words used most to describe them were beautiful, elegant, mysterious, powerful, and proud. But no one had ever connected the word disciplined with the elves before. As for the reason why humans could take over as the rulers of the continent from the elves several thousand years ago, people always summarized it as humans using their unique creations and powerful learning to take over control of the continent. But rarely did they mention the weakness of the elves. Hearing what Elder Elugia said, Sui felt like he had suddenly grabbed something. But Elder Elugia didn't give Sui time to think as she suddenly stood up and said to him, Chairman Su, please come with me. Let's go take a look at how the clansmen finished those plastic covers and why there would be a 30% defective rate. Watching as Elder Elugia walked out the door, Sui strangely felt a cold sensation that he had never felt from her before. Leaving the living space of the Night Song tribe, they walked around 100 meters to a large open space that was around the size of a soccer field. And in that open space, there were currently 100 elves working there. Looking around, one could see strong elven men coming out of the forest with large glass jars in their hands. They came to the left side of the open space and poured them into a large porcelain jar. Heat rose in that jar, and the smell of resin kept coming out. As the heat was gradually increased, the green light of the magic array under the jar kept shining as the impurities of the resin floated out to the surface. When all the impurities were taken out, the elves on the side scooped them out and put them in a container by the porcelain jar. There was also another elf that kept adding an unknown blue powder while stirring the concoction. The yellow liquid began to become more sticky as the color gradually turned light blue. Finally, under the guidance of other elves, the resin that was finished was poured into molds that had already been prepared. After they were cooled down for a bit, they turned into complete magic fan covers. Although this entire process seemed a bit crude, under the magic of the elves, the final plastic covers were even better than the ones made from plastic factories on Earth. Moreover, because of the nature of the elves, after this resin was formed into plastic covers, it still kept the scent of the resin. It didn't have the special odor that normal plastic had. There seemed to be no issue with this process based on a first glance. The elves were completing their work. But if one watched for a while, they would find that sometimes the elves would stop in the middle of work and walk around, even going off to sing and dance. The other elves didn't find this situation strange at all. There was even an elf that became a bit too excited when adding in material and threw a large bunch of it in. He actually let this batch of material go to the next step, so there were clear distortions in the final plastic cover that was made. Then when it came to the final step of the process, something even more shocking would happen. The elves that seemed like they were bored actually came to the side of a mold that was cooling down. After they discussed it for a while, an elf picked up a stick from the ground and even began drawing on the plastic cover. When he finished, perhaps they thought that the pattern he drew on the cover was beautiful, but the other elves began clapping for him. Suyi's face couldn't help twitching. Although from the high 30% defective rate, he had already guessed that the elves weren't as meticulous when it came to making these plastic covers. He never would have thought that the elves would actually be this slack when it came to the production process. If they were human workers in the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's factories and this situation was found, Sui would have fired them all without saying another word. Looking over at Elder Elugia, he found that her expression was still calm, but the tightly knit brows showed that her mood wasn't that good. The two of them were being covered in Elder Elugia's shadow stealth spell, so they weren't worried about being found by the other elves. But seeing the elves act like this, it really didn't feel good to them. Chairman Su, in the factories of your company, how do the human workers act? Elder Elugia suddenly asked this. Sui looked at the elves who didn't act seriously at all in the distance and shook his head. I can't really describe it, but they definitely aren't like that. Is that so? Elder Elugia was silent for a bit before saying, Chairman Su, I really don't understand what it means to be disciplined. I didn't think that there was a problem with my clansmen, but after talking with you today, I found that something really isn't right. But as for how to change it, I really didn't know. Chairman Su, do you have a good method? You really want to change them? Sui asked. Then it's simple, give them to me. There is a very simple method that can change them, which is, Suyi's lips curled into a cold smile, special training. The Frestek Chamber of Commerce was holding another product announcement. Because of the experience of the last two product announcements, when the Frestek Chamber of Commerce announced their product announcement in the Bana Times 3 days ago, everyone was already expecting it. In this product announcement, other than their new product, what kind of explosive news would the Frestek Chamber of Commerce release? Even though the product announcement was set for the Santon Manor that was 15 kilometers away from the city, on the day of the product announcement, there were countless people who rushed out of Bana City early in the morning. There were even people who came to Santon Manor from the other cities. The current Santon Manor was completely different from when it belonged to Viscount Santon. Now there were several dozen small and large factories that were formed around it and had begun production, so one could hear the sound of magic machines from around Santon Manor every day, making it very noisy. Regarding this change, whether it was the newspapers of Banda City or the surrounding cities, they had all made reports on it. There were even several newspapers in Anvilmar City that had run special series of reports on this situation, trying to analyze the effect and consequence this would have on Banda City. No one could see the concrete effects yet, but the current effects was that other than factories being open near Santon Manor, because of how many workers there were many other companies that opened shops here to accommodate their daily needs. The workers here already added up to several thousand people, but now adding the people who worked in the shops, there was currently over 10,000 people that frequently came to this area. So in Banda City, there were many people who had already secretly regarded Santon Manor as a small town. Because of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's product announcement, Santon Town was already filled with all kinds of people. Just the stores selling breakfast got rid of all their wares and earned quite a bit. When it was 10 in the morning, which was time for the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, it was like everyone had been summoned and they headed to Santon Manor in a wave. Seeing the crowd that filled the empty space in front of Santon Manor, Sui revealed a faint smile. Not mentioning anything else, just the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's product announcement was a brand for summoning people. Seeing this, if the Frestek Chamber of Commerce ever wanted to release any products, they just needed to host a product announcement and it would be enough to advertise for them. There was no need to do anything else at all. Seeing that it was time, Sui took 2 steps forward and stood on the stage prepared ahead of time. The noisy crowd in Santon Manor immediately became quiet and everyone was focused on him. Hello everyone. Welcome to our Frestek Chamber of Commerce's product announcement this time. I know that everyone is interested in our product announcement. Other than being interested in what product is being announced, everyone is more interested in what other things will happen, am I right? As soon as Suyi's voice fell, the sound of laughter came from under the stage. Ha, ha, Chairman Su, you're right. That's right, Chairman Su. Is there any big news to release today? We're very expectant, right? I came from far to be here. Just to come for this. As for your new product, of course we'll know about it after the product announcement. Hey, all of you, the product is the lead of the product announcement. If you keep talking about other things, you're not giving Chairman Su any face. Aren't I right, Chairman Su? Sui laughed and pointed at the insightful reporter as he said, "You're very right. I remember that you're a reporter from the Canberra Daily Sun, right? After the conference is over, I can give you half an hour to have an interview with me. As long as it's something I can reply to, I will reply." Really? That reporter from the Canberra Daily Sun was overjoyed. The other reporters around him all looked at him with eyes filled with envy. All the reporters knew that because the Frestech Chamber of Commerce made special novel things, as long as they reported on the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, there would be more people attracted to their newspaper. The core of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce was Chairman Su Yi. All the people of the cities around Banda City were curious about Su Yi, so naturally they liked reading a report about him. That reporter from the Canberra Daily Sun had a chance to have a special interview with Su Yi. This was a very lucky matter. It had to be known that only the reporters of the Banda Times had this opportunity. All right, let's return to the lead of this product announcement, which is our Frestech Chamber of Commerce's new product. Su Yi raised his voice and cut through the chatter under the stage. Everyone doesn't need to be disappointed. I can guarantee that just with this product, it will surprise everyone and change all your lives. Next, we asked the manager of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's household magic machine workshop, Ankto, to introduce everyone to the new product. Seeing Su Yi move back while applauding, everyone was stunned. Why was it not Su Yi who introduced the product, but rather it was this Ankto? According to Su Yi's introduction, this Ankto was the manager of the household magic machine workshop. It seemed like he was an important person in the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. However, when Ankto walked onto the stage, everyone was surprised to find that Ankto was just a young man who was at most in his early 30s. He wasn't a mature or self-important type of person that everyone imagined. Rather, he was a person that was filled with vigor and energy. "Hello everyone, I am Ankto." Being met with everyone's curious gazes, Ankto gave a self-introduction in a clear and loud voice. "It is like the chairman has said, I am the manager of the household machine workshop, mainly in charge of managing the production of household magic machines. Because the new product this time is a household magic machine, the chairman had me introduce it to everyone." Seeing Ankto speaking in front of everyone in a confident manner, not feeling any fear at all, Su Yi gave a secret nod. Although Heinz was a stingy person and was short-sighted, his eyesight for people was quite good. After this, Ankto was promoted. Not only did he quickly take charge of the household magic machine workshop, he even showed off his leadership skills and earned a high prestige in the household magic machine workshop. Su Yi didn't need to care about the household magic machine workshop at all. No matter what happened, Ankto always took care of it in a manner that Su Yi was satisfied with. He had Ankto introduce the new product for him was to train him a bit. He wanted him to become a high-level member of management of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce that everyone knew. Ankto hadn't disappointed him. Even if this was his first time appearing in front of all these people, he was only a bit nervous in the beginning and had relaxed as time passed. He was definitely suited for being a kind of vice general. After he gave a few simple words of introduction, Ankto arrived at the middle of the stage where a box-like thing was covered in a sheet. After pausing for a bit and waiting for everyone to focus on the sheet, he suddenly reached out to pull it. The sheet flew off, and a silver rectangular prism that was supported by rollers that was 1 meter tall, 1.5 meters long, and half a meter deep was revealed in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked when they saw this unknown thing, and after a while, a reporter asked, "Manager Ankto, what is this thing? What is it used for?" "This is the magic refrigerator." As for its use, Ankto opened the rectangular prism, and the people close to it found that there was something inside this magic refrigerator that was releasing cold air. Everyone watched as Ankto pulled out an ice cube that was the size of his palm from the magic refrigerator. Everyone instantly understood. So there was an ice cube that was placed inside this magic refrigerator ahead of time that made it so cold inside. "No, you're all wrong." Ankto shook his head. "I didn't put this ice cube in there ahead of time. Rather, I put in a cup of water, and now that cup of water has turned to ice. You can take a look if you don't believe it. Doesn't the shape of this ice cube look the same as the cup?" Everyone looked carefully and found that the shape of the ice cube was indeed a bit special. There was a unique concave curve on the sides that fit the shape of the cup perfectly. You're saying that the inside of the magic refrigerator is this cold? It can actually turn water into ice. A reporter asked. Right, this is the use of the magic refrigerator. It uses magic to maintain a temperature where water can be turned into ice. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay before another reporter couldn't help asking, what use is that? Could it be that this thing is only useful in making ice cubes? Of course, it's not that simple. Ankto revealed a faint smile and reached in, taking out a frozen piece of beef from the magic refrigerator which he raised high up. Look, I bought this piece of beef from Banta City yesterday. If this was before, if this piece of beef wasn't eaten yesterday, it would have spoiled already. But if you put it in the magic refrigerator, it wouldn't be a problem even if it was placed there for over 10 days. Look, is there any bit of rot on it at all? The people close by took a look and found that other than the ice on the piece of beef, there wasn't a trace of rot at all. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help shaking their heads, not mentioning anything else, just based on the fact that this magic refrigerator allowed them to store meat without it going bad. It already had its practical use. Although before people could use high-level ice magic arrays to store things, it cost too much and only rich people could use it. Normal people couldn't even think about it at all. So it was rare for normal families to eat meat, and because it had to be eaten quickly, they couldn't really savor it. Now that there was this magic refrigerator, normal families could slowly enjoy meat after buying some. Other than this use, the magic refrigerator can also make delicious things. Ankto looked around and found a rather young girl by the stage who he asked, "This miss, do you like eating sweet things?" The girl was stunned before looking around and nodding. "All right, then I think you will definitely like eating this thing." Ankto took out a small bowl from the magic refrigerator and bent over to fiddle around in the magic refrigerator in a bit before standing up. The little bowl was filled with this sticky thing that was covered in red powder. Ankto waved at the girl and signaled for her to come onto the stage before handing the bowl to her. "Give it a try. The taste is quite good." The girl looked at the unknown thing in the bowl and hesitated a bit. She found that everyone under the stage was staring at her, and after thinking about it, she gritted her teeth and used the spoon to bring a spoonful of it to her mouth. As soon as it entered her mouth, a chill quickly filled it, as well as a sweetness that could intoxicate a person. The taste was very refreshing and smooth. It was sweet without being greasy, as well as bringing a cold sensation to one's mouth. The girl had only taken a single bite, but she found that she couldn't help letting out a satisfied moan. After the first bit, the girl didn't hesitate at all as she took several big mouthfuls in front of everyone's surprised gaze. After she finished the entire bowl, she found that her tongue was numb from the ice. She unwillingly put down the bowl and took a deep breath before saying to Ankto with a sigh, "Too delicious. Manager Ankto, can you tell me what this is called?" Ankto revealed a faint smile. "It has a very simple name. It's called ice cream." Perhaps it was because the girl's reaction was too over-exaggerated, but everyone was deeply interested in the ice cream. There were many reporters in the front row who requested to try it. Ankto naturally satisfied their requests one by one. After eating it, although the reporters didn't react in an exaggerated manner like the girl, they also loudly praised it. The crowd around the reporters were hungry from seeing them eat it, but because the prepared ice cream had already been taken, they could only helplessly watch the reporters smack their lips. The ice cream was just a small interlude, but it deepened everyone's understanding of the use of the magic refrigerator. After Ankto explained a bit more into the use of the magic refrigerator, everyone had a deep interest in the magic refrigerator. When Ankto announced that a single magic refrigerator would only cost 18 gold coins, everyone was shocked. Everyone thought that such a large magic refrigerator with an outstanding function would sell for much more, but they never thought that the price would be even cheaper than the smaller magic air conditioner. So when they heard the price, almost everyone here had secretly made a decision to buy one for their own home. Ankto escaped the reporters with great difficulty, and when Sui returned to the stage, everyone realized something. Without knowing it, they had forgotten their goal coming to this product announcement and had focused completely on the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's new product. Seeing everyone fall silent under the stage, Sui said with a smile, "What? Has everyone awakened from the shock brought by our new product?" Everyone laughed as the strange atmosphere was instantly swept away. Ankto, who had walked to the back, saw this situation and couldn't help feeling more admiration for Sue E in his heart. Actually, he had been a bit nervous when he was on stage, and when he was being questioned by the reporters, he had stuttered several times. But now that it was Sue E in front of them, he had easily grasped the mood of the crowd in the palm of his hands. Chairman Sue, don't try to lie to us. Quickly tell us, what's the big news this time? I'm very curious. A reporter said in a loud voice. That's right, quickly tell us. We're all waiting. Chairman Sue, stop stalling. Everyone is quite anxious. That's right, quickly, quickly. Hey, you're all this excited. So if the announcement I make isn't stirring enough and you're not satisfied, wouldn't you all want to beat me up? Sue E made an exaggerated, strange expression. Everyone under the stage broke out in laughter again. How could that be? We believe in you. Right. Chairman Sue has released all those big pieces of news. We wouldn't be worried at all. Right? Even if you say that you're getting married to young Miss Still, that is also a big piece of news. Go to the side. Young Miss Still is still young. How could she get married this early? She's going to marry Chairman Sue eventually. Sue E raised his hand, and the crowd fell into silence again. Everyone's eyes were gathered on him, as they silently waited for him to speak. All right, in order to not disappoint everyone, I will announce a shocking piece of news to everyone. This piece of news is, being stared at everyone's unblinking eyes, Sui deliberately paused before raising his voice a bit to say, our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has just recruited 100 workers 3 days ago. Everyone under the stage was stunned. After a while, the sounds of complaining rang out. It can't be. Chairman Sue, are you teasing us? How is the Frestec Chamber of Commerce recruiting 100 workers considered big news? Aren't you always recruiting workers? That's right, not mentioning 100. Even if your Frestec Chamber of Commerce recruited 1,000. Oh, no. Recruiting 1,000 people can be considered decent news. It's only 100 people. What is there to be shocked about? Chairman Sue, you've disappointed us too much. Let me finish. Sue E raised his hand again, and everyone fell silent as they looked at him. Only this time, other than expectant gazes, there were quite a few gazes of doubt. It isn't that big news if it was just 100 workers, and you wouldn't be surprised at all. But I want to tell everyone that these 100 workers are a bit special because they are all elves. Everyone was stunned once again. But this time, it lasted much longer than before. After a while, even louder voices exploded from under the stage. 100 elves? It can't be. I must have heard it wrong. How could that be possible? I'm already surprised that there's young Miss Agnes. So how could there be another 100 elves? Chairman Sue, you must be kidding. Where did you find 100 elves? Are there even that many elves adding up all the elves in our Lampuri kingdom? That's right. The only elf I've ever seen is young Miss Agnes, and now you're telling us you've found 100 of them. This can't be real. Wait, listen carefully. Chairman Sue didn't say he found 100 elves. Rather, these 100 elves are going to be workers in the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's factory. Huh? That's right. The elves came to be workers in a human factory? This is too incredible. When the sounds of discussion became more quiet, Vice Editor-in-Chief Ryan of the Karma Times finally had his choice to raise his hand and ask in a loud voice, Chairman Sue, since you said that you've hired 100 elves to work in your company's factory, does that mean that the 100 elves are currently at Sandton Manor? Hearing this question, everyone looked at Sandton Manor, mostly looking at the entrance to the 2 workshops, thinking that perhaps there were 100 elves not far away from them. Everyone's expressions couldn't help becoming excited. Your guess is right. They are currently here. Sui nodded and waved his hand behind him. Everyone looked in the same direction as Sue E, and they found that in one of the distant workshops, there were 2 rows of workers wearing the uniform of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce walking out. These workers all had slender fingers and steady footsteps. It seemed like their physiques were quite good. But compared to their physiques, what attracted everyone's attention were the 2 long and slender ears on the sides of their heads. They really were elves. Moreover, it was 100 elves. Everyone couldn't help holding their breaths as they watched the elves walk over in a daze before standing on the high stage. When the elves finished lining up, Sue E said to everyone under the stage in a loud voice, Everyone, let me introduce you all. These are the elves from the Night Song tribe, and they have been hired by our Frestec Chamber of Commerce, becoming official staff of our company. I want to remind everyone that you can't act like when Agnes had just arrived, surrounding them and harassing them. I hope that you can let them work normally and live normal lives. Can everyone agree to this? After the initial shock passed, everyone slowly recovered. Seeing the 100 elves that included males and females, Ryan swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty before saying to Sue E. Chairman Sue, I can promise this since with the appearance of young Miss Agnes before, everyone wouldn't be as surprised as before at the appearance of elves. But can I ask you something? Why would all these elves suddenly want to work for your Frestec Chamber of Commerce? Other than that, I've also been very curious. Why do so many dwarves work for your Frestec Chamber of Commerce? Could it be that your Frestec Chamber of Commerce has some special charm? Sue E laughed. Perhaps you're right. Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has a special charm. But I want to say that the most important thing is that whether it is towards dwarves or elves, we humans should keep a calm mind and treat them like normal humans. The dwarves and elves also need a normal life. So as long as you don't treat them like you're meeting monsters, you will find that it's easier to get along with them than with other humans. Ryan knit his brows. Although Su Yi's words were right, it didn't answer his question. But since Su Yi chose to answer like this, it meant that he wasn't planning on giving the real answer. This wasn't Ryan's first time meeting Su Yi, so he knew it was useless to ask anything else and gave up. He changed his tone and began asking the elven workers what it was like working for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. When the product announcement was over, everyone looked at the reporter from the Canberra Daily Sun with looks of envy because he had obtained the chance to interview Su Yi. At the press conference, there were many questions that Su Yi didn't answer in detail. But in an interview that he had agreed to do, he would definitely answer in more detail than at the product announcement. But no matter what, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce suddenly recruiting 100 elves to work for them. This was already a very explosive and shocking piece of news. Although Agnes' appearance had shocked everyone, it was just a single elf. It was a completely different idea from 100 elves. For the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to recruit 100 elves, didn't that mean they could do the same as the dwarves and recruit even more elves? The most important question was, why did the Frestec Chamber of Commerce recruit so many other race workers? This fellow Su Yi, just what did he want to do? Not thinking of doing anything. Seeing the inquisitive 70, Su Yi casually responded, it's just recruiting 100 elves. Is there anything strange about it? Don't forget, our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has over 500 dwarven workers right now. The worker cards that these dwarves have, it was something your highness personally issued for me. 70's expression wasn't as relaxed as Su Yi's as she shook her head and said, elves are different from dwarves. Although dwarves can't be considered to have a close relationship with humans, it isn't that bad. Moreover, there are quite a few dwarves that live in the human world, so humans can accept dwarves much more easily. But elves used to be the rulers of the continent, and although it's been several thousand years since the race wars, there are still many humans who are still wary of elves. You're thinking too much, Su Yi said with a frown. There are so few elves on the Signs continent. I estimate there are less than 10,000 in the Lampuri kingdom alone, so what is there to be worried about? Not to mention that elves have much lower fertility than us humans. According to what Elder Elugius said, their tribe has only given birth to 2 elven children in the past 10 years. You think a race like this is worthy of humans worrying about or being wary of? I don't think so, but some humans do. I am not worried about these elves, rather some people using this as a pretext to attack the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, causing trouble for you. 70 said with a serious face. Su Yi smiled. The people who want to attack our company will always be able to find excuses. They won't care about an extra few elves. Then again, your highness is supporting our company, so you can't just sit by and not care, right? Seeing Su Yi's smiling appearance, 70 rolled her eyes at him. Chairman Su, do you know that I've kept away quite a bit of trouble away from your company already? Of course, your highness is the savior guiding the way for our Frestec Chamber of Commerce. I'm very clear on this. I really wish I could pull out my heart to show you my gratitude. 70's face turned a bit red and reprimanded Su Yi. When her face became serious again, she asked Su Yi, all right, you should pay attention to this problem. I came mainly this time for the order of weapons and armors. I also thought so. Your highness can be assured, currently we've finished 8,000 sets of armor. If you give us a few more months, we can complete over 50,000 sets of armors. Su Yi said, this speed isn't bad. 70 nodded. But I came this time not to add on to the order, Rather, I wanted to revise the order a bit. Revise. Su-yi saw the unnatural expression on Seveni's face and knew that this revision wasn't small. As expected, Seveni paused for a bit, and an apologetic look appeared in her face before she continued. Although the army was very satisfied with the quality of the first batch of armor, some people made suggestions that production of large amounts of armor can't be held by a normal company and needs to be controlled by the royal family and the army. So, so you're not allowing us to make armor anymore. Rather, you're changing the order to production magic machines. When Seveni hesitated, Su-yi casually asked this. Seveni looked at Su-yi in surprise. Chairman Su, your reactions are really fast. It isn't anything. I've heard this request countless times. Su-yi gave a shrug. Everyone doesn't hope that the things they need are controlled by others. They are most relieved as long as they control it themselves. I understand His Majesty and the royal army's worry. This is very normal. That means Chairman Su agrees to this? Of course, why wouldn't I? Su-yi revealed a faint smile. Then again, do I have the right to disagree? All right, Your Highness, you don't need to be sorry to me because I understand that the military is the foundation of a country. They definitely wouldn't let a small company like ours control it. Even if you didn't request this today, I would have found a chance to discuss this problem with you eventually. Seveni nodded. Chairman Su truly is a wise person. You don't need me to explain anything. Since Chairman Su understands my meaning, then I'll give the request the military headquarters has for you. We'll retain the order of 50,000 sets of armor, but the military headquarters wants to raise a special order with your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. They hope that your Frestec Chamber of Commerce can build a special factory that produces weapons and armor for the military headquarters. Su-yi wasn't surprised by this order. He stroked his chin in thought before asking, Your Highness, building a complete military factory is a very troublesome matter. Other than the machines, it also requires a large amount of manpower. Could it be that you can find that many workers? We can't. Seveni honestly shook her head. So we need the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's help to solve these problems. Relying on us? Su-yi pointed at himself. Honorable Highness, do you and the military headquarters think this highly of us? Is there any difference? Anyway, other than the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, there is no other company that can do this, right? Seveni said with a faint smile. Su-yi thought about it, and could only helplessly admit this was the truth. All right, then what should we do? It should be said that Seveni was mentioning the king and the military headquarters' request to cooperate with Su-yi. With the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's current abilities, investing too much into the military business was not a good thing because it was easy to make certain people vigilant. But helping the royal army create a military factory like this, it was easy for those people to accept. After this matter, Su-yi and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce would have a deeper relationship with the royal army and would gain many advantages. In terms of benefits for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, other than the large amount of income from the 50,000 sets of armor, there was also the income from the large amounts of magic production machines and technical guidance. The more important thing was that through this cooperation, Su-yi had obtained the rights to mine another 2 magic crystal mines from the royal family. Like this, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had 3 iron mines and 5 magic crystal mines. These mines, especially the magic crystal mines, didn't seem that valuable. But Su-yi was very certain that as magic machines became even more popular, the price of iron and magic crystals would increase. So Su-yi wasn't in a rush to mine these mines now. He just temporarily put them aside and waited for the right time to mine them. Other than the benefits the Frestec Chamber of Commerce gained, Su-yi had also gained some very practical benefits. First, because of this cooperation, the king had given Su-yi a special reward. This meant that Su-yi was finally no longer a normal citizen, but rather a respected lord of the Lampuri kingdom. Although this title didn't have any land and was one of the lowest noble titles, it meant a change in his identity. It meant that he went from a normal citizen to a noble. Next, the military headquarters had given Su-yi a special advisor status in the royal army. Although this was an empty title, it meant that Su-yi was still a part of the royal army and received some special benefits. Of course, whether it was the identity as a lord or the special advisor of the army, their uses couldn't be seen now. To Su-yi, his most important identity was the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's chairman. What he cared most would always be the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's development. Entering July, the weather began getting even warmer. The sales amount of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's new generation Magic fans and Magic air conditioners began to explode. Compared to last month, the Magic fans sold over 20 units halfway into the month, already surpassing last year's sales numbers. And the Magic air conditioner sales also greatly expanded. Last summer, the Magic air conditioner only sold 1,000 units. But halfway through July this year, they had already sold over 3,000 units. Moreover, this was just in Bana City alone. If they added the sales numbers in the surrounding cities, it was close to 10,000 units. This also didn't include the store that Victor's group of 3 had set up in Anvilmar City. It had to be known, based on this small store, they had sold 5,000 units just this summer. Even when exchanging an old one, the Magic fans still earned close to a gold coin in profits. A Magic air conditioner had a shocking 15 gold coin profit margin. Just based on these two things, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's profit in the past half a month was close to 200,000 gold coins. Not to mention that the Magic refrigerator was quickly entering the markets of Banta City and the surrounding cities. In just over 10 days, they had already sold over 30,000 units. A Magic refrigerator cost around 4 gold coins, which meant that they earned around 13 to 14 gold coins per unit. With 30,000 units in sales, that was a terrifying profit of over 400,000 gold coins. Your Frestec Chamber of Commerce really develops fast. Banta City's City Lord Count Sean was looking at the tax revenue forms for the first half of the year, and he shook his head. He looked at Sue E and said with a sigh, "Last year, your Frestec Chamber of Commerce's 6 months of tax revenue was less than 20,000 gold coins. But this year, just last month you paid around 40,000 gold coins, which means that your company earned at least 200,000 gold coins last month. This month your Magic fans, Magic air conditioners, and the new Magic refrigerators are all selling well, so I think that your company should earn at least 500,000 this month." Sue E just smiled, neither confirming or denying it. "Lord Count, this is just this month. Right now the people of Banda City and the surrounding city are buying what they need, but next month, I promise that the sales for our products will be very bad. Perhaps we might not even reach 100,000 next month. I am currently worried about what to do." "You're worried? Shouldn't the chairman of the other companies commit suicide by jumping into the river?" Count Sean scolded with a smile. "All right, your company making money is a good thing for our Bana City. Right now the people of Bana City have stable work, can earn money, and everyone's lives are getting better, so my job as the city lord is much easier. Speaking of this is the merit of you and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce." Sue E waved his hand. "How could that be? Banta City's current state is all because of the Lord Count's wise leadership. It's not related to my Frestec Chamber of Commerce at all." "Stop flattering me," Count Sean reprimanded. "At least the several dozen small companies from your plan aren't related to me, as well as the industrial area around the Santon Manor. How is it not related? If it wasn't for the Lord Count's support, how could the plan have passed? How could the industrial area have been built? The Lord Count is being too modest." Count Sean smiled and shook his head. He flipped through the papers on the table before taking one out to throw in front of Sue E. "I didn't call you here to just praise you. Rather, I wanted to raise some money from you." "Raising funds?" Sue E was stunned. "Lord Count, you're raising funds from me? What a joke." "It's not a joke. You'll know if you take a look." Count Sean pointed at the document in front of Sue E. Sue E opened the document to take a look and found that it was a plan that was targeted at Banta City as a whole. According to this plan, Count Sean wanted to rebuild Banta City as a whole, connecting the villages around Banta City to Banta City. It would be no longer like the previous Banta City and previous villages outside the city. They would all become one. To achieve this, first they had to build roads. The reason before why the villagers outside Banta City and the citizens in Banta City belonged to two different worlds was mainly because transportation was just too difficult. According to the stats of this plan, there were currently 73 villages outside Banta City, and there were only 34 villages that had roads connecting to Banta City. The rest of these villages didn't have a single complete road that was connected to Banta City, and even many of these villagers had never taken a single step out of their villages. So the first step of this plan was to build enough connecting roads, linking these villages to Banta City. Like this, Whether it was the villagers in the villages or the citizens of Banta City, they could all associate with one another. According to the inspections of the people I've sent, there are quite a few valuable items hidden in the villages on the mountains or in the swamps, but because there is no way to transport them, they are all being wasted. Among them is the magma berry that you mentioned to me last time. Seeing that Sui had already finished reading the first few pages, Count Shan said, "If we can build roads connecting to these villages, we should be able to improve the lives of the villagers living there." Sui looked at the serious Count Shan and was almost mistaken that he had returned to Earth. "Count Shan, this idea isn't bad, but it's very hard to implement this plan." Sui pointed at the map on the plan awkwardly and said, "Look, it's easy for those 34 villages that already have roads. We can just fix up those roads and connect those villages. But for the remaining villages, based on the map, we can build a single road that connects them for most of these villages. But there are some that it is impossible for. I never said we would solve them all at once. That is too unrealistic." Count Shan waved his hand and said, "My goal is to first solve the road problem of these 34 villages first and develop them first. As for the other villages, we'll slowly think of a solution after studying them further." "That is more like it." Sui nodded. He carefully looked over the map before saying with a bitter smile, "But Lord Count, the closest of these 34 villages is less than 2 kilometers and the furthest is more than 20 kilometers away. If we were to build roads for all of them, it would be around 400 to 500 kilometers of road. I've already calculated it. It's a total of around 460 kilometers of road. According to the rate of the falling rain road, it should cost around 900,000 gold coins." Count Shan followed up. 900,000 gold coins. Sui looked at Count Shan with a difficult expression. "Lord Count, although our Frestek Chamber of Commerce has earned a bit of money, it's impossible for us to take out 900,000 at once. Not to mention, it's a donation. It'll be hard to explain this to the other people of the company. It's not given up for free. What are you worried about?" Count Shan looked at Sui. "I'm looking for your help, so of course there are benefits for you. Could it be that I don't even understand such simple logic? Listen well, according to my thoughts, as long as your Frestek Chamber of Commerce can take out that much money, I can exempt the Frestek Chamber of Commerce from paying taxes for a year. Other than this, for the villages that have new roads built, your Frestek Chamber of Commerce can receive the rights to develop them for 3 years. It means that your Frestek Chamber of Commerce can take whatever you want, as long as the villagers don't complain and you don't kill and pillage the villagers." Sui's eyes lit up. "Then I can do what I want in those villages." "It can be considered this." Count Shan nodded. "As for whether you can earn money and how much you can make, it'll depend on your skills." Sui instantly began calculating in his heart. If he agreed to Count Shan, the Frestek Chamber of Commerce could avoid paying taxes for a year. According to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's current profits, they would earn at least 3 million gold coins in a single year. If they could avoid paying taxes, they would gain at least 400,000 gold coins. Then the cost of building the roads would only be 500,000 gold coins. As for whether he could earn that 500,000 gold coins from the villages, Sui couldn't guarantee this now, but he had enough confidence to achieve this. "All right, then we'll do this. But Lord Count, it'll take some time if you want to build these roads, and we can only slowly start with one village at a time." Sui thought about it and used his finger to draw a circle around Banta City. "I feel that first we should mark an area of 10 kilometers around Banta City to create a network of roads first. Then we slowly advance outwards before we connect all of Banta City with roads." This idea isn't bad. It's quite realistic. "All right, we'll just follow this idea first. But let's put the idea of building roads aside first. Let's first look at the contents of this plan first." Count Shan flipped through several pages before pointing at a map and saying, "This is part of my plan for a suburb in Banta City. What do you think?" Sui looked at it and couldn't help knitting his brows. "Lord Count, why does it seem quite familiar?" Count Shan laughed. "Of course you would find it familiar. This blueprint was made based on the falling rain valley." Sui suddenly understood and carefully took a look, finding that this map had many similarities to the design of the falling rain valley. For example, the separation of industrial and living areas, as well as a network of roads connecting it. But after looking for a while, Sui found a problem. "Lord Count, the industrial area that you've designated, There are clearly 2 villages in this area. Count Shan waved his hand. Just have them leave. Then what about compensation? Compensation. Count Shan looked at Su Yi in surprise. Just have them leave. What compensation? Su Yi was instantly speechless. This was the forceful eviction of the Signs continent? Thinking about it, Su Yi said to Count Shan, Lord Count, just leave this project to me. Chairman Cruz and I are very familiar with this matter. Count Shan looked at Su Yi with a bit of surprise. I just wanted your opinion on this. But since you've taken the initiative to take this project, that's good. All right, I'll leave this project to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce and the Amrit Chamber of Commerce. I'll wait for your results. Su Yi nodded in response. After discussing some general details with Count Shan, he rejected his invitation to eat a meal before Su Yi left the city lord's manor. It was currently sunset, so the temperature was much cooler. There was a breeze that blew past and brought a bit of a chill. The street by the city lord's manor was regulated, so it was considered peaceful. When he turned the corner and entered the street by the city lord's manor, he immediately found that even though it was close to dinner, there were many people still on the street wandering around. All kinds of people walked through the streets. Some seemed like they were taking a strong, but most of them looked like they were rushing about, like they had many things to take care of. There were countless shops that lined both sides of the street, as large and small vendors took up pieces of space on the road, calling out their wares. Seeing this crowded and busy scene, Su Yi couldn't help feeling emotional. He remembered when he first came to Banda City. Because of how remote this small city was, the rhythm of the city was quite slow and it was very peaceful. But now, just after a single year, this small city had become this bustling. According to the stats of the city lord's manor, the current population of Banda City was more than twice what it was last year. There were less than 50,000 people last year, but now there were over 100,000 people. Moreover, this was just the main city inside the walls. If that included the people living outside the walls, the current population of Banda City would be 3 times what it was last year. The reason why this situation occurred was because there was an explosion of jobs in Banda City, so the amount of manpower in Banda City wasn't enough to satisfy this demand. Adding in the drive of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce and their large demand for manpower, the average wage in Banda City was rather high. So the people of the surrounding cities, including Karma City, Sultan City, even the further Canberra and Norton cities had people who came to Banda City looking for work. Now that Banda City was filled with people from all different cities, one could hear the difference in accents for the universal language of the Signs continent when walking through the streets. This scene reminded Su Yi of the special economic areas when they first developed on Earth. Of course, the scale was still much smaller. While having these thoughts, Su Yi was walking towards his home. Today still said that she wanted to make dinner with Vivian, so Su Yi was looking forward to that. After walking through half the street, there were several horse carriages that slowly moved by Su Yi. Su Yi looked over and saw that those horse carriages had the mark of the Serank Chamber of Commerce. Thinking about it, he began walking towards those horse carriages. The one sitting in the first carriage was Chairman Rank's assistant Leaf. He had seen Su Yi several times at the business union conferences. Seeing him suddenly appear, he quickly stopped the horse carriages. Chairman Su, how do you have time to take a stroll in the city today? Leaf was around 40 years old and was a bit chubby. He looked a bit like the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Morgan when he smiled, but he seemed a bit more friendly compared to Chairman Morgan. No, I was just discussing some things with the Lord City Lord and just came out. Su Yi casually replied before looking at the horse carriages and saying, It seems like your harvest this time isn't bad. Did you sell all those magic fans? Leaf said with a smile. It's all thanks to Chairman Su's suggestions that we've sold all the magic fans in our warehouse. I won't hide it from you. The demand for magic fans in the other places in the kingdom is still very high. Su Yi gave a slight nod, thinking that this was an obvious matter. When the Frestek Chamber of Commerce had just been established last year and the magic fan was released, the people in Banda City and the surrounding cities all went into an uproar. It was enough to prove that the novel magic machines on the Signs continent could affect people. There was no reason why the other people of the Lampuri Kingdom didn't need the same things as the people of Banda City and the surrounding cities. But Leaf was right. The Serank Chamber of Commerce selling the magic fans under their names in the other parts of the kingdom had come from a suggestion from Su Yi. At the Business Union Conference last time, Sui had proved a point to the other companies. It was that the magic machine technology of the other companies was just too far lacking when it compared to the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, so it was almost impossible for them to steal business from the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. So Sui had mentioned that because the Frestech Chamber of Commerce didn't have mature channels, the other companies could use their channels to sell their magic fans to other parts of the kingdom, so they wouldn't need to worry about their sales. Although the other companies didn't give a clear stance on Sui's proposal, Sui learned afterwards that many companies had indeed done this. Based on the news that they brought back, the results were quite good. After the other companies saw the large demand for magic fans in the other parts of the kingdom, even the ones that had thoughts of giving up on the magic machine market began producing magic fans again. There were even 2 companies that bought another 2 sets of production lines from the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. They brought them to 2 cities far away from Banda City to create a new magic fan factory, and it said that their sales were quite good. Thinking of this, Sui asked Leaf, "Since the sales are quite good, are you prepared to suggest to Chairman Rank to keep investing and produce even more magic fans?" Leaf looked around before moving in front of Sui and saying in a low voice, "Chairman Sui, is your Frestech Chamber of Commerce really not planning to sell your Frestech brand magic fans in other places this year?" "Of course." Sui gave a certain nod. "Didn't I show my attitude last time at the Business Union Conference? The Frestech Chamber of Commerce doesn't have the strength to sell our products in every part of the kingdom. So at least for this year, our Frestech brand magic fans will only be sold in Banta City and the surrounding 3 cities. Of course, starting next year, we will be trying to open up new business channels because all the people in Banta City have already bought our products, so the market is saturated." Leaf looked at Sui for a while, and seeing his serious expression, he gave a slight nod. "All right, I understand. Chairman Sui, I think our Sarang Chamber of Commerce still has a chance to cooperate with your Frestech Chamber of Commerce." Seeing that Leaf was prepared to leave, Sui quickly stopped him and asked, "Let me ask you something else. What's the furthest place you've gone this time?" Leaf looked at Sui in surprise. "It isn't that far. The furthest was just Saffron City." "Saffron City?" Sui thought about it. That place is only 400 kilometers away from Banda City. 400 kilometers is already very far. Leaf emotionally shook his head. "Because we're afraid of damaging our cargo, we spent an entire week on this journey. If it wasn't for the fact that the magic fans sold fast, it would be impossible for us to be back today." Sui looked over the horse carriages, and he saw that the iron sheet around the wheel was already worn out. It could be seen that they had a hard journey. Seeing Sui look over their carriage, Leaf suddenly said with emotion, "Chairman Sui, when your Frestech Chamber of Commerce was building that road to the Falling Rain Valley, I thought that you must have gone crazy and had too much money. But after this trip, I found that what you said before called, what was it again? You have to build roads to become rich." Sui said, Right. You have to build roads to become rich. That phrase is just too accurate. If all the roads in our Lampuri kingdom were public roads, not only would we not have to worry about damaging goods, the horse carriages could run even faster. If we keep moving on public roads, a 400-kilometer trip would only take 3 days. Like this, we could be back in just a single week, which is enough for us to do an extra run." Sui said with a faint smile. "Of course, transportation is a basic problem when it comes to business development. So the phrase having to build roads to become rich is correct. You should have come back from the direction of Sultan City. So you should have seen the road that the Fursan Carriage Company is currently building between Sultan City and Banda City, right?" Leaf nodded. "And I saw it. I thought that this road was also built by your Frestech Chamber of Commerce. But after asking around in the city, I found that it was the Fursan Carriage Company that paid for it. Right? Building roads is actually the most helpful for us merchants. When you see Chairman Rank, help me remind him that if he doesn't make up his mind soon, he might not have the chance." Leaf looked at Sui in surprise. He didn't ask much and nodded in agreement. Sui moved aside and Leaf saw that Sui didn't have anything else to say. So he bid him farewell and left with his horse carriages. Watching the horse carriages disappear around a corner, Sui finally turned away. After thinking about it, he didn't head home and went in another direction. After 10 minutes, Sui came to the Fursan Carriage Company's Banda City headquarters. As expected at this time, The First and Carriage Company's chairman Pompey was in his special room in the headquarters, getting some rare leisure time. Hearing that Sui was here, he quickly sent someone to bring him in. Chairman Su, you actually came for a rare visit. This really is a pleasant surprise for me. Chairman Pompey said while laughing. He was showing Sui to a special seat woven from fragrant grass, while giving him a completely green glass that was filled with firefly flower nectar that was worth a high 38 gold coins per liter. Sui looked around the room and finally looked at the cup of firefly flower nectar. He couldn't help saying with a smile, I've already heard from others that Chairman Pompey lives a luxurious life, but seeing it today, I've found that whether it is everyone's descriptions or my imagination, it was far lacking. Chairman Pompey laughed while waving his hand and saying, Chairman Su, it's fine if normal people say this, but you are the chairman of the Banta City Company earning the most right now. So you saying this is simply slapping my face. If you're willing, you could live 10 times as luxuriously without any pressure. Sui revealed a faint smile, not choosing to discuss the matter of luxury with him. After taking a sip of the refreshing firefly flower nectar, he asked Chairman Pompey about the situation of the First and Carriage Company building a road. It's quite smooth generally speaking. Although there have been a few small problems, it isn't worth mentioning. Mentioning the shared interests of the two, or rather their two companies, Chairman Pompey's tone became very relaxed. According to Chairman Cruz's estimates, that road will be finished in just another 3 months. They can finish it right before it becomes cold. What about yours? Pretty much the same. Sui replied. The roads our two companies are building are both longer than the falling rain road, so it's normal if it takes even more time. Not to mention that Chairman Cruz has been complaining to me that Theory Company doesn't have enough manpower, so their company can't work in full force. Chairman Pompey gave a helpless sigh. Not mentioning him, even I'm complaining. There are many people from other cities coming to Urbana City, either visiting or staying. So our First and Carriage Company has had twice as many customers as before. I'm also worried about not having enough people. More customers means that your business is good. Could it be that this isn't something to be happy about? Sui said with a smile. I am happy, but my worries are still real. Tell me, should we give a suggestion to the Lord City Lord to have him write an application to His Majesty to bring people over from other cities? Sui shook his head to deny this. Even if it's His Majesty, it isn't good for him to casually order people of the kingdom to move. Not to mention that they are citizens of the territory of other nobles, so His Majesty doesn't have the power to do so. If you want to solve the problem of lacking manpower, the best method is to increase your advertisements. As long as the people of the kingdom know that our Banda City needs large amounts of workers and the wages they receive aren't low, I think there's no need to force anything and many people will naturally come to Banda City. Chairman Pompey considered this and couldn't help nodding. This should be a bit better. Everyone hopes that they can make more money. So if they know that there are many opportunities to earn money in Urbana City, there will be many people running here. But then his expression became bitter. But as more people come, there are more customers for us. Where could we find more people to use in a short period of time? This is your problem. Sui gave a shrug and paused before saying, But Chairman Pompey, have you ever thought of improving the situation yourself? Chairman Pompey looked at Sui and doubtfully said, How can I improve it myself? For example, right now it takes your company's horse carriages 2 days to go from Banta City to Anvilmar City. But if this trip can be shortened to a single day, how would you feel? 2 days into 1 day. Chairman Pompey was stunned before he shook his head. How could that be possible? If you say a day and a half, I could have my subordinates work a bit harder and buy some better horses. Perhaps it would be possible. But to shorten it to a day, only if there was a public road connecting Banta City and Anvilmar City. Don't think about it for now. Sui shook his head. The 2 roads we are building right now is an experiment for His Majesty. When these 2 roads are finished and His Majesty feels the results are good, then the kingdom will start investing into building public roads. As for the road connecting Banta City and Anvilmar City, who knows how long we'll have to wait. Chairman Pompey gave a dejected nod. That's right. If every part of the Lampuri kingdom was connected with roads, then it would be much easier for our carriage company to do business. This is my second time hearing someone sigh like this. Sui revealed a faint smile. Relax. As long as more people see the benefits of these roads, then I believe that all of the Lampuri Kingdom's roads will be turned into public roads. I also believe this, but the problem is how long will it take? Right now I can't wait that long. Chairman Pompey gave another sigh before looking at Su E. Chairman Su, didn't you say that we should change ourselves and not change the roads? That's right. I'm talking about something more realistic. It is the horse carriage that your company currently uses. Sui said. Horse carriage. Chairman Pompey considered it before knitting his brows. How can we improve the horse carriages? Other than getting better horses, is there anything else we can do? The problem is that good horses cost more and eat more expensive feed. I can't support that. All right, the horse can be replaced with something else. We can't do that now. I came to you this time to talk about the carriage specifically. Carriage. Chairman Pompey was even more confused. What part of the carriage can be improved? Of course there's a part. He gave a confident nod. I saw the Sarang Chamber of Commerce's cavalcade just now, and I noticed that all the horse carriages in their cavalcade were made of wood. Of course, our carriages are horse-drawn vehicles. Whether it is transporting humans or goods, they are all made of wood. Is there some problem? Could it be that you don't think horse carriages made from wood aren't durable and break easily? Sui asked. Of course I'm clear on this, but we can't make it out of metal, right? I tried making a carriage out of metal before, but the problem was that not only is metal heavy to the point that two horses couldn't even move it, it also costs quite a bit to make. Last time I tried making a four-person carriage, and it actually cost me 200 gold coins. Do you think that I can afford this kind of price? You have to know that all our horse carriages are made of wood, and they cost no more than 20 gold coins to make. Sui couldn't help smiling. A carriage made completely out of iron? This Chairman Pompey really could think. I'm not saying to completely make it out of iron. Of course that won't work. My meaning is that for a carriage, the easiest thing to wear down and break is not the horse carriage itself, but rather the tires and rowels, right? That's right, it is indeed like this. Chairman Pompey nodded. But I've also tried this. Making the wheels and rollers out of iron. It is still too heavy and is actually easier to distort than wood. Adding in the fact that it costs several times more than wooden tires, I had to give it up in the end. It costs several times more to make it. Sui was a bit surprised. That isn't right. From what I can see, iron should be cheaper. Shouldn't it be more expensive to make wheels and rollers out of wood? Chairman Sui, you don't understand. Although iron itself is much cheaper than wood, to build the same kind of wheel and roller, it costs more to pay a blacksmith than a carpenter. Calculating this, it's more expensive to make a wheel out of iron. Chairman Pompey helplessly said. Sui suddenly clapped his hands before saying with a smile, "That's it." Chairman Pompey looked at Sui in surprise. "What do you mean?" Sui laughed. Chairman Pompey, if I told you that I could sell you wheels and rollers made of iron at a price lower than that of those made of wood, would you be interested? Are you joking? Chairman Pompey curled his lip. How could iron be cheaper? He suddenly stopped talking and looked at Sui with wide eyes. That's right. Doesn't your Frestec Chamber of Commerce do this? I really am stupid. I actually forgot something like this. Chairman Sui, can you really provide a cheaper wheel and roller made of iron? Of course. I can even add something better that is called a tire. Sui replied with a smile. It was close to night when he left the Furson Carriage Company, and when Sui got home, the curtain of night fell. When he walked into the door, he saw a figure appear in front of him as Agnes suddenly came out. Sir Chairman, you're finally back. Agnes excitedly called out. She grabbed Sui's hand and pulled him in through the door. Sui was a bit surprised. Agnes, you seem quite happy today. This is because Agnes made dinner tonight. Still's voice came from inside the room. When she saw Agnes pulling Sui in by the hand, Still's expression changed slightly. She stood up and her expression didn't change as she stole Sui's hand back from Agnes before saying with a smile, "You were gone for so long. The dishes are almost cold." Sui looked at Vivian on the side with surprise before looking back at Still. "Didn't you say that you two were making dinner tonight? Why did it become Agnes?" Still gave a shrug. "You should ask Agnes." When she saw Vivian and me prepare to make dinner, I don't know what happened, but she suddenly said that she would make dinner. She wouldn't listen to us no matter what we said. Sui looked at Agnes in surprise. "Agnes, did you meet something that made you happy today?" Agnes shook her head. "No. When I saw Still and Vivian preparing to make dinner, I suddenly thought that I've been here for so long, but I've always eaten the food Vivian made. According to what Sir Chairman told me last time about humans carrying their own weight, I thought that I should repay you by making dinner and returning your favors. Am I right, Sir Chairman? Sue couldn't help smiling. Although it's not completely right, it's not wrong. Very good, Agnes. You're learning more and more about the customs that we humans have. I believe that you'll soon become what Elder Elugio wishes for, and you'll truly be able to live in our human society. Agnes said in a somewhat distressed voice. But every time I go out, there are many people who point at me, and quite a few people surround me. There's no other way. Who told them to be not used to you? Sui smiled as he patted Agnes' shoulder. Relax, humans get used to new things quite quickly. I believe it won't take long before everyone is used to the existence of you elves. Look, now that 100 of your compatriots have come, when they reveal themselves more in the city, everyone will gradually be used to this situation and will no longer point or surround you. Agnes thought for a bit before nodding. I hope so. All right, Sir Chairman, you're finally back, so let's quickly eat dinner. I don't know what human eating customs are, but Still and Vivian both said that the dishes won't be good if they're cold, so let's eat them before they get cold. Hearing Agnes say that she didn't understand human eating customs, Su Yi's heart skipped a beat. Last time when he went to the Night Song tribe, Elder Elugia had only given the three of them some simple fruits and water. This made Su-Yi complain about the diet of the elves. Now that Agnes had emphasized this point, just what kind of appearance would the meal she made have? Seeing Agnes pull back the cover over the table, Su-Yi took a deep breath and calmed himself as he took a look. When he saw it, Su-Yi almost began to cry. The things in the 3 dishes and soup bowl were completely black. He couldn't tell what they were at all. If someone wanted Su-Yi to recognize this as a normal meal, it would just be too hard to do. Seeing the bright smile on Agnes' face, Su-Yi asked Still and Vivian, "Hey, were these dishes made by Agnes alone? You just stood on the side without helping her at all." This is because Agnes said that having people help wouldn't let her show her sincerity, so she chased both of us out. Still casually replied before looking at Su-Yi with a secret smile. "Dear Sir Chairman, Agnes said that since she came to the human world, you have helped her the most, so she wanted to make this meal to thank you. So, you can't let down Agnes' good intentions." "That's right, Sir Chairman. In order to show my gratitude, I made this entire meal by myself. How about you have a taste?" Agnes looked at Su-Yi with an expectant gaze. Seeing the happy expression on Agnes' face, as well as the secret smile on Still's face and the worry on Vivian's face, Su-Yi gave a sigh in his heart. He revealed a bright smile on his face and said to Agnes, "All right, let me give it a try." He gritted his teeth after saying this and revealed a righteous look as he took a large bite of the food Agnes delivered to his mouth. Instantly, all kinds of strange tastes exploded in his mouth. Su-Yi felt like he had fallen into an amazing world, and the surrounding space turned colorful. At this time, Agnes' voice rang in his ears. "Sir Chairman, does it taste good?" After a while, Su-Yi slowly spat out 2 words with difficulty. "Tastes good." "Chairman, why does your expression look so ugly?" Enkto looked at Su-Yi in surprise as he asked in a worried voice, "Did you not sleep well last night?" Su-Yi rubbed his stomach. He had taken 17 trips to the washroom last night. It would have been strange if he slept well. "It's nothing, just a bit of discomfort. It's nothing special." Su-Yi waved his hand and stopped Enkto from further questioning him. "Let's talk business. Enkto, the Falling Rain Valley factories will be finished soon, so after a while, I'm prepared to move part of the factory over to the Falling Rain Valley. Part of it includes the household magic machine workshop, which you are the manager of. So do you have any thoughts?" Enkto thought about it before replying. "Chairman, I feel that if we are moving, it would be best if we wait for the end of summer. Right now the magic fan, the magic air conditioner, and the magic refrigerator are all selling well, and we're still taking orders. If we were to move, it will definitely affect production and we won't be able to finish those orders. And I also considered this. So the first batch to move will be the production team for the automatic magic rice cookers, the magic bread makers, and the magic lamps which aren't as rushed. As for the ones you said, we'll leave it for consideration next month." Sui said. "Will the workers also move over?" Enkto asked. "Of course. The production magic machines are secondary. The workers are the main thing." Sui said with a nod. Other than that, the Falling Rain Valley factory is bigger, so we can recruit a new batch of workers. Talk to the workers when you have time. Ask if they have any friends or relatives that want to work for our Frestek Chamber of Commerce. As long as they qualify, I want them all. Ankto revealed a look of joy on his face. Great. Chairman, I already wanted to ask you about this matter. There are many people in the workshop that have asked me about this, saying that they had friends and relatives that wanted to work for our company because of our high wages and good benefits. But you have never mentioned recruiting new workers, so I've never responded. Now that you've said this, the workers will definitely be happy when I tell them about this. He was a bit surprised. There is work everywhere in Banda City and the wages aren't much lower than ours. So why do they want to work for our company? Ankto laughed before replying in a proud voice. Of course it's because our place is better. Chairman, look, other than our Frestek Chamber of Commerce having high wages, we also give things to our workers as benefits. For example, last time you had me give every worker a tub of ice cream. When I took it home, whether it was my wife or kids, they all liked it. They finished it all in a day, and they asked me if there was more. He couldn't help laughing. He had just casually given out the ice cream made for their experiment, but it was actually treated as a good benefit. Other than this, there is another very important reason. It's because working in our factory is very relaxed. Ankto pointed at the busy workers and said, "Look, the workers just have to move their hands. There's no effort at all. This kind of relaxed and simple work, other than our Frestek Chamber of Commerce. Where would you find something similar?" Suyi's face became even more strange. The mechanical labor of the household magic machine workshop was called mindless and repetitive by countless people on Earth, saying that it was very tiring. Now on the Science continent, it had become simple and relaxed work. But thinking of the time when he visited the Omrit Chamber of Commerce's work site, Sui understood. Compared to that work that was backbreaking, the work at the Frestek Chamber of Commerce was much more relaxed. Sui looked around the workshop, and he couldn't help looking at the elves currently assembling some small parts. These 100 elves were naturally from the Night Song tribe. They left the Falling Rain Forest and came to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce to be normal workers because Elder Elysia realized the faults of the elves after seeing the magic fan covers they made last time. So she sent some clansmen to Sui following his request, having them specially train them. As for the so-called special training, it was actually very simple. Without another word, Sui threw these 100 dwarves into the household magic machine workshop. He had them engage in the most boring and repetitive kind of work. It had already been half a month since they started working at the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. No matter how many times Sui saw this scene, whenever he saw these noble, mysterious, and elegant elves working like normal workers from Earth, doing this kind of simple and repetitive work, Sui felt a bit conflicted. "How are the elves doing now?" Sui asked. "They've progressed quite a bit." Ankto nodded and praised them. "They were indeed, like you said in the beginning, Chairman, sloppy and without discipline. But after you scolded them last time, they've become much better." Hearing Ankto mentioning the matter of him scolding the elves, Sui couldn't help rubbing his face and revealing a bitter smile. This happened a week ago. There was a small conflict that erupted in the household magic machine workshop. This conflict happened between the elven workers and the human workers. Because the elves were sloppy, there were problems with the products that they assembled. It caused the human workers who inspected the boxes of finished products to have even more work. After a long time, contradictions accumulated between sides before finally erupting. Although the human workers worshipped the elves because of their mysteriousness at first, after working with them for a while, naturally, they didn't seem that mysterious anymore. Because the elves created more work for them and affected the efficiency of the workshop, those human workers naturally felt dissatisfied. Finally, because of a mistake, a human worker finally couldn't help insulting the elves. The elves had a proud personality. How could they take the crude insults of human workers? So the conflict between both sides erupted. If Sui hadn't come in time, the first armed conflict would have happened in the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, and it would have been a conflict between races. When Sui came and heard the entire story, he ruthlessly scolded both sides that caused trouble. Sui was the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's chairman, so he had a high position in the minds of the workers. After being scolded by him, the human workers naturally could only take it and couldn't refute him. But when had the elves ever been scolded like this? Not to mention that it was a human scolding them. Even if Elder Elugia had strictly ordered them to listen to Su-Yi before they left the Night Song tribe. In this kind of situation, the elves couldn't take it and refuted Su-Yi's scolding. But a few simple words made them completely speechless. Everyone is doing the same work, but the human workers are faster and better than you. So what qualifications do you have to look down on them? What qualifications do you have to scream in front of me? Could it be the pride of you elves is acting shamelessly after making mistakes? After that conflict, the 100 elves changed their sloppy attitude and began to work seriously like the human workers, strictly following the rules. Once they became serious, the elves' personality of chasing perfection and innate talents came out. The work they finished was much more beautiful compared to the ones made by the human workers. Although this is a good thing, it isn't good that there are antagonistic feelings between the elven workers and our human workers. If it stays like this, it will go against the intentions of Elder Elugia. Su-Yi thought about it before saying to Ankto, "Pay attention to this in the future and defuse as much tension as you can. For example, you can go and hold a banquet when there is free time. Let the human and elven workers have contact with each other so they can understand each other better." Ankto nodded in response. After telling them this, Su-Yi began talking about business. According to the plan, our company will be making a tire factory after a period of time. This factory will be divided into 3 parts, making the bearing, casting the steel frames, and making the cover for the tire. This should split the work between 3 to 5 workshops. Tires. Ankto was a bit confused. What is that? You don't need to understand what it is now. I just need you pick from among the current workers, some that are familiar with controlling the production magic machines and the magic punch presses. I need to rely on these people to develop and make the first batch of tires. In the future, they will be the foundation for the tire factory. Su-Yi said, "All right, around what time do you need them by?" Ankto asked, "If nothing unexpected happens, I need them by the end of the month. Also, I need a group of these people to be elven workers. You should pick some elven workers who have a decent sense of discipline. I need them to make the cover of the tire." Ankto nodded to show he understood. Su-Yi said a few more things to him before leaving the household magic machine workshop, heading to the magic machine development workshop. Compared to the household magic machine workshop that only manufactured developed magic machines, the magic machine development workshop had the important role of studying magic machines. Their importance surpassed the magic research facility, so Su-Yi had always placed the most importance on this place. Naturally, he gave Camby, Bordeaux, and the other dwarves in charge the best treatment. Not mentioning Camby, because Bordeaux was an outstanding talent and had played a very important role in the research of the last few months. Su-Yi had raised his wage from 15 gold coins a month to 25 gold coins a month. But Su-Yi still felt that this wage was just too low. If the other companies know how important Bordeaux was to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, they would still be very happy even if they had to start by doubling the wage of 25 gold coins a month. It had to be known, on Earth, some important high-level research staff in some companies had yearly salaries of at least 1 million. Changing that into gold coins on the Science continent, that was equal to 10,000 gold coins. That meant a monthly salary of close to 1,000 gold coins.